Oh, we're here.
It's us. Welcome.
Welcome to the Mashup brings you... I'm going to be stacking papers all night.
Oh.
This should be fun.
Yes, this is very nice. This is what they do when they're all professional. The Human Torch was approved for a bank loan.
Welcome to the Mashup. This is live BC election coverage. We're on early, and we're going to be here for a few hours to the lead up of any polls showing us anything.
Yes. So going forward for all future election coverage from the Mashup, we are going to double check what time the polls close before we announce on the podcast what time we're going to start.
We're gonna have fun, man. I'm excited about this one. So for those, well, let's start here, okay? We've got some very wonderful people who support the Mashup and the audience that's already starting to tune in. Six Rock Dairy, a different form of the dairy cartel out in BC. Same dairy cartel, too.
I think it's all one big cartel, but maybe they just have divisions and whatnot. Like local chapters.
It's possible. Well, Candace and John and their family, Six Rock Dairy out in Armstrong, BC, are supporting this British Columbia edition of election coverage. And a shout out to their entire family. And the girls, like their family has like a history with us. They wrote the Trudeau jingle for us, paid for it. Two girls. And if you ever get the chance to have one of their ice cream sandwiches, you should.
Yeah, I've heard
Armstrong,
about the ice
BC.
cream sandwich. Shaun went and visited them at one point, but didn't bring me back one, which I thought was very inconsiderate of him at the time.
I had one in the vehicle, folks, and it just magically disappeared. I don't know.
Actually, if we go to Brand and then click on Trudeau's song, we could all hear that.
Yeah. So we got Jericho sitting in with us tonight. So he's new to all this.
Well, he's new to the Mashup.
He's new to the Mashup. So it's first time. So Jericho, if you want to go to Brand on the far right, let's go down to
right
what do we
there.
got here?
And then Trudeau music. And turn it up.
Oh yeah.
Early mankind. More inclusive.
There we go. Exactly. Yes, thank you.
And the budget will balance itself.
Man, you are one pathetic loser. No offense.
No offense.
All right. Well, it's been a great show. Thanks for coming, guys.
Wherever you're listening to from tonight, Jericho, if you want to go hit up in the top right, let's check out comments. We're going to be looking at the comments as we go along, and hopefully, you'll chime in wherever you're tuning in from. We'd love to see where people are listening to us. Or watching from us, I would think, and we'd love to share and have you guys chime in. And Glenn Guibert is chiming in.
Yeah, well, I mean, he said let's just announce it now when we were talking about what time we were going to do the live stream election coverage, and I think maybe he's wanting us to make our announcements as as very legitimate.
Can you make it full
election
size?
covers?
Oh, we're having fun on this side, folks. There's no stress tonight. The first time we did this was with the Alberta election. I'm jumping on you, but the first time we did this was Alberta election, and within 15 minutes? Everything.
All of our AV had gone kaput,
and so there's no stress tonight. It's two Alberta boys with roots into Saskatchewan talking about BC politics. It's like this should be fun. There should be nothing else.
We don't know it. Well, we're not going to know everything about each riding, but we got a decent idea of what's been going on. We've been following it, as has all of our listeners. And if you're new to the show, thanks for coming by.
Yes, absolutely. Once again, I want to make sure I'm going to probably hammer this home a few different times tonight. Six Rock Dairy, Candace and John family, and the girls and everything. You want to hear something cool? You want to hear their kids' names?
Yes. Obviously.
Okay. So they have, it's John and Candace. Their oldest is Cash.
Cash.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're part of the dairy cartel. Why would they not name their kid Cash?
Mila, Lucy, Remington.
Nice.
Hey, there you go.
Nice.
Cash and Remington.
Does Remington have an awesome mustache?
And my daughter's name is Mila. That's a solid pick. And Lucy, I'm not holding you out. That's a good name too.
So I guess you could say that that would be a cash cow.
Sure. We got a great lineup for you tonight. Okay. Sitting in the background already is Anita Krishna. She's going to be joining us for the first hour. We're going to be joined as well as we go along by Carson Binda from Canadian Taxpayers Federation. Cat Canada is making an appearance. Then in the second hour, we got Chace Barber, Liam Parfitt, and Wyatt Claypool, all going to be hopping in at different points. And then hour 3, Clyde Nichols, Alex Zoltan will lead us up, and we're going to, and in that hour, we're going to start to break. We're going to start to see the live map. Jericho, if you pull up the live map.
Actually, real quick, before you do that, Jericho, I don't know if Shaun explained this to you because he drops the ball on the odd thing here and there. But if you click on any one of those comments on the right-hand side, they'll show up. So if you, for example, yeah, exactly. We got listeners from Blackfalds. We got, you name it. There's, Donald Schwartz, for the love of God, stop capitalizing all of your comments. Yes, but we can go through some of those later. But in the meantime, bring up the map.
Here's going to be the map. So this is going to be interesting tonight. So once the polls start coming in, this is gonna start to populate every 3 minutes. It's gonna update, and if Jericho runs his mouse across it on your computer, Jericho, we're gonna start to see all the different ridings. I think if you can find it there on yours, it's
So there you go.
Yeah, there you go. So you're gonna see as we go along and we start to get
go back down to North Coast Haida Gwaii. Yes. So that, for example, is the riding that Chris Sankey is running in. And that, interestingly enough, was the highest percentage win rate that the NDP won in last election. And I think it was 74% or something like that. And so that's going to be an interesting one for us to keep an eye on. I don't know if anybody else here is a fan of Chris Sankey, but the man is amazing.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the cool things about that is going to be the fact that once it starts coming in every 3 minutes, it's going to start to update. We're going to start to see, essentially what the polls are like live time. Every 3 minutes, it should pull in new data. And so it's going to start to light up, is it going to be orange? Is it going to be blue? The gray right now just shows there's no new data to watch. Okay, we got some people.
So, just real quick,
okay,
I would just like to point out that we're the only people ever who have a map and do not have government bailouts at the same time. The only other people who've done the map, other than us, are Global, CTV, and CBC. So this is kind of a big thing. You guys are basically watching history in action right now. If you're watching it anywhere else, you should turn that off and come here. But if you're watching it somewhere else, you didn't hear that.
So it's going to be a lot of fun. We got a lot of time ahead of us here tonight. We got 2 hours before the polls will start to show us anything.
Yep. Great scheduling.
Great
on that one, Shaun.
Shaun's here to have some fun, folks. Tuz has been ragging on me the entire time, and I'm excited. Everybody's coming. We got some different people chiming in. We got watching from the East Kootenays. We got watching from Maple Ridge. Conservatives, let's save BC. Or come on, conservative, let's save BC. You got. I don't know. It's going on and on and on. So wherever you're listening from, would love to have you guys chime in. And I don't know. Should we get to the first guest? Should we bring Anita in and have a little bit of fun here tonight?
I think we absolutely should.
All right. Let's bring in Anita. Anita Krishna, for you fine folks who don't realize, she's a former control room for news.
Hold on. Hello? Sorry.
Oh, hello.
We were just in the process of introducing you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I left. I unplugged. I took my headphones out, so I couldn't hear. Okay. Yeah. But continue.
All right. Shaun?
Well, once again, former control room newscast director for Global News, the evil empire. She's going to give us a live look at things out in BC.
Yeah. And we got from David, he says, I love Anita.
Lots of people. It's funny, Anita. You get a lot of every time I bring up that you're coming on tonight, we're getting a lot of love for you. So it's great to see you again.
Oh, it's so nice to see you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We, for listeners who don't know, once upon a time, Anita was. I was on my way out to Ottawa, and that was the last time we talked. That was over 2 years ago, I was sitting on the side of the road in the convoy, talking to Anita on your podcast about basically a live update from the convoy. So it's come a long ways since then, and it's great to have you back on this side.
Well, thank you. It's been a long time since I've seen you or talked to you, but you're always in my thoughts. Like everybody, everybody in this circle sort of, follows other people in this big circle as we've been doing for years, right? But the very first time I talked to you, a friend of mine who also worked at Global said, "Hey, have you heard of this guy, Shaun Newman?" This was a long time ago. This is before I got fired, right? And then a long time ago, you interviewed me on your podcast, and I think it was audio only. And I just said whatever I had to say back then, and nobody had heard of it at Global, so I didn't get fired for that. So still, it's like a secret,
Well, that was nice.
yeah, a deep, dark secret. And it was because of you introduced me to Daniel Bulford, who then became, oh my God, like a friend. I'm honored to know him. And that's what happened. And then I got fired right before the convoy started. And then when the convoy started, what hurt me so much was my news, Global News, was running all those stories of the Terry Fox or desecrating Terry Fox. People are peeing out there. I mean, we deliberately cut the shots to show how the convoy was. These were a bunch of renegade bad people, January 6th type people. That's what we were saying, right? And then I said, no. And I called you. You pulled over, did an interview with me, and I called another lady who was driving in a truck, and she gave me an interview in the big rig as a passenger. She was amazing. Her name is Leanne. I don't know if people know her. I've forgotten her last name right now, but she's amazing. And it was me showing the other side, showing what Global is saying is not true. And it hurt. It hurt to see my old station cover the convoy that way.
Yeah, I can just imagine, you've got all these people that you've worked with for a long time. You think you know them fairly well, and then when the news really matters, when we hit that kind of crucible where it was probably some of the most important coverage that we could have had.
Monitor off, or no feedback per section. Sorry. We're having a few things on this side wanting to talk.
Oh, go for it. Yes. This is how it is. This is live TV. This is how it is. And we don't have like a whole crew of technical people. We're just doing, so you say whatever you have to say. But yeah, go ahead. Mr. 222, what do I call you? What is the name that you...
Well, I've been given the moniker Twos,
Twos.
Over the years because there are so many twos in my name. And and that's kind of how things have gone from there. And so if you ever tune into the Mashup, it's me and Shaun every week covering everything interesting about the news. What's going on in the world, what's goofy, what makes you want to light things on fire, and the chicanery that we see in politics in Canada today.
Yeah. So people just call you Twos. So if I was going to call your name, I say Twos. Okay.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Now I'm curious as to what your name is, but anyway, you don't have.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. This is basically my Batman face, and then real life being Bruce Wayne, except I'm not a millionaire. But
look at your co-host had to leave to go do stuff, but that's the way.
Yeah, he had to go click a few buttons.
That's the way it is. I totally understand.
But you know what? I've been through this once, and this is just what happens. You get all the things going, you got all the cords going every way, and things start to go wrong. I'm like, nope, not tonight. Not tonight. Shaun's gonna be in a good mood all night long.
But it doesn't matter. You know why? Because this happens to professionals too. Like I directed so many newscasts. You think they were all perfect? Terrible things happen. And we had everybody. We have camera guys, audio guys. We have a feed room. We have editors, producers, directors. We have everything. And still stuff happens to us. And and we do shows with the StreamYard and stuff now. And look at what we do. So you should.
Well, it's funny, Anita. I'm like, I wish Anita could walk through the door and see what we're doing on this side. She'd probably have a good old try. I mean, in fairness, I think anyone at this point, if they walked in and seen our setup, they'd be like, that's what it is, eh? Well, it's allowing us to do this. We got over 1,000 people tuning in right now.
Yeah,
that's just begun, right? So,
can you bring up that T-shirt comment?
Welcome, everyone.
It's about fourth from the bottom. Oh,
Keep going up.
Keep going up. Right there.
Right
Down,
there. That
down,
one.
down,
Yep,
down,
there
down.
you go.
T-shirt. Anita. Oh, Anita is a gem. Not sure who has the best rants. Anita or twos. Oh,
We might have to have a
Oh,
rant
really?
off
Rant
at some
off?
we should
point.
have a rant off, man. I can rant. Like if I feel super passionate about something, I always say let her rip. Let her rip. Thank you. Thank you, T-shirt.
Well,
Yeah.
I tell you what. Let's talk about the BC election. Let's talk.
I mean, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, I mean,
right. Yeah.
you can rant on if you like. Bring us up to speed from your eyes on the British Columbia election. Like you know, I said this off the hop. You got two Albertans sitting on the far side of Alberta, like the opposite side of the BC border. We're sitting right on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. But this is what we do. We did Alberta. We're going to do BC. We're doing Saskatchewan in, you know, what is it, 10 days roughly.
Wow.
Heck, we're gonna take a stab at the US one. Why not? So
Oh, yes. People are interested. Yeah.
but we look, and this is why we bring you on. This is why we have our list tonight, and hopefully it, you know, it goes to somewhat to the plan. Regardless, I look at it and I go, Anita and others are going to tell us what we need to know about BC. We're going to have the live map, hopefully, and away we go. And at least then we can give where the election's at and all that good stuff. So I don't know, from your standpoint, what should sticks out to you about this election here tonight?
Okay, for me, in my world, I go between two worlds. So I have the, whatever you want to call them, I live in the world of the freedom fighters, the people who stood up for everything. You know who you are, the people that
Beautiful people.
recognize, the beautiful people that were not, that said, hey, wait a minute, what is going on here? So my worldview, my friendships, my relationships are all with people who know everything that's going on politically. They consume and follow this stuff, and those are a huge friend base I have. But I also work, because I had to get a regular job, with people that know nothing. And one of my best friends knows nothing. She just, like, I love her to death, but she has no opinions, no political opinions, doesn't know anything, never heard of a 15-minute city. And she's one of my closest friends. You know what I mean? So I always get distracted by the comments, but anyway, because I always want to read them. But so these are the two worlds I live in. And people at my normal job, my day job, know that I'm very into all this. And so this girl that I work with was like, well, what should I do? Who should I vote for again? I said, go blue, go blue. And I started to list off all the reasons why. So I am caught between these two worlds of people who are so switched on and people who are not switched on. Okay.
So if you're going to tell somebody to vote blue, what would you tell them?
Well, I would say you've got to go blue, because how can you, I always say orange bad, right? Or I don't say orange man bad. I say stay away from orange. Orange is the new bad.
The international color of danger. Yes. Yeah. Let's make that the official branding of the Socialist Party.
Yes, I guess so.
And they didn't see anything wrong with it.
No, so I say orange is the new bad. Orange is the new bad. But okay, so this is why we've had 7 years of the NDP, and we've had only 2 years of David Eby. Now, might I remind you, David Eby is our premier who was not elected. Nobody.
Yes,
it's like Kamala Harris. He was just put there.
Exactly.
He's the first Kamala Harris. Wait, before we skip over that, though, for listeners, right? I assume they understand this, but maybe just explain what went on there with how he became the premier of British Columbia.
Oh, well, he was running, but the lady that he was running against, that they were neck and neck with, her name is Anjali, and I'm Indian and I can't pronounce her last name.
It's a mouthful.
It's Andapurnai.
Sean would have zero chance.
Yeah, it's Anjali is her first name.
Andapurnai. Hey?
Andapurnai or something. Yeah. You know what? She was disqualified, and so by default he got in. Now I have to actually, I'm remiss in that I don't actually know what she was disqualified for, to be honest, but that's the crux of it, that in 2022 he just got in. So nobody cast a vote for him. So nobody cast a vote for him, but he entered the premiership with I believe it was a $6 billion surplus. And now we have a $9 billion deficit. It's something like that. It's either 6 or 9. So I don't know how in 2 years, what did you do with the money? Where is the money? How do you?
It got spent on drugs.
Yeah, probably, or got spent on government jobs, private sector jobs, or sorry,
Yep.
public sector jobs, not having the private sector flourish, right? So since this guy has been in here, we've had emergency rooms closed down. Nobody has a doctor. Nobody, has a family doctor. They just sort of lifted the mandates not too long ago, but they only do that as an election platform. Young people don't want to be here. People who have businesses don't want to start a business here. You are ruining the middle class. All the industries that should be flourishing, like mining, forestry, real estate, farming.
Well, real estate's been flourishing in BC, to be totally fair.
I don't think so. Do you think it's flourishing? What do you mean? Like,
Well, property values have certainly skyrocketed.
property values have skyrocketed, but homes are unaffordable pretty much everywhere, but probably better in Alberta and in Saskatchewan. Probably like way better prices for a detached family house. I mean, yeah, real estate is doing okay, but you can't get people into the home that they want to get into. You're spending $700,000 for a 1-bedroom old condo or something, like, I think that's what's going on. And I think that it's unaffordable. So like, you might have a house on the market that's $2 million. Who's going to pay? Who can get into that house? That's why people are leaving. And that's why I kind of think the real estate industry is dying. So all these things are dying, but because the media does not portray any of this or tell you any of this, people have apathy. People don't know what's going on. So when they have to tick a box as to who to vote for, they'll just see ads saying risky Rustad. John Rustad, he's risky. He wants to do this. He wants to, decimate healthcare. Well, who the hell runs on ruining healthcare? Nobody. He's not running on that. He's running.
I wish he would.
Just to go
It
out
would be
and say,
great.
yeah.
Just everything sucks about this. We're not going to do it anymore. The government running healthcare has been a disaster no matter which province you're in and no matter which party's in charge. So we're just going to do something else. He's actually been running off a European model. Which is interesting because it's a very middle of the road policy, I would say, but it gets treated as being an extremist view in this particular country that we love so much.
Yeah. I mean, we get praised for having medical care, free health care, and we do have it, but we don't have doctors. If you're really poor, then you can go to a doctor, but not everything is covered, like physiotherapy and chiropractor and stuff like that. You have to have private insurance for all that. They finally just got a bit of dental care, but not every dentist is in on that plan. So it's like things could be a lot better. I mean, you have like the thing that people have to understand is like how badly our taxes get gouged from us. 50% of our income, basically, you pay tax, but then you pay tax on everything else you buy. We are just getting robbed and robbed. So if I mismanaged anybody's funds as badly as the government mismanaged our funds and tells us, well, you have to deal with it, I would be fired in any other job. But it's okay for the government. But because the media doesn't tell people what to think about this, they don't think about it. So that I think that's one of the problems.
It even gets worse because we've talked about the ethics commissioner.
Just real quick, I just need to say something here. I just need to interject for a second.
Like
she is no. She is way better at ranting than I am.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
You win. Hands down.
Really? Okay. Well, we'll pick a topic and rant one day, like a fun topic. Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
Anyway.
But yeah, the ethics commissioner.
I'm going to go back to the ethics commissioner, old Von Finkelstein. And when they catch people, it's worse. Like if you manage money the way they do, okay, you'd be fired in any other job, 110%. But it's even worse than that. You get caught stealing or pretty much embezzling money to your own companies.
You get fired, have to pay it back, and you go to jail.
Now, what do you get if you're a politician?
Exposure.
You get exposure. That's what you get. You get exposure. You're like, how's that possible?
Well, it's because they wrote the rules.
Yes.
Yeah. There's no consequences. There's no consequences for being this bad. You're this bad. Look at Chrystia Freeland. Why is she the finance minister or and the deputy prime minister? What experience does she have? And has she run a bank? Has she? Does she have any experience?
Mark Carney is finance minister then.
David
What's that?
FL commented exposure,
Exposure
and
and a promotion. Yeah,
Yes,
he's
that's what you
absolutely
get
right.
in politics. That's a
Yeah.
great, yeah,
Oh.
right there. Exposure and
Yeah.
promotion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jericho, I managed to get into my Twos account on this new computer.
So now he's clicking on
I could take point on the comments if you like.
You know, one of the things we're using BC as, Anita, is
Yeah.
it like a stepping stone. So Alberta, we went, it was our province. It's a big election a year ago, and we came in, we were ready, guns blazing, and everything went
Yeah.
wrong. We went home
We
that
had
night.
all kinds of technical. We had a great time. We had a great show, and
Yeah.
we had lots of technical difficulty,
We had
which
15,000
limited.
or 8,000 people watching at the very start.
We
and
ended
then
up with
we had
15,000
everything
people
black
tuning
out,
in.
and yeah.
Oh wow, that's great. I mean, that was the Notley one. Notley and where Danielle Smith
Danielle
Smith
yeah.
just eked out a win, right? Like,
Mhm.
and why are they eking out a win? Because I guess like what I was saying is that the regular people don't know anything because they're so apathetic, they're uninformed. But the people that care, that want to go blue, are so passionate, so they will vote. So everybody I talk to wants to go blue. So you kind of think, well, we got at least a chance, but why is it so tight? Like, isn't Notley is very unpopular? Why was it so tight?
Well, I think BC's got a lot of stoners in it, and you pretty much have to be high on drugs to vote NDP.
Or dumb, or no, high on drugs. Yeah, that we got a lot of that, but also a lot of just people go, I don't know what's going on. We have a lot of that. Like, who do I vote for? Yeah,
But
like,
I mean, the whole concept of John being a risky candidate. I mean, you guys are kind of at rock bottom. Like, you're not as bad as Atlantic Canada, but as far as you guys go, it doesn't get much worse than this. And so
people don't want to
there's
stay
nowhere
here.
to. It can't get worse than this. So where is the risk? Worst case scenario,
Yeah.
it ends up being the exact same as it is right now, which
You
is
can
the NDP.
only go up from here. But the thing is, there are a lot of people that go to work and have a job and come home and they watch Netflix, like my friends, right? And then they don't really, what's happened to their life? Nothing. They didn't have their businesses ruined during COVID. They didn't have a mother they couldn't see in a care home. There are a lot of people that just had these normal lives, so they don't have a fire in their belly about what's happened.
And the public sector hiring and public sector, the economic growth portion of the public sector portion of the economic growth, which is a misnomer and shouldn't even be counted, by the way. But that part has just gone through the roof in the last several years. And so now you've got people with a vested interest in having do-nothing jobs where the government just hands them a livelihood and a ridiculous pension while accomplishing nothing on the backs of everybody else.
Yeah, they call it Club Fed. And like that school food program that has not served a meal, they have to hire people to get that going. So you have a government job, but they haven't served a single meal. How hard is it to serve a single meal?
They spent, what was it, $37 million to plant 0 trees. We spent $9 million to dig up 0 graves. And now we've spent a bunch of money to serve 0 meals. Why is anybody surprised at this point?
Why we don't have a revolution about this is because the news didn't tell you to be mad about it.
Yes. When this starts winding down at the end of the night and the scotch comes out, let's talk revolution live on the air, and hopefully it all goes well.
I don't know how you do it, a revolution.
I hope it starts with
Anita,
scotch.
before we bring in our next guest to join along with this conversation, I want to know your prediction on tonight. Obviously, we're a little ways away. Your prediction. I want a prediction. Who's gonna be? Is it who you think's gonna win? And
well, I don't want to jinx it. I'll just go like this.
I'm jinxing nothing. You think you can't say it on here, and all of a sudden, nope, doesn't happen.
Okay.
That isn't the way the world.
So I went to buy a little bottle of bubbly today in case they did win. That I was going to crack it open, and we'll crack it open. And I asked the liquor store guy, I go, "Hey, it's voting day today," and he goes, "Yeah." I go, "Are you going to vote?" He goes, "Oh, I'm going in. This is the first year my whole family can vote." And he goes, "I want the blue guy." He said, "I want the blue guy."
Papa Smurf?
The Blue Man Group. Yeah. Well, he said conservative. He goes, "I want conservative. I want conservative." He goes, "I'm so sick. Look at how the economy is." And he started to go on. He goes, "And I don't like Trudeau either," he said. So all it was one question. He had so much to say because people don't talk about this. So I'm going to say, based on that and other people I've talked to, and in my worldview, I say the Conservatives will win. and they should win. There you go. I'm going to predict Conservatives.
Conservatives. Twos, do I need to add anything into the predictions? Or just Conservatives? We just saying they win. That's going to be...
It can be as specific or as vague as you like.
Okay. All right. There it is. Anita Krishna at the start of the she's gonna
calling
start
it.
with the Conservatives are gonna win. We're gonna bring in Carson Binda. He's the BC director of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. Carson, thanks for joining us tonight.
Hi, Carson.
We can't hear you.
Oh, here, I'm gonna unmute him here.
How's that? Can you hear me loud and clear now?
Now we can.
Yeah,
now we
you
can.
betcha.
Now, before we thank you for joining us. First off, appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on the show.
Well, I reached out to Chris Sims because we got talking. Chris Sims, we're both big fans of Chris
Huge
Sims,
fans.
along with Franco.
And Franco.
Franco Terrazzano. And I reached out to her saying, like Canadian taxpayers, tell us somebody out in BC. She gave us your name. And so, honestly, thanks for answering the call and hopping on this side. And we appreciate you, coming into our world. This is our world.
Yeah.
Chris comes into it quite often, being here in Alberta with us, but we appreciate you hopping on with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's exciting to be able to talk to the folks out east about what's going on in BC, because it is a crazy evening tonight.
Okay, well,
It
let's
is.
start there.
Why do
Crazy
you
evening.
think it's crazy?
Yeah, why do you think it's crazy? What's going on, and what do you want the rest of us to know about?
So BC, for a long time, has had a reputation of somewhere where politics can change at the turn of a hat. I mean, we go from BC Liberals to NDP, really radical changes in government. And it looks like tonight might be keeping in line with that. We have had frankly, an oppressive NDP government in this province since 2017. Life has gotten wildly unaffordable to the point that the lineup at the food bank in my neighborhood grows every single week, every single time I walk past it.
You
British
should stop
Columbia-
walking past it.
Hey, you know what? That might just solve the problem. But you know what I think would really solve the problem is cutting the taxes that make it so expensive to live, to work, to play here in beautiful British Columbia. To put it in context, a family making $100,000 a year in Vancouver will pay about $90,000 this year in taxes, utility fees, and housing. Someone in Calgary is only paying about $46,000 in those essentials.
Did
So
you just
imagine-
say 90%? You said
yeah.
100.
Imagine you got a 6-figure job and you have 10 grand a year to spend on a vehicle and food.
Yeah, let alone save it. Like, God forbid you're able to actually save any money.
Or wear
in-
clothes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's insane. And over that same time period, as this cost of living crisis has been intensifying here in British Columbia, government's been getting bigger and bossier, hiring way more bureaucrats than we know what to do with as a province. And that is making life unaffordable.
Okay, so I've seen a few trend lines, a few graphs, but not a lot of specific numbers. When exactly did the government hiring take off, and to what extent?
Yeah, so
And then also, and also as a follow-up, what added benefit have the taxpayers seen from it?
Yeah, so from 2017, which is when the NDP came to power, to now, adjusted for inflation, spending has gone up by about 46%, and that's adjusted for inflation. At the same time period, population has only grown by about 12%. So inflation and population growth, that's not to blame for the explosion, the 46% increase in government spending that we've seen here in BC. And you asked a great question. What do we have to show for it? Well, groceries are 32% more expensive for British Columbians. Owning a home is about 37% more expensive for British Columbians. Renting is 32% more expensive. Gasoline is 53% more expensive than it was back in 2017. So folks, we're talking about groceries, homes, and gas. These are essentials. These aren't luxuries that only the fat cats should be able to afford. Every single British Columbian needs a roof over their head and groceries to feed their families. So for this massive explosion in government spending, in the bureaucracy, all we have to show for it are worse and worse and worse outcomes.
Okay. Have they done anything? One of the things I like about the Canadian Taxpayers Federation is that they're nonpartisan. And so even if somebody that I don't like in politics, which to be fair is all of them, does something well, You guys will give credit where it's due. What kind of wins have the NDP had since 2017?
Well, under previous Premier John Horgan, who was
Mhm.
Premier right up until 2022 when David Eby took over, we were running modest surpluses. John Horgan left David Eby with, I think it was a $3 or $4 billion surplus. That's
I thought
good.
it was 6, but yeah, like a surplus.
Yeah.
How do you squander a surplus of that magnitude? And how many zeros is that? Like, think about it, how they do this to us. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's not just that. David Eby took this big multi-billion-dollar surplus that John Horgan left him and turned it into the biggest deficit we have seen in British Columbia's history. This year, the deficit's well over $9 billion.
Yes, right.
Interest, just the interest on that deficit's costing us about $4.7 billion this year, roughly $900 per British Columbian. So really, Premier Eby took this big surplus and absolutely blew it, turned it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit in 2 years.
Where do you think this money goes? Is it all these government jobs, programs? Like, how do you do this? How do you do this? Imagine you're a mom. I'm a mom. You have a family budget. Imagine if you say to the kids, "I spent it. Sorry." Like, yeah. How does he do it?
So you grow the bureaucracy at rates that nobody can afford, and you spend money on dozens of different program areas. You blow through your capital budgets. Just to give you an idea of what I mean when I say they're blowing through their capital budgets, there are 3 hospital projects in this province that are more than $1 billion over budget. There is a train line, a small train extension for the SkyTrain. It's already more than $2 billion over.
They're getting the same people who are doing the Green Line in Calgary on that?
Yeah, it seems
Is
like
it? Is it? Because it's SNC Lavalin. That's the thing nobody talks about in Calgary. It's SNC Lavalin that's doing that. Is it them in BC too?
I'm not sure who they've actually contracted to build these new SkyTrain stations, but I think you just gave me an idea for a whole bunch of freedom of information requests. I'm looking forward to filing on Monday morning.
Okay, I will say in their defense, though, that you keep talking about these hospitals that are $1 billion over budget. As far as governments go, that is a huge win.
Yeah, they get to say, look at us. We're investing in healthcare.
Well, no, but only being $1 billion over budget.
He's being a jackass is what he's being. And he's not that wrong, because $1 billion in today's world, you're like,
look at the Trans Mountain Pipeline. That went something like 400% over budget, 500% over budget, something like that. I mean, it was in the tens of billions. And so, if they can build a hospital only $1 billion over budget, I feel like that's good. That's basically like a red light deal.
Yeah, big
can
win
you
for
imagine
taxpayers.
anybody squandering money like that? You imagine any of us running our own households and squandering money like that and thinking that that's okay.
Look, if I went over budget on a big project, I'd be worried about getting a pink slip. I wouldn't be counting on bonuses from the taxpayers again. Right? So this is what's happening. We've created a culture in Victoria and across BC where we're rewarding failure. Government runs over budget. They screw up their programs. They miss their targets and objectives. And their solution is, hey, let's add some more government. With just a bit more government, we can get this done. And
well, that's the thing, is they just didn't have quite enough government the last time they tried.
Yeah, the reason things go over budget is because there's not enough red tape. I think that's the way they think about these issues.
So everybody's sitting here on this little chat right now.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of on the same page.
Well, I'm wondering, because I'm like, there's way too much common sense being talked right now, and I don't know if the people can handle it. But you guys have had, forgive me if I'm wrong, folks, and all you lovely BC folks out there, you've had the Liberals, which is like a swear word in this studio.
Yeah,
you got the NDP, which aren't a real party.
Well, not a serious party.
Now we might have the Conservatives. Like, just give me the sense out there. Anita was telling me her story of being at the liquor store buying a little bubbly. Like, hey, maybe we can celebrate something tonight. Carson, are you like at all? I know nonpartisan, everything else, but like, is there like a vibe in British Columbia where you're like, that's kind of different? Maybe the Conservatives really do have a shot here.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the growth of the Conservative Party in BC has been astonishing. 2 years ago, they had $6,000 in their bank account and about 300 members. Now they are this close tonight to winning the Premier's office. I can't think of another case in Canadian history, certainly not in BC history, where there's been that quick a growth of a movement, of a political party. And
2015 NDP.
Hey, you know what? They might be close. I think they had a bit more than $6,000 in the bank account.
Well, the federal party doesn't hardly have more than $6,000 in the bank account right now.
Oh yeah, I think Jagmeet Singh is shaking out his couch cushions, looking for every spare loony and toonie right now. But yeah, so the winds of change are blowing in British Columbia, and I don't know whether the Conservatives or NDP will win the election tonight. But what I do know is that this has shown that British Columbians are fed up. They're fed up of
Yes.
big bossy government. They're fed up of not being able to afford a home, not being able to afford groceries. I mean, 1 in 5 British Columbians are food insecure, according to Food Bank Canada right now. 1/5.
Jesus.
And this is in one of the most resource-wise wealthy places in the whole wide world.
Well, I mean, you guys have all the orchards.
Yeah. Well, exactly. We should be growing enough food to feed those 1 in 5.
You guys have quite a bit of coastline.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that Victoria likes to put their poop directly into it, there's still quite a few fish growing in and around it.
Well, and here's a dirty little secret. Vancouver's no different. We pump a bunch of sewage into the Strait of Georgia as well.
Nice.
I didn't know that you guys, it must be a pretty big pipeline to go all the way to Georgia. Here's a question, though. I read CTV said that the Conservative Party had the biggest projected year one deficit out of their electoral promises. But it's from CBC, so I kind of take it with a grain of salt. How does that look?
Yeah, so right now, the NDP are projecting roughly a $9 billion deficit, and the Conservatives' deficit will likely be $1 billion higher than that. And that's unacceptable. There is no reason the Conservatives should be worse at budgeting than the New Democrats. I think what's happened is they've promised a whole bunch of tax cuts, which is needed. British Columbians need tax relief, especially on things like the carbon tax. But they haven't done a good job of finding savings. When you cut taxes, you need to find those savings as well. And they haven't done a great job so far of doing that.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny. Like we talk so much about Franco Terrazzano and Chris Sims, right? I mean, obviously, Chris Sims.
Meanwhile, I got to get this guy on speed dial.
Who is this Carson Binda coming in, rolling in, firing? I mean, BC shaking it tonight. I like it. I like it. Now, before we got Cat Canada soon to be joining us as well. But Carson, you can stay around for that discussion if you want. If you got other things you got to run and do, we totally understand. But we're going to extend this invite to all of our guests, knowing that we're going to go past probably the 9 o'clock hour on our side.
We're going to go way past the 9 o'clock. So
if anybody wants to join us later
tonight,
and is
just
open
hop
to
right
that,
back on.
Yeah, or we can certainly text and line that up. But either way, we're going to throw that to everybody. Who's your predictions on tonight? Like, where's your gut feeling? Are you keeping it with are we going to have a blue vote here? Or are you saying Conservatives? Or do you have a different thought?
Yeah, it is truly too close to call right now. And
that's not that's not a prediction. That's not a prediction. I want a prediction.
Here's my prediction. My prediction is that this election is going to be decided in Surrey. It's going to come down to Surrey Serpentine, Surrey Cloverdale, and those other suburban ridings. My prediction is that whoever wins Surrey wins British Columbia.
Really? Oh, you know, David Eby was campaigning in that area, and he went to some mosques to talk to the Muslim people there, but they didn't really agree with him on the whole Gaza situation, and they wanted him to condemn what Israel was doing, and it was a very touchy subject, and I don't know how much love Eby has there. I think even that community is turning from him, and I'm Fijian Indian, and there's a big Indian community in Surrey. It's across the bridge from here, from where we are. And I think the Indian community, certain facets of them are sick of all the, this is going to sound bad, but no, it's not going to sound bad. All the temporary foreign workers coming here, taking the jobs, because our government then subsidizes other companies to hire those workers. So regular Canadian teenagers, whatever, can't get a job flipping burgers and brewing coffee. So even the Surrey Indians are mad at that.
I'm gonna
That's-
hop in. I'm gonna hop in here. I just want to make sure that we bring Cat Canada in. I'd had her on for a certain time, and I want to make sure we got.
All right.
Carson, you gave me specifics, but you still didn't give me who you think's gonna win. Can I hold you to who? Or you know, you're playing this middle ground.
Play.
So,
You can play
I
the middle
think
ground.
British
He can't-
Columbians.
Do we play the middle ground on this show too? We don't play the
No,
middle
but he's a
ground.
guest. We don't play the middle ground, but he can. I'm not going to compel his speech. My name isn't Justin.
I think this is a change election. We saw that with the sky.
You're going with conservatives in Surrey, aren't you?
I am. I'm going with the conservatives.
Two
Take
for two.
Surrey and seal the deal.
All right,
But
sweet.
You know what? We'll see shortly after 8 p.m.
Carson, if you want to stay on, you can to the top of the hour, or if you got to run, we totally understand. Either way, after
Thank you
8
so
o'clock,
much.
after 8 o'clock, we'll be reaching out to everybody again because we're going to stick on for a bit. So to have everybody come back on as we get real live data coming in on the map will be a lot of fun, I think, and we can pay attention to Surrey at that time too, if you're so interested.
Absolutely, gentlemen. I do have to head out
Cool.
pretty quick here, but
Nope,
thank you
awesome.
so much
Thanks
for
thanks for
today.
hopping on.
I really
Hopefully-
enjoyed this.
Yeah, hopefully you can come back on.
Absolutely. Take care, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Okay, well, we're going to bring in next. She's the managing editor, social media director for the Counter Signal, social media personality on X, communism escapee who now unapologetically advocates for individual rights and freedoms. We're talking about Cat Canada. So, Cat Canada, thanks for hopping on.
Hey, Kat,
Thanks,
great
Rob.
to see you again.
Thanks for having me on, Shaun. Nice to see you guys. Hi, Anita.
Hi, Kat.
Huge fan of yours, especially
Oh,
after you left Global.
Oh, thank you. Well, they kind of threw me out of there with the slingshot, but yeah, but thank you. I really
Right.
appreciate your support online. And yeah, no, Cat Canada is awesome. And I'm a fan of yours because you were on the beach with Trudeau. Weren't you?
That was me.
That was
You were on the beach?
so good.
That,
Did you? Yeah.
yeah, so that was me filming. I don't know if you guys saw the
The
13
interview
minutes.
with Kian, right?
Yeah. So we went down there to see if we can locate him, and I said a little prayer before we got to the beach, and sure enough, like 30 minutes later, he popped up.
You
That
should have
was
prayed to win the
amazing.
lottery.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just I prayed and it happened.
Walk us through that experience because it's one thing to watch it. It's another thing to be there in person. What were your thoughts on that whole exchange?
My biggest, the biggest shock to me was that he actually agreed. That was the part that was so shocking, because how many times have you seen reporters like Rebel News or maybe independent people trying to approach him to ask a question and to get an answer? And what does he do? He arrests Rebel News reporters. He uses his security detail. He doesn't answer. He doesn't talk. He just runs away. He shields himself. Like, he never answers an unfriendly question ever. And this guy decided, I don't know what caused it. I honestly don't know. Like, I have no clue.
Was a little spliff right before you got there, maybe? I mean, that's kind of his jam, isn't it?
Can't speculate. Okay. It was a public beach. It wasn't very, full of people. It was very kind of deserted. Kian and I were there. We were hoping that he would show up because we kind of, tried to time it in a way that, he might be coming out to the beach after dinner. We were hoping that that's what would happen. Sure enough, that's what happened. We approached him. Kian, was very friendly. He asked for a selfie at first to see if, what his reaction would be. Trudeau put his hands on him and said, "Get away from me. No, I'm not interested," blah, 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 etc. So, and then you can see the exchange happening and unfolding after that. If you guys want to see the full video, people can just go to Kian Bexty's YouTube page. The full thing is there. And he just, after the exchange, that was a little bit tense at first. His security detail was there telling us to leave. I was trying to be compliant. I didn't feel like, being smashed down into the sand with a knee in my back. So I was like, okay, we're leaving. And then he's like, you know what? Just give us 5 minutes. So he took down the guard. He told his dogs to back off and walked with us and answered some questions, albeit in a very snarky way. He didn't actually give us any answers, but he agreed. That was shocking. When it was all over, Kian and I looked at each other and we said, what the heck just happened? How did that even come about? It was shocking. Shocking.
Mm-hmm.
10 minutes, I think, like the duration of the video was about 13 minutes in total. And I think about 12 of those minutes was us walking with him along the beach. I was holding my phone. It was just an iPhone. We didn't have anything fancy with us. And Kian was just talking with him and doing a good job grilling him. And at the end, he also told me that he was surprised that he decided to talk with us. And yeah, we were just both shocked.
He doesn't even give Rebel News like a press accreditation for press
Yeah.
conferences.
Yeah.
He considers them garbage news. He doesn't even give them any respect as an alternative news source. You couldn't even get to a press conference if you wanted to. So the fact that he even stopped and talked for that many minutes was staggering. I don't know what possessed him to do that. That's
Well, I mean,
like a scoop. Anyway,
You think of like when you're scrolling Twitter, and every once in a while something will shock you. And when I hit that video, it shocked me. I was like, what? What? You had to pause for a moment and be like, but is this a deep fake? Is this one of those like funny videos that's going to, turn in funny? And instead it was like, no, this actually happened. Like, this is pretty incredible as you've alluded to multiple times, or talked about, I shouldn't say alluded to. Shoot twos.
Oh, I was just going to say, we got a comment here that I kind of wanted to touch on. Somebody said, we just got power back on, LOL. Now, has anybody else heard about the rolling blackouts and the power outages that are happening and the issues that the vote centers have been having in BC so far today? I mean, it kind of seems like a water pipe breaking in Michigan to me.
We've had terrible flooding because we've now had an atmospheric river here on voting day. We've never had heat domes and atmospheric rivers before. And when the first one we had, I was still working at Global, and our meteorologist there, she's the small one there. She was like, "Oh, I never heard of this before. This is a new term." And then all of a sudden, she had to go.
And she's an actual meteorologist.
She's the meteorologist. They all are, and she's never heard of this. And all of a sudden, this is a new term for extreme rainfall that happens to come and wash out bridges and affect people on voting day. And there's massive flooding, like in Burnaby, close to me, and stuff like that. But I have not heard, because I haven't been online, if any voting centers were affected. Mine up here was not affected. Everything was still in working order. But I don't know.
Something to pay attention to.
Yeah, we actually we covered the whole, scary names, and there's actually a really strong correlation. It looks like somebody took a Reddit thread from about 8 years ago that had all the best wrestler names and just put the word climate in them.
Yeah. Stone Cold Steve Climate, or what?
Basically, that's
basically
more or less what they did.
It was week by week. He was saying, "What color are they going to go to next?" They're going to have
there
to
was
do
that. Yeah, we did like 5
and then
weeks
there
in
was
a
the
row
names,
with
it was
what's
whole
the
thing.
next scary color.
Now I'm going to pull this derailment, and this is a fun chat, by the way. I'm going to pull back to the BC. I want to get Kat's thoughts on the BC election here.
I mean, that's what we have her here for.
And I would like to get her thoughts on what she is seeing on the BC election. Whether it's what's sticking out to you, Kat?
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm seeing and what's sticking out. So I'm sure you know my friend Brittany. She's been doing a lot of work with the BC Conservatives, putting out lots of content, promoting the message, etc. So her and I are receiving messages from first-time voters, people who live in BC who have literally never voted in their life before, and they're showing up to vote Conservative because they're sick of the chaos that the BC NDP has foisted upon us over the last however many years. I'm receiving these messages. She's receiving these messages. I have people who are supporting me on my X page who are former liberal / NDP lefty type people who've become completely disillusioned with the party because they're seeing the needles, the drugs, the poverty. That's what I like to say NDP stands for: needles, drugs, poverty.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And I saw it somewhere. I can't take credit. And they're out there volunteering their time for their local conservative candidates, and they're knocking on doors and they are just so energized to vote conservative. This is the thing that stuck out to me the most from observing it from an online perspective, because I'm online, like terminally online. So when I receive messages and when I'm seeing people doing these things, this is what I see. That's what sticks out to me the most. So this is like giving me hope. It's giving me hope.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's pretty cool to see people, first time voters. That's huge. I mean,
we've wondered, like, what is it going to take to get people interested in
politics,
in this
Yeah.
civic duty?
Yes.
Honestly, I hate that. I hate apathy. Now, there's a huge group of people that think your vote doesn't mean anything. They're all corrupt anyway. It doesn't matter. And yeah, maybe, okay, there's an element of that. Maybe when you
It is a
become
fair argument. Yeah.
it is a fair argument that they feel hopeless. They don't like any of the people anyway. And when they get in, you do have to play the game. You can't go in and wave a magic wand and all of a sudden it'll be no taxes for anyone. You have to.
That's what they're doing in Argentina.
Yeah. Things are changing there. I don't know. You have to play the game a little bit, and but hopefully he will have some. Will he even have autonomy to do these things? I think, yeah, he will. If he gets in and starts making changes, then we actually have a shot, because John Rustad seems to have a good head on his shoulders, and he also seems to have a good heart. And we can all be skeptical about he's a politician, but I think he's running because we need him, and he's the right guy. He's the right guy right now. Like, I've met him. I like him. And there's always a part of us that we don't trust anybody fully, but I like that guy. I really like him.
Did you guys hear the stat from the previous election that apparently only 54% of eligible voters showed up to vote? There's a lot of apathy happening here in BC. And what I was saying earlier, I think that is changing in this election, because we've all seen the videos of the before and afters where it was, a flourishing community. And then all of a sudden it's completely overrun with tent cities, filth, drugs, needles, homeless people. I feel it myself. I've recently had to move because my landlord sold her place. So I've had to find a new place, and my rent literally shot up by just like $1,000. Like $1,000. That was a lot to deal with. Yeah. And that was just in 7 years. The rents have nearly doubled in this province. So I think the financial crunch is getting people to kind of finally pay attention.
For sure, when the pocketbook gets hit,
that's when
people really start to pay attention. But if I can tie in, we let off the hour pretty much with Anita's background and working for Global, and then Anita said they shot her out like a slingshot, and I said, yeah, why this show is possible is because all these things happened, and now we just collect all of you and we put you into this.
I mean,
and
let's
now
be honest, like if the mainstream media did a good job of their job, none of us would even be interested in doing it. It might be it might be fun. Nobody here would be here right now if they did their job.
That's absolutely right. We like, I'm a broadcaster and I love doing it, but I just had a normal job and I'd be fine having a normal job. The reason I do any videos or podcasting or interviewing of anything is because I care so much, and because I saw firsthand that the news did not care about you people as citizens. They cared about whatever the narrative is. And the narrative that came down through us, that was fed through us, through Associated Press, through which is owned by Reuters, was complete garbage. Well, it was misinformation.
The only you people that the mainstream media has ever cared about is the one that Don Cherry said.
Who are they?
Yeah.
The you, it's not, when I say you people, I meant
I know. I'm just being difficult.
This is Anita. Welcome to having twos discuss things with you. We got Jericho in here. He's been producing for us today, and he's got to witness
every once in a while whenever I say something.
We're like grumpy old men on this side. He does this to me nonstop. And by the end, and then Jericho takes his side and says, "Oh, you were swearing at him." I'm swearing at him because he's being a jackass and he won't leave me alone.
Yeah, And then he's like, "Yeah." So he said that Shaun was the nagging wife. So I got that going for me. Which
I'm the nagging wife. I'm the nagging wife.
the adult in the room, right?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
We got comments saying how it's really hard not to be black pilled. I don't really buy into the whole white pill, black pill, red pill, blue pill. At this point, I'm just straight laughing gas.
It's like you're having a baby. I got gas. They gave me gas when I was having a baby. But
Kat,
anyway,
we've been taking predictions on the election. You do not have to leave at top of the hour. I don't know your schedule on your side, but if you have to hop out, by all means, you're not going to hurt or offend any of us. You are welcome back later on in the show. Anytime you can give us time, we'll gladly have you on here.
Absolutely.
But we've been doing predictions, so we want to know what your thoughts are. Okay, I'm not going to spoil it with what other people have said. We'll just see what Kat has to say for a prediction.
This is pure speculation and cautious optimism. It's BC Conservatives get in with a razor-thin margin. That's my prediction.
Razor thin.
Yeah.
Razor
as a
thin.
majority or as
I don't know. I don't know if I want to say that.
BC
Okay.
Conservatives razor thin.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna. I can see Chace in there. He seems to be having fun. Yeah, he's in the
Yeah.
background. Nobody can see it yet, Chace. but
why does he have two cameras?
I don't know. He's having fun.
fancy.
We tell Chace to be in a quiet spot with this and this. He's probably riding around in one of his electric trucks right now.
Well, they should be quiet.
They
Shouldn't
should. Sure, fair enough. Kat, are you hanging around for a bit, or do you got to go?
I don't have to go. I can still hang around. I will hop off when I do need to go. I've got 2 other
Sure.
streams to join. And
Fair enough.
When I'm done with those, I'd be happy to hop back
Sure.
on.
Well, I
Still
think
have me
we're
around.
going to be back on here for a while. So if you hop off, I'll message you to let you know. If there's time, we can line that up. Regardless, we're going to bring on Chace Barber to add to the conversation here. CEO and founder of Edison Motors. Chace, come on over, big fella. Whereabouts are you?
What are you, May West?
Like, you know how I am with scheduling. I was out on the road. I'm like, oh, right, the Shaun Newman podcast right now. So I'm going to an election party by one of the people that are running. And they're
Did you have a breakdown? Did you have a breakdown?
No, sorry, I just pulled over because
The women of the show showed up. Anita was 45 minutes early. Kat
It
was
was
at least
impressive.
20 minutes early. Chace pulled over on the side of the road and he's like, oh no.
I forgot
Oh,
about
that
you.
was
doing
today?
something tonight.
I am the worst for scheduling. Like, I book too many things all at once.
Anyway,
Well,
you're here.
You're here. Give us your thoughts, Chace, on BC. Let's hear your thoughts on it.
Well, my thoughts are this is going to be a really, really interesting election because you have the Conservatives, that's this relatively new party. They've got a couple of people that have a lot of experience, but it's a lot of people outside of politics. So it's a fresh change, people that aren't normally involved in politics coming in, and that's something I think that BC really, really could use. Now, because they're not in politics, a few of them are a little bit quirky, a little bit different. But I think that fresh change is going to do so well for the province.
Yeah, it's interesting. They we're planning on doing basically a whole segment on it later, but the BC NDP put out this huge thing about how extremist and crazy so many of them are, and they linked all these things that are fairly normal. Like,
Yeah.
They think the COVID vaccines weren't effective.
Excuse us.
Ooh, scary. We're such extremists for thinking that.
You guys remember that? They're like, hey, if we hit 70% of people get the vaccine, we'll relax all the restrictions, we'll have herd immunity, we'll hit our goal at 70%. We had 90% vaccinated, and they're like, no, the restrictions are still on. The vaccines totally work, but don't worry, we're just going to keep all the restrictions on despite saying we could remove them anyways. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, there were so many things that just changed weekly with that. I mean, we have. Oh no, wait, I don't have it handy. We'll come back to it later.
But in BC, we were the only province.
I don't have my 3 monitors that I usually have for episodes. So sorry, continue though.
I was just going to say, in BC, we were the only jurisdiction in the world that kept those mandates till the bitter end. Where the nurses, right?
Literally June 24th this year,
Yeah.
they ended the
sorry.
scare.
That's right. Right, Kat. Like none of our, we have like thousands of healthcare workers out of work, paramedics, bus drivers, posties, airline pilots. They didn't give a shit, about all those people and their jobs. You tell me that they care about us? They're trying to ruin the middle class.
I have a friend who is a nurse. She's a seasoned emergency nurse. I think she has 15 plus years of experience. She didn't want to submit to a second jab. And so they let her go with just cause. And this was after they had spent $50,000 to train this woman to be an ICU nurse.
Oh,
as we all know, there's an extreme shortage of nurses that specialize, right? So
yeah.
After they spent time and money on this woman, my friend, they still let her go because she didn't want to submit to a second one. And now she works out east. She travels for 6 weeks at a time out east and then comes back for, 1 or 2 weeks for her off times to be with her family. That is how absurd it is here in British Columbia.
I mean,
Yeah.
our emergency room can't even stay open. It closes multiple days per week because they don't have enough staff to keep it open. But yet they're like, we can't keep the emergency room open, but we're not allowing some nurses back to work. Are you shitting me?
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if my nurse is vaccinated if I'm literally having a heart attack. Like,
That's right. Whereabouts are you?
Yeah, and also Glenn wants to know, why isn't it a deluge of rain where you're at?
Yeah, where are you? Yeah, because it's so nice where you are.
We're married. It's been beautiful and sunny. You guys get a
Oh, okay. Oh, he's in Merritt. Okay, cool. That's where we all should be. Anyway.
Chace, curious from a business owner standpoint, what do you like? Is there anything about the NDP or to the Conservatives that you're like, as
or
a
the
business
Green Party? They're in it.
The Green Party, whatever.
We haven't spent nearly enough time talking about the Green Party tonight.
But
folks.
How do they even get a seat at the table? They're such a non-starter with her farmers market values or whatever. I don't know. No, never mind. Go on.
Sorry, why are we shit talking farmers markets?
No, I love farmers market. No, I don't. That was a wrong comment or whatever. She's just so. She doesn't get you excited. You can't get behind her. There's nothing about her where you go, oh yeah, I love what you have to say there. She's just so vanilla.
I disagree.
Whiny.
All of the leaders-
Whiny.
I've met pretty well all the leaders for all the parties with that whole MMP thing, going down to Parliament a few times. I got to give credit to the Green Party because I blew off the Green Party for years and years, like my entire life. And then I actually sat down with Sonia, and the things she was saying, she has a lot of common sense from a politician. I don't always agree with her. I'll put that right out there. There's a lot of things I do not agree with her on, but she can rationally argue her point. She can, one thing that really resonated hard with me that gained my support and my respect for her, we were talking about the economy and environmental, and she says, hey, some of the third world has the worst environmental records. Canada has great environmental protections because we have a great economy. She's like, if we let our economy go, we can't afford to have it. People aren't going to be putting solar panels on their roof when they're worried about putting groceries in their fridge. She's like, if we want to have good environmental protections, we have to have a good economy. And I respect that notion. That's such a rational thought to come from the Green Party that it gained a lot of respect for me.
But how much of a priority is that? Because she still loves her solar panels and windmills and all that type of thing.
Well, yeah, like they just want to put a solar panel on every tent.
Yeah, like that's practical. I mean, yes, she does have a good head on her shoulders. She can argue with some sense, but she's got these very weird environmental policies that I don't jive with.
Well,
And she
they
doesn't
want to have
much-
windfall profit taxes for oil and gas companies, for example. That's one of the planks that she's running on right now tonight.
The windmill tax?
No, windfall profits, which is
windfall.
vague. It basically just says that if the oil and gas companies make money, then the government is going to take that money, which is kind of how things run in Canada
The
anyway.
oil and gas companies should be flourishing without question here. We shouldn't be. There's so many things we could do to cultivate that industry to make it better for all Canadians and people in BC. Why is it that in my lifetime we just have one oil refinery in BC? Why don't we have more? Why don't we cultivate that? Why are we so like oil and gas is bad and carbon this, carbon tax, and we need carbon in the atmosphere, for God's sake. I don't.
I agree with Sonia's point, and this is one of the things that I was talking about, that pipeline to Kitimat, and her was that the BC government subsidized billions and billions of dollars to get that natural gas pipeline built, when the Chinese state oil and gas company owns about 40% of that pipeline. So why are BC taxpayers subsidizing a Chinese oil and gas company to build a pipeline to extract our gas? BC residents should be getting paid the fuck by China. Like, we should be making a windfall off of that natural gas that China's buying. China should be paying us. We shouldn't be
That's
subsidizing.
right. That's right. And if we do smart business, if you're a businessman, are you going to make that kind of a deal? No. In your private life? No, that's stupid. But if you're the government, you do all kinds of stupid business deals, you know?
Well, it's because the people making the decisions are distanced from the consequences of the decisions.
Very
for
smart.
a politician. Thank you. I mean, for a politician, first order is get elected. Second order is get reelected. Third order is get as much power as possible. And none of those have anything directly to do with bad financial decisions made at the level of a government.
It's like they have carte blanche to do what they want, and the people have no power. We have no power to maybe we do have power, and sometimes the vote is the only thing that gives you power. Oh, Clyde is making a comment.
Well, Clyde's going to be on later tonight.
Yeah,
Clyde says, what about my windfall wage? I'm rolling it in as a mechanic and a YouTuber. Well, obviously that needs to be punished.
Yeah, we should punish
and
you.
that's why we endorse, Shaun and I are both endorsing the NDP tonight.
Oh, you're the two. Thank God you're in a different province.
Chace, I'm going to go back. I want to finish this off. Just you brought up the Greens because Two's brought up the Greens, but when you look at the two
contending parties,
yeah, you got the NDP, you got the Conservatives. Where you sit with Edison Motors, is there either one that you go like, well, maybe this can do? I mean, your story with the NDP, I'm going to assume has you voting differently, but we don't need to know you're voting where you're going with that. Just like, does the Conservatives offer you anything better than what's currently happening under the NDP?
Yeah, they offer us a good economy. Here's the thing is that
boom. Yep.
Every sawmill is closing down. Well, if I'm building logging trucks, I need to have sawmills that are buying logs. If I'm building trucks and we got doing a prototype up for a mine, well, I need mines to be open. I need resources. I need other things like I need manufacturing facilities. I need welding shops. I need land to be available so that people can start welding shops and fabrication shops so I can buy parts for my truck, because I'm tired of having to go outside the province to buy parts. Like, I need businesses to either buy my product or for me to buy products from other local businesses. So I need those to exist. I need them to flourish. Like, I can't.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I got to jump in here real quick. Clyde, it looks like the pleb is trying to get a hold of you for his live stream.
You better bring Clyde in.
So,
well, Clyde comes on here in roughly 45 minutes time.
Yeah.
Correct?
Oh, okay.
So he's got 45 minutes to go do whatever Clyde wants.
Oh,
but listen here, Clyde, you better be on at the top of the hour. Don't be slacking.
Yeah.
He never contacted me.
Wait till Wyatt comes on. Wyatt is just brilliant.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay. Chace, I assume you have to get going to wherever you're going. Yes, we do, or do you?
I like a good 40 minutes. I'm fine.
That's good. Let's keep him on.
I actually have a question for Chace. I should actually know this, but this should be obvious. But for people who don't know, you're the Edison Motors guy, and you invented something, but you couldn't get funding. I think I did something on you on Facebook talking about when I heard your story. But I've forgotten it now because I do so many things. But you invented something. Like, was it an electric? What was it again? Can you remind us?
We built the world's first full parallel hybrid semi truck.
Oh, yeah.
The world's first electric truck, and we built the first semi truck that was registered on the road with a license plate built in BC in over 30 years. So
Amazing. And you wanted some support for from the government or something, or what happened and they didn't want to play ball with you? That's
there
what I
was
kind of.
there was a few grants that came
Oh,
out,
yeah.
and it was the Commercial Vehicle Innovation Challenge to enhance electric commercial vehicles and design and engineering within British Columbia.
Yeah.
We are the only company in British Columbia building electric commercial trucks, the only one, and that was what the grant was for, and we did not get the grant. Now, allegedly, it's just purely a coincidence. The company that was one company got hired by the NDP to decide what grants should be funded. Then that company was then given the contract to administer the grants that they recommended. So then we applied for the grants that they administered. While we were applying for the grant, that same company, this is where it was just totally a coincidence. Has nothing to do with the fact that the grant writing people had access to the files of the grant administration. That came out in the own government's report on the situation, that company that they hired them, the grant writers had access to the grant administration people's files. There's a company of 8,000 people and 170 people had access. It just happened to be the grant writing team. That was a total coincidence, though, according to the government report on it. That was just no happened, and the
It's
government
just pure happenstance.
they basically gave us what we felt was the shakedown of like, hey, we administer these grants. Are you going to sign up with us? And we said, no, it's crazy expensive. We're not going to pay a 20% success fee of whatever grant we win. And then they came back and said, oh, looks like you didn't win that grant. Anyways, you guys want to reconsider signing up with us for your future grants at 20% of what you win?
Hey, you sign up now and it's only 20%. If you want to wait a little while, first of all, you're not going to be getting any of this here money. But also, I think it's going to go up to 25 or maybe 27% next year.
So in order to get the grant, you felt you were being extorted a little bit.
Sorry, you cut out there, but it looked like you were saying something funny.
What's a nice little EV company you have there?
Yeah, exactly.
Government funding. Maybe you sign on with us. We administer the program. It's all
bada bing, bada boom.
Okay, I see.
I don't know whether it's corruption or incompetence, but we got brought down to the Legislative Assembly because we built the first truck in BC since Western Star closed their plant down in Kelowna about 30 years ago. They celebrated us. They all applauded us. The Minister of Mines, and Clean Technology, like, number one, why is that in one ministry? Like, are you kidding? Like, the Ministry of Mines should be its own ministry because of how goddamn important that is to the province. It's like 20% of our export GDP, and they're like, nah, just put that in with like 3 other ministries. Anyways, not the point. We go to her office because they invite us up there, and they're like, oh, how's things going? And I sit down and I tell them the entire thing on the grant. Like, I didn't go public. They just asked me my experience. I showed them all of the emails even that I had on my phone that outlined it all. And they're like, oh, well, we'll definitely look into that. And I also sat down with the Liberal Party at the time and the Conservatives, and they brought it up there and said, hey, like, what's going on? And I showed them the same emails. They brought it up. And then the Minister of Mines and Clean Technology had the gall to get up and said, well, we've never heard of any evidence about this. If this was happening, I wish somebody would have it. So I went on TikTok and I'm like, bitch, please, here's a picture of me standing in your office telling you this. We have a picture of that. Why are you lying to everybody that you had no evidence of this whatsoever? So I corrected that. Then they had to go back the next day. And then they said, we'll launch an investigation. The government investigated it. They left out the future grants that they were trying to get us to write. That wasn't included. They left out they were not going to investigate conflict of interest. They only investigated the 2 grants I mentioned, and they're like, well, MMP did not write the grants for them. Well, no kidding. In the video, I said that they were trying to
Shake
They
you
were-
down.
They used the leverage on that grant. It felt like they were trying to use the leverage on that grant to get me to sign up for their 20% success fees on future grants. And then they looked at it, and something like they looked at all of the companies that signed up for it, and I believe at the time, like if I remember it right, you were 4 times more likely, like between 2.5 to 4 times more likely to get a grant if you were a client of MMP compared to if you were not a client. And the government looked at that and said, nah, there's no conflict of interest. We see no reason that anybody could perceive this as a conflict of interest. They said no rational person could ever see that there is a potential conflict of interest here.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure the NDP isn't really an expert on what is and is not a rational person.
That says a lot.
We got some guys slowly sliding in here. Before we bring in our next guest, I want to mention to anyone, we've had lots of people hopping on the live stream. We're up over 3,000 now. So to anyone who's new to what we've been doing here today, we're waiting on the polls to start showing data. We do have a map that's going to start updating at 8 o'clock Pacific time, correct? Am I right on that?
Yeah,
It's 7:20 right now, so
Right,
we've got
so
40 minutes.
40 minutes, and then we're going to be able to start showing the map. It's going to start updating every 3 minutes. If anyone's wondering where the election talk is.
To be clear, we could show you the map right now, but it's got nothing on it.
It's got nothing on it. And so wherever you're watching, if you're chiming in on Twitter, you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube, we would love it if you'd share with other people. Because obviously we don't have this giant budget. We don't have billboards everywhere. We're not spending what's the Alberta government spending $7 million to push against the Liberal government on capping on axe the cap.
Yeah,
no,
and we're doing it for free.
Yeah, we need all
Scrap
you
the
lovely
cap.
people who are watching to share. We appreciate it. Now, I want to bring in on our next guest, senior correspondent, National Telegraph. That's Wyatt Claypool. So, Wyatt Claypool, come on in. Thanks for hopping on with us today.
Absolutely, it's always fun to watch with elections with other people rather than what it typically is me just sitting by myself in a cold, dark room
with a bucket of chicken.
Yeah.
Now, Wyatt, tell us your thoughts on this election. Things that have stuck out to you. Maybe some things. We're sitting, like I keep reminding people, we're sitting on the border of Alberta, Saskatchewan right now. So, what is it that we should know? Or if you're sitting in BC, what is it you think people should know about this election?
Well, I've worked in several elections now. I'm from Alberta, so I was back in Alberta's crazy 2023 election. As negative and dirty as the Alberta 2023 election was from the Alberta NDP, the BC NDP blew them out of the water. Because if anyone's ever talking about American-style politics, and which I almost think is kind of a misnomer of a term, it just means there's a lot more negative campaigning. BC's election has been probably the most negative campaign I have ever seen from any political party. The BC NDP basically were just slandering their opponents the entire time. And that's not
They were literally lying about for example, the $4.1 million cut to healthcare, or $4.1 billion cut to healthcare. I'd say it's almost more Mexican style politics.
Oh yeah, cartel style politics. But what and the thing is that it almost sounds generic to say my opponent's lying about me. Obviously, some people always say untruths about their opponent, or they hyperbolize the negatives of their campaign. This is that they would literally say the opposite of what the Conservatives were doing. They're going to cut 4.3 or whatever billion dollars from healthcare. And when you actually explain to people where they get that from, no rational person would think that they were telling the truth, or they honestly thought that that was what the Conservatives were doing. It's like in a policy report that projects 10, 20 years down the line, we might be able to save a bunch of per capita spending because we're so much more efficient. It's literally saying that we will have better results for less per capita spending. And then the Conservatives say, but we're also going to be spending more in the next year anyways, because the system is not where it needs to be. And we need to hire a lot more people into the actual frontline part of the healthcare system. So it's like ridiculous on that issue, and on several other issues. The Conservatives are going to bring back toll roads. Where is that on their platform? Mm-hmm. Nowhere. It's like, and several other issues where they'll just say the Conservatives are doing something. The media will cover it from this fake neutral standpoint that EB says the tolls are going to come back under the Conservatives, and then Rusted says they aren't. That's not a neutral coverage. That's saying that these people, that's not explaining to people that this person is saying something with no information to prove it.
Yeah.
It's
Precisely.
it's such a false thing. You could go out there and say, like, Rustad says that he likes Hitler. We interview Rustad and he says he doesn't. Well, you can't just make things up and do that. That's bullshit.
You see this in polling all of the time. It's what you call a response bias. When something is proposed to people, especially in the form of a poll, it makes people more likely to assume that that might be true because they were asked the question. So we saw these questions coming out from pollsters. I don't think they were exactly doing a bad job, but it just proves what bad things can happen when you're not being precise enough or you're not being careful with how you do polling. They would ask voters, is John Rustad extreme? Yes, no, or unsure. Well, just the simple proposition of that question, proposing that question, people, makes it seem like to many neutral observers, wait, is John Rustad extreme? And then they're more likely to say yes without knowing anything because they may have seen one media report where David Eby said he's extreme, but he's not. It's same thing as in Alberta. They would constantly push the idea that Danielle Smith is extreme, and that's why I think both Danielle Smith and John Rustad won their respective debates, because the entire thing was narrative shattering for their NDP opponents, that they were saying that Rustad and Smith are absolutely crazy and erratic up until the debate, and then they showed up as the most calm, professional people on the stage in both of the debates.
Well,
Yeah.
And you can
go ahead.
on one thing. You know, when you get debating somebody and they just turn to the point of name calling and they start attacking you personally in an argument instead of debating the facts, that's how you know you want to debate, because they have no more facts to give. That's how I feel like the NDP was. They're like, well, we clearly suck, so we're just going to go on the attack and attack them personally. Well, you don't have any more facts to argue. You've lost the debate if you're just resorting to name calling. You have no good points then.
And I was even going to point out something that actually Marco Van Hugenbo said in the comments too. The funny thing about that entire representation of Danielle Smith in the provincial election is I was somebody in the 22 leadership race was saying, hey, wasn't she endorsed by this trans lobby back in 2015? Didn't she have a bunch of NDP people working for a leadership campaign? I'm not trying to make any harsh cuts at her right now, but that was the funny thing, is I was feeling like I was going insane because I was a person saying she's actually kind of center left on a bunch of issues during the leadership, and then you have the media saying she's far right for the entire general.
Well, because when you touch on certain things, COVID being the number one, if you don't speak the narrative, you're far right. Simple as that. I mean, like we've read how many articles now on Rustad where you're like, I don't even need to read the rest of it. I'm like, you keep selling me on this guy. You know, all these extreme things. What
he
he's
supported
against.
the convoy.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the talking point, right? Wait a second, he's for the convoy. Oh, he doesn't think that unvaccinated nurses should be able to come back to work. You know, like that he thinks that they can come back to work.
He regrets
things
being
like that.
vaccinated, and he doesn't think anybody should be forced to do it.
Yeah, it's just. So
I've never heard any politician say that. And that's what makes me respect him. No politician has come out and said the two things that I really want to hear, that I regret taking it. It takes a lot of guts to openly say that, because people don't want to be considered anti-vax, because that's such it's like a dirty word, right? And far right is a dirty word and what have you. But that's one thing he said that I respect him for. And the other thing he said is that he would fire our provincial health officer, Bonnie Henry. How does that woman have a job? How does she have a job with all she's done? You know, so those were two maybe radical things for sort of the normies to absorb, but they were very important and very brave of him to say.
I just want to jump in on this whole Bonnie Henry thing, because it's the second time she's come up, and so I've had this one in the queue for the last little while. And so it should be, it's not, there we go. Excuse me, folks.
No problem.
Folks.
Reason to do a test. The test doesn't work, essentially. You know, I wouldn't fire Bonnie Henry. I'm trying to hire you and your family, the family doctor.
When we don't have a ready-made people within our bubble, it can be even more.
Okay, it's coming through real glitchy. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. That was it was kind of a supercut, and then it ended with the whole glory hole thing. So, but that was Bonnie Henry. I can probably just duck out of that for now, though.
And Teresa Tam said the same thing. And that does that not seem like a joke? That article is a joke, that you guys need to try glory holes? Is this are you for real? You like, are you serious? Not even a teenage kid would say that as a project in high school, and yet Global News puts that in an article, and the federal health officer says, "You try a glory hole." This is so stupid. You should be fired for even just saying that. Anyway,
Wyatt,
This was the one area. Oh, I'll let him go.
fire away, Chase.
I think Bonnie Henry is done that I like. Like, because that's funny as fuck. Like, everything else.
Absolutely. But it's funny for the wrong reasons, and they don't see it as being funny.
yeah, they're serious about it. If it was a joke, if I was making the joke, that would be a joke. Oh, try a glory hole, or kiss with a mask on. But they're actually going, try this. Put your penis in a hole, and who's on the other side? But that's okay. And what is she? Think about what you're saying. These people should be fired for even saying that.
We're supposed to go to glory hole. Let that lady suck some dick. Come on.
Are you guys on YouTube? Okay, you are.
Not anymore.
Yeah. Well, anyways, the thing too, and this is actually the one thing I wish.
I don't think
Russia
Bonnie
did-
likes dick. Neither does Teresa. Anyway, go.
Anyway.
Sorry.
I was gonna say that in the two debates, the one thing I actually wish that John Rustad would have done is when Rustad basically was slandering Chris Sankey, the BC Conservative candidate up in Haida Gwaii, that he should have hammered back that, one, he was smearing Chris, and two, how have you not fired the chief medical officer who's proposed selling government meth, crack, heroin, and hydromorphone in retail pharmacies? That's actually insane. The fact he didn't fire her indicates he'll probably do it if he wins.
These are all fireable offenses, and that's why I respect John Rustad for saying this, for saying, I would like to fire that woman. All the provincial health officers in all the provinces were absolutely psychotic. You wouldn't even want to sit beside them at the bus. You guys had that Dina Hinshaw who looks like she cut her hair with a spoon. Well, I look like that sometimes too. But these are not people I want to be friends with. You are insane. And the way
Ma'am,
they do those press conferences, put their and
we
they
we
take the
got
mask
really
off.
off the rails.
Sorry.
The whole
I like the
glory
rail
hole,
we're on. I
the-
like the rail that we are on. We have gone absolutely down the glory hole on this one.
Yes, but back to the glory hole. I mean,
Wyatt. Before I invite, I see Liam Parfitt sitting in the waiting room. Before I get him in, Wyatt, we've been talking a lot about predictions, and Chase, I got to get yours too. We'll start with Liam though. Sorry, Wyatt. Your prediction for tonight. What do you have on your bingo card? As this is what I see.
Based on what I'm hearing behind the scenes from people both in the party and the BC Conservatives, as well as people who are outside observers but know a lot of people in the province, I would rate this race as a 75% chance that the Conservatives are going to grab a majority, 25 that the NDP is going to hold on. And let's not even consider what the tie rating is going to be. There is the chance, but who cares? What I've heard, though, and the reason why I think it's generally leaning towards Conservatives, one, bad weather on election day does help for making sure that voters with trucks get out and vote, and voters without trucks don't go out and vote. Also, what I've heard is that people in general, we have actually very high turnout across most ridings compared to 2020. So 2020, we have 54% turnout in British Columbia. This year, it looks like it's going to be at least 4% higher than it was in 2020, if not a little bit higher, depending on the area. If not, actually the turnout might have been suppressed just simply from Metro Vancouver or downtown Vancouver being flooded out in some areas. Those are ridings probably going to the NDP anyways, but I've heard that there's some ridings that had like 64% turnout, and that was a riding that had an NDP incumbent, which isn't good if you're an incumbent.
Well, there was 28% early voting, advanced voting in the province, which is apparently a record.
The 2020 advance voting was 671,000. This year was 1,001,000. And think about it from this perspective. In 2020, although maybe it's just been people are getting more used to advance voting and they like it, so that's why they do it more. But in 2020, that was the pandemic COVID election when people had a lot of incentives to not vote in traditional ways, either through mail-in voting or going to advanced polls when there's not as many people around. Nobody cares about that type of stuff now. It's just that people are organically showing up to cast a ballot, and usually advanced polling and advanced high turnout polling, that's going to be advantaging change voters, because if you're showing up and voting early, it's not usually because the NDP is pushing you out to go vote, or your party is, because they don't really start doing hardcore GOTV until like the 5 days before. They're usually still door knocking during
GOTV being get out the vote.
Yeah, get out the vote. So everyone remember the Go TV acronym.
Chace, we'll get your prediction right now, and then we'll let you get on with your night. I'm staring at him standing out there in the parking lot. I don't want you to get mugged or something, you know.
Yeah, it's. I mean, usually if someone's spending this much time in a parking lot in BC, it's because they're getting high off of whatever their drug of the day is, whatever the government gave them that day.
Well, I want to know, Chace, what's your election prediction for tonight?
I don't know enough to make any form of reasonable prediction. My only prediction is that whoever wins in 3 years will all be annoyed at all the politicians again.
Yeah, I just hope that both sides have fun.
That's that fun. No, I hope the NDP have a miserable night. Like, they hate those guys. Like, honestly, if they, I might move the whole company out of the province. Like, just fuck it. If there's going to be no business in the province under the NDP and they win again, my prediction is if the NDP wins, you won't see me in BC anymore. Fuck it.
See, that's so sad. We need people like you. Like, you're an inventor. You're a businessman. I mean, you've invented an electric semi-truck, a hybrid semi-truck. I mean, come on. You should be getting a friggin' award from this province. Not because that's quite an innovative thing.
And it ought to be right up their alley.
It should be right up their alley. That just shows their alley is full of lies, right? That they did all that stuff with your, you know, your grant, all the grant stuff that you were telling us about. It just shows that they don't care about you. It's just all this. It's just like, well, they should be jumping on you to fund and give you grants for what you've invented, and they don't, and they don't care. And they don't care if
should
you
have been
leave.
the poster child as a BC clean energy success story.
That's right.
But,
that's right. But
you come on shows like this and now they don't like you.
No, it's just there's another reason why they don't want you to be successful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a shame. So bye NDP.
Okay, well, sorry, Chace.
We don't fit what their vision of clean technology is. We're a bunch of
That's
loggers.
stupid. Of course you do.
This is a Vancouver elite thing, and the NDP seems to be the party of this. We're super elite. How dare somebody that works logging do this? How dare these blue collar mechanics do this? Like, that's ew. Those people are gross. That's how we felt talking.
Yeah,
with them.
that's awful. That's awful. I don't want a government that thinks about people like that. Like that your story, it really is a wake-up call for what these people are really about.
I'll tell you one thing. We met with the NDP. We met with the Liberals. We met with Rustad, the Conservatives, the Greens. The only people that we walked out of there thinking, holy crap, these people are awful, was the NDP. And
I get it.
If you know,
say no more.
If you think about it, you know things are bad when you meet with the NDP and then you meet with the Green Party and you're like, wow, the Green Party is very rational and has a lot of... Green Party was in charge of the province than the NDP. After meeting with all four parties, I would rather see the Green Party than the NDP. That tells you how things actually are, really.
Okay, what do you think? Fasano? What's her name? Firstenow. Thank you. How do you think she's going to do now that she jumped over to the new riding? Do you think she's going to get a seat there?
I hope so. She is honestly, her, Rustad are two of the politicians that I've met and talked to that I genuinely feel really care about the province. They don't seem to be in it for themselves. They just really care about the province. I may disagree with her, but God, does she actually care? I want to see politicians like that. I hope she wins. I hope she does well.
That's good. I like the nuanced approach while being extremely anti-NDP. That's kind of thing that that comes right up my alley. Okay. Well, Chace, thanks so much for coming on. And
Thanks for having me.
yeah, good luck getting to where you're going. Drive safe.
Apologize. Yeah, I'm gonna get to this election party tonight for one of the people running, and hopefully he wins.
Sounds good, Chace. That's Chace Barber, folks. Chace, thanks for hopping in with us, and best of luck with the rest of your night. We got sitting in the waiting room, who's been sitting for a while,
Yes.
probably having a few laughs himself by the looks of it. It's the co-owner of Freya Logging, Liam Parfitt. We're going to bring Liam in. Liam, thanks for hopping in with us tonight.
Right on, Mark. Thanks for doing the show.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should have asked, I hopped away for just a sec, but Wyatt, if you have a few extra minutes to give us, we'd love to keep you on. If you got to run, by all means, you won't offend us if you got other places to be.
No, I can stay on.
I'm either getting drunk out of happiness or drunk out of sadness. So.
Hey, either way, I like it. We're gonna have a celebratory at the end of the night, just on the fact that we've been doing this and having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
So-
no, it's interesting to watch. It's fascinating to watch a party come from nothing to almost winning.
Well, what's been your version or your I don't know, your thought process of the BC election, Liam? You come at it maybe not from a different angle, but certainly another version of Chace, a business owner in the logging industry. What do you think so far of this this lead up to today, this BC election?
I'm actually shocked that John Russad was able to basically take down the NDP, and that's pretty fascinating. Like to take them on to get as close as he has in the polls, it's unheard of. And honestly, if you bet John Russad, he's a really nice guy, but like it's he's not someone you would predict that to happen to. So to me, it's a sign of like direct democracy. How's my sound coming through there?
Yeah,
It's
we can hear it.
scratchy,
Right
but we're hearing you just fine.
Yep.
Keep going.
Yeah, so I think like if you look at John Horgan was a pretty decent guy. He could walk into a pub and have a beer with somebody that he disagreed with, or he was a bit more blue collar. EB's a guy from big city, Dr. Lear's son. He's kind of got a different view of things, and especially his social activism that he started off with, including, writing a book about how to sue the police. And, as a kid, I could kind of relate to that a little bit. But I think that he's struggling to get people in due. So he's gone to play the fear card heavily. And I'm not sure how realistic it is to say that John Russad is a wild radical. He's kind of a grandpa kind of a figure, like he's kind of a sweet man and he's not sophisticated. You can draw him in to say things in the wrong place that you can pick out one sentence and make a big deal about it. But I think Canadians are sick and tired of that stuff. I think we're moving forward in a direction of where you can't cancel people for one thing that they said. And nobody actually watches. I like how mainstream media is just legacy media now because nobody really watches it, right? So I think we're seeing a transition to this entirely new type of election, and it's good. People are voting. Democracy. My grandmother's 96. She's still alive. She says democracy is a contact sport. My grandfather, they've been married for 77 years, and
Congratulations.
So, you got to stand up for freedom, right? So.
Yeah. Well, I think you're. Go ahead, Wyatt.
I was going to add on to his John Horgan comments too, and I think that you can say that there's almost been a hard cut since David Eby became the premier of the province and NDP leader. Because if you know John Horgan, or the rumors surrounding John Horgan since he's left, he hates David Eby's guts. The NDP literally had to fake an endorsement from him the other day, like 3 or 4 days ago. They posted an image where it's John Horgan and like a quote and then like his name signed there. It's a quote from 2020. He says, "We've gotten a lot accomplished and we need to keep moving forward and whatnot." John Horgan. He never said that. He hasn't endorsed them. That literally look up John Horgan's name on Google and hit news, the latest news was back in June when he had his cancer relapse, and then the BC NDP used the fact that he relapsed with cancer to data mine by saying, hey, you should sign his get well soon card. And then in the fine print it says, we'll also send you a bunch of stupid donation emails all the time and tell you to vote for us. John Horgan doesn't like David Eby because he represents what's ruined a lot of other NDP parties around Canada. I'm obviously not an NDP voter, but the traditional NDP was a working man's party. Yes, it was a little bit more high on the social benefits, higher taxes, whatnot, but generally it respected people who were like electricians and plumbers. And the story of this election is all of those tradespeople coming and voting Conservative. If you look at any of the polls from Main Street every single day, this has been consistent. This isn't just their bias. Everyone who has gone to trade school or gone to technical colleges, the BC Conservatives leads by 20 points with them, because an electrician or a plumber is not getting out of his truck at the end of the day to pull the switch for David Eby. Like, he'd rather wrap his lips around a Glock or something than that.
Yeah, he'd rather redo the wiring without tripping the breaker first.
Yeah, like somebody who detests them and detests the fact that they have real jobs and he's never had one himself.
Yeah, and I think too, Wyatt, like when you look at what's happened with the NDP party, you know, I could see myself in John Horgan. I got family members that know him, you know, I'm kind of guy, come over and you have some moose jerky and, you know, just have a talk. And that's what it's kind of like, union, blue collar, hardworking guy, you know, a little bit distrustful of the sort of business class. This new, I don't know, like I can almost track Eby coming in power with the amount of wood that's been cut in the province. It's dropped 50% since he came in 2.5 years ago. That's a massive amount of closed sawmills. It's a lot of pain that I see around me. A lot of my employees, a lot of people, my friends are struggling financially. You can see the stress starting to come out in northern British Columbia with these sawmill closures and pending sawmill closures. It's really scary. And it's ridiculous because, you know, the NDP kind of should be, like, it could have been good, right? I mean, we incorporated in 2016. Horgan got elected in 2017, built a pretty big company during Horgan's tenure and done well because he didn't stop things. He just said, let's take a look at some of these ideas and improve some of them, but we shouldn't stop business. Now I feel like we have kind of an activist lawyer as premier, and that's problematic. And that's probably why he's about to lose to John Rustad or very, very, barely win.
And here's the thing. Back in the 90s, this is a great anecdote because I think it really shows how things have changed inside of unions. Unions used to care about the front lines. The front lines should be paid more. They should have more benefits, all that sort of thing. Maybe we can agree or disagree on the scale of what they're asking for, whether it's doable. In the 1990s, the nurses union in British Columbia, which is obviously at the time, especially a very pro-NDP sort of group of people, they almost had a riot when they heard that more than 15% of the money inside the healthcare system was being spent on administration and management. Because obviously that's going well past what we should be spending on admin. No company spends 50% on admin. And now, actually, or no company spends more than
15 or 50?
Well, I'm about to get into that. No company really spends more than 15% on their administration, other than if it's like, you know, a business type consulting firm. Now we spend around 50% on healthcare, of the healthcare budget in BC, as well as in other provinces like Alberta. A large chunk, close to half, is spent on HR, administration, management.
50%?
Yeah.
Around, it's nearing that. There's a reason why 40% of people who work in hospital administration right now are registered nurses or doctors. We could literally have them on the front lines, but we've incentivized them through not paying people on front lines well to get useless HR jobs where they just manage mental health or something like that.
Okay, now here's a question for you, Wyatt. Pick any random province that you like. If you happen to know off the top of your head, roughly what percentage of the provincial budget goes towards healthcare?
I believe in Ontario, and they're the best. I believe that they're under 30%, and they have the shortest wait times under no mistake is that's not a coincidence. That's because they're actually spending on healthcare. That's the thing. We actually spend way too much on healthcare in most provinces because in the healthcare budget, we only spend about half of it or maybe 60% of it on healthcare. In Alberta, here's a great stat in Alberta I heard. There's 350 people who work for AHS, And I know this because I was involved in getting rid of Dr. Verna Yu, because I wrote a big article series on how she was wasting ICU beds during the pandemic. 400,000 views on those articles tracking that with the help of I'm going to forget his name. I'll have to backfill that later. He was the one doing the data crunching. But there are 350 people who work for Alberta Health Services who are managers of nobody underneath them and who answer to nobody above them.
So what do they do all day?
It's like I manage mental health. I manage systems efficiencies and stuff like that. Like it's like the Office Space line. What is it exactly that you do here? And that's what you almost have to go around all these government departments and ask people, what do you actually do? Because if you're not doing anything, what's the point of spending the money? Because it's effectively theft at that point, because the person knows that they're going to work every day and they're playing Tetris or they're filing paperwork that nobody reads.
Well, I mean, as a general rule in business, there's this kind of thing you do. Like if you've got a task that's given to you at some point that you just hate doing or you think is pointless, you just stop doing it. And if you can get by for 3 months without anybody saying, hey, why don't you have cover sheets on your TPS reports? Then you just stop doing cover sheets on your TPS reports going forward. Right.
And I actually want to fill in the name of the person who was doing the data crunching on the AHS, David Dixon. You can go find him on X. He's done a really good job he did a really good job on showing how in the middle of the pandemic, while they're justifying lockdowns because our ICUs are over capacity, we're only using like 190 beds. We only have 190 beds online, even though we usually have in a year up to 400, and we had up to 1,500 funded. It was nuts, but David Dixon helped on that. But yeah, there are so many areas of government where they've never actually done a single audit of if we actually access these reports that are being filed. That's the problem right now, is that bureaucracy has its own interest. Just because they are public sector does not mean they have the public interest in mind. They have the bureaucratic interest in mind, and the bureaucracy's interest is always to grow.
Always. Yeah. And then I would show that as sort of like the Ministry of Forest and Ministry of Mining. You know, the Ministry of Forest has doubled their people that work for them, and they've had their cut. So there's 4 times as many employees per log going down the road. So you'd think if you had more people, you'd have faster permitting and stuff. But Chief Dalton Logan, she's chief of Clay Lake today in Prince George, she had to put an article in the Prince George Citizen in June saying, hey, we need some permits. And honestly, it was great that she did that, because probably cost my company, 4 or 5% of our total revenues for the year having to link permits that were in place for a year and were strongly supported by the First Nations that we were operating in. So it's not like this bureaucracy is benefiting anybody, right? And that's probably why Oregon or like Russ has been useful.
To be totally fair, though, you were talking before about how there are very few, or there are much fewer trees being cut down in BC. So it stands to reason that as they grow back, there are more trees in BC. So maybe the ministry needs to grow proportionally.
Well, I think like one of the problems is it's a totally policy wonk thing for me to talk about, but BC is full of wood. We're using a model with the Ministry of Forests called the Visual Resource Inventory, VRI, and it's extremely flawed with tons of wood, but no one's bothering to study it. And they even say it in the Chief Forester's report, well, we might be wrong by how much wood is growing these new plantations by 60%, but there's some uncertainties around climate change, so we can't really harvest this wood. So instead, we're just letting our forests get thick and fire prone and with low biodiversity. So it's
what's the downside to them being wrong?
Well, the downside to them being wrong is that we don't have jobs. We have lots of forest fires and no moose. Look at Jasper. So, yeah. I think the NDP would have fixed that, right? But instead, like with all those new people, we should be knowing exactly how much it's growing. Right. We should be working on reducing fire hazard around towns. We should be doing stuff that boosts up moose populations and deer populations and working with locals, particularly First Nations. And we're not, right? The NDP didn't really do that. And they're starting to, and then everything changed about 2.5 years ago.
Okay. Sorry, you're absolutely right in your answer. But I was kind of looking more towards the bureaucratic side of things. Like as the government in charge of this, if they were wrong about it, what would be the downside? Not the downside to you, because they don't give a shit about that. But what would be their downside for having it wrong that they need to hedge their bets by that much?
I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that there's been some new people come into the ministry of all the ministries, and they're activists straight out of universities, or maybe they worked for David Suzuki for 7 years, and they just want to shut it all down. It's degrowth. It's the idea that you have in a coffee shop in downtown Vancouver that trees are sacred and we shouldn't cut them down. And screw the young people that want houses.
Yeah. That
Can I was wondering if we could take a hard left turn and talk about I want to know.
BC is all about hard left turns.
Or hard right turns.
I want to understand. So the BC United, which was the Liberals,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Can somebody walk me? Like they just. We were talking about like different things maybe never happening in political history before. Has a political party just shut it down like that hard? Like
and just bailed?
And just bailed? But we're out.
I met Kevin Rustad last year, and I liked him. Like, I think he's a good guy. But I think what's happening is the second that will be on in a second.
Oh yeah, it looks like we're trying to protect your identity with unsolved mysteries here.
I think Kevin Rustad's a good guy, but I think John Rustad, just he pulled a maverick move. Screw you! I'm going to go start a new party, and it worked. And I think everybody underestimated how different the new leadership of the NDP was, because Horgan had done a good job. Like, as a British Columbian, Horgan wasn't bad; he was okay, right? And so with Rustad being so far ahead in the polls, for Falcon just to pull the plug was really unpredictable. And I don't think that's ever happened before. I don't think anybody saw that one coming. But I do think that there's enough people saying, listen, you guys tried. It was a bad rebranding of the party. You're tilting center left as the NDP went from center left to hard left. The United Party tried to fill that gap. And what actually happened, we need some conservatism. And I think the biggest thing with the conservative advance here is what Wyatt just said, is we need to get a handle on those efficiency of public spending. And honestly, I'm gonna bump Sonia Furstenau, Green Party here. That's one of her platforms, is where's all this money going? We're not getting any value for our money, right? So I would say, like, Greens are much more in touch with what's actually going on the ground. Like, we can't spend 50% of our healthcare dollars on administration. It's crazy.
Okay, now Wyatt, I think you were trying to jump in and say something else there too. What did you have?
The thing with the thing that happened to United was the same thing that happened to Aaron O'Toole and somewhat happened to Andrew Scheer in their respective elections in 2021 and 2019. This lesson should not even have to be taught because it's super obvious. But Aaron O'Toole learned the lesson for Kevin Falcon, and Kevin Falcon refused to learn it, that voters don't want mild nothingness. They actually want to vote for stuff. There's this myth I hate of the moderate voter that we all speak to like they're a little bird. They don't want to be told anything harsh. They just want to be told mild nothings by Aaron O'Toole, and they just want your candidate to look like a boring dad and act like a boring dad. I couldn't even tell Kevin Falcon and Andrew Wilkinson apart for the longest time. It's like they just carbon copied their last leader and then said, be even more boring and moderate. And that's why the United ended up taking a dirt nap. And I don't think there's ever been a party that this close to an election just said, nah, we're done. Usually it's after the election that they lose. But the big thing that happened with United is it got taken over by consultants and lobbyists and strategy firm employees who all live downtown Vancouver, and they only think that the only voter that exists is the downtown Vancouver voter. And the downtown Vancouver voter is never going to vote for them in the first place. They vote hardcore progressive NDP. And I'm not talking about the suburban ridings that the Conservatives have a good chance at. I'm talking about like downtown core Vancouver. The thing about the moderate voter myth, there's no such thing as a moderate voter. Every voter is passionate about something. Moderate voters who have no particularly strong views on anything, they stay home and watch Netflix. the moderate voter profile in this election in 2024 BC, even though it's more progressive of a province traditionally or stereotypically, the moderate voter here cares about crime. They care about taxes. They think that we have bloated government institutions. They think we don't spend enough on actual frontline services. They want to get rid of drugs on the streets. They want to get rid of safe supply. They want to get rid of SOGI. They want to bring grades, like letter grades, back to schools. They want to do all these very conservative things. They're not orthodox conservative voters because they may be eclectic election to election, but this year's moderate voter is quite actually conservative in their voting issues. That's what you actually have to realize. The moderate voter
We're moderate.
is like that middle of the road. They believe the things that you can get 80% of people to agree on. 80% of people hate safe supply. That's why Asian voters, East Asian voters, who tend to actually be the most middle of the road voters, the East Asian voter stereotype is that they don't like to rock the boat, so they vote for the party that's generally right down the middle of the road. And Asian voters, East Asians, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Vietnamese, they are going like 60% in the polling BC conservative because they are the party who has those common sense moderate positions that maybe we shouldn't have crack pipe vending machines outside of our ERs.
Yeah. And you know, I think that, okay, just real quick, I'm just going to point out that, you know, we're talking about Aaron O'Toole and his middle of the road thing and how it was the demise of him. But here is him on the day that the BC United Party threw in the towel. Aaron O'Toole was out door knocking for them. So so you have that going for you, Mr. O'Toole, which is just going to live in infamy.
I think Wyatt's bang on there. Like, there's no market left for this sort of like soft person. You got to make some stands. You gotta have some character. And honestly, like, when I met John last in August, we had him in a room with a bunch of people from enforcement around Prince George, and I pushed him on one object that's really important to me, and that's to stop aerial spraying of our stands, which reduces the amount of deciduous. And he kind of hummed and hawed, and he said, you know what, actually that makes sense. And I said, yep, you know, I'm a logger, I love the forest industry, we can't be spraying, it's just retarded. And they announced they're going to stop aerial spraying of those stands, and I was really excited about that. It was direct democracy. And it's not something you'd expect the Conservatives to come out with, but it's not a Conservative party, really. It's just a whole bunch of people with ideas, direct democracy in action, democracy is contact sport, and no single voter will agree on every idea.
Liam, before we let I see Clyde Nichols has slid into the back room. Before we let Clyde in, I want to get election predictions. Don't be Chace Barber here. Don't be giving me none of that. Well, you know, like whatever party wins, you know, in 3 years.
Whichever party wins is going to win.
We want definitive answers here.
48 seats for the Conservatives.
48 seats for the
Conservatives.
Yeah.
That's calling it pretty tight.
I'm just gonna give you a little bit of background on that. A lot of public sector union members got vaccinated without liking it, and they're not going to say anything, even in their group of friends. If they say anything, they'll be disowned. They spent their whole life. They got 7 years till a good pension. When they get in that box, and they're like, you know what? All that ridiculousness around COVID. And they're just going to vote because no one knows who they're voting for.
Well, that's what I was just saying before you came on. The Conservatives are leading among that general, I guess you would call it trade job type employment. The people who went to technical colleges, they're leading by 20 points with those people. The NDP only has like 35% with that demographic. The Conservatives have like 55.
Yep. Yeah, but I'm talking about Liberal and NDP voters from the past that are public sector union members that were not comfortable with the way the vaccination requirements, and they'll be very quiet about it because it'll destroy their social lives and their professional lives if they go woo Conservatives. But they're going to vote that way in the box because no one knows who to vote for it.
Just for perspective, there's 93 ridings in British Columbia. I'm right on that number, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying with the 48 seats for the Conservatives, that would leave 45 for the
I think it's going to be 3. It's going to be 2 or 3 Greens. I really hope Sonia Personal gets on. She'll be a great person to have in cabinet. I think it's going to be 42 plus 3 and 48. So it'll be a conservative majority, barely.
That's so slim because they'll have to make one of the people the speaker.
Yeah.
Unless they can get the, and then everyone has to travel wrapped in bubble wrap with helmets on, so nobody dies.
Wyatt,
nobody gets vaccinated. If we're only
IVR
upright,
versus online,
nobody gets vaccinated.
What's your thoughts on the IVR? Because there's a massive discrepancy between the IVR and online polls in this election.
Well, that's actually the differences between IVR and online, and I'm stealing this a little bit from Chris at the Great Canadian Bagel podcast because he's a far better poll analyst than I and many other people are. He said the big problem with onlines is after after United went away, there was a big chunk of voters who basically disengaged from online voter panels, because online voter panels, you have to have their data to be able to email them asking them to poll you. And Leger actually uses a panel where it's like called Leo or whatever. People sign up to take surveys, and every once in a while they'll throw you an election survey at random, but it skews one very downtown and very left in general. Usually people with university degrees, that's actually the thing that Main Street even finds. Even Main Street has 50% of people answering their polls have university bachelor degrees or higher, but that's only about 35% of voters have bachelor degrees from universities. So they always have to weight that group down. Online is even worse, and that's where we see both in Alberta in 23 in this election, all the onlines are showing the interior and north poll like really close, like 38 Conservative, 36 NDP, and a bunch of undecideds. Like, that's not realistic. That's when you have to stop taking a poll seriously, when it doesn't even sound right. Like, if I saw a poll tomorrow in Alberta showing the Edmonton Tide, I would say, do the poll again. I don't believe you. I'm not just saying whether or not, oh, it doesn't, my side doesn't like that poll, it must be fake. I've seen bad polls that for my side that are 100% accurate. Janet Brown just released one in Saskatchewan. Wasn't fantastic for the Saskatchewan party, but I'm never going to bet against Janet Brown.
Yeah.
Boys, I want to let Clyde Nichols in. He's been hanging out in the background. I told him top of the hour. Sorry, Clyde. You know, we're having a little bit of fun on this side.
We're only 5 minutes off. That's pretty good. 2 hours.
I feel like we're doing okay. Once again, I am going to say this before I bring him in. As we slide in, I see Alex Zoltan sitting in the background. We'll get to you in a couple minutes as well. We'll probably, I don't know, we're going to have 5 of us in here. Are we worried about it?
You know what? It's our show. We
can do it however we want. So I guess what we're saying to Liam and Wyatt is if you
run this by.
I was just going to say they have some election results out, and let's just call it here because Conservatives have 53% of the vote. We won 2 seats. Let's just end it on a high note.
Okay, so if we're starting to get some results in, let's bring in Clyde.
Okay,
and then let's go to the map.
Host of the Clyde. Well, Clyde, do something. All right, Clyde Nichols, get in here. You've been waiting. Come on,
hey,
Clyde.
See you, man.
Hey, glad to be here. Thanks for the invite. I'm excited. I'm excited to see where this goes tonight.
Well, how's it been going for you? You said you voted. How many times did you vote?
I fought the atmospheric river that's come in here. We used to call it the Pineapple Express, but we got new names. There's scarier names. It almost made me vote watermelon, but no, I cast my vote for the Conservatives, and I feel great about it. I think it's fantastic. I'm excited.
Excellent. Okay, can we go to the?
Is there anything up on the map yet? There's nothing up on our map just yet.
The map doesn't have enough data yet to start populating, even if some of the preliminary stuff is coming in. We could probably, if you guys start talking, I'm going to look at BC election on the website, and we'll see where.
I'm looking at global news right now, and they're jumping the gun right now. They like to do things like that, but they're jumping the gun. Well, in the favor of the Conservatives at the moment. So they're saying that there's 3 seats leading, but 0 elected. There's nothing elected yet.
And I assume the lotties are interior seats where everyone who showed up to vote probably showed up early in some of these precincts in super rural areas. Oftentimes you find in super rural ridings where a polling district might only be like 70 people because nobody else lives close enough to drive to that polling station. Everyone agrees to basically vote early, get in before 2:00 so we can just shut down the polling station. That actually happens in this one little district of New Hampshire in the US. There's like only 15 people in this tiny little hamlet. So they all wake up in the morning at like 12 a.m. or whatever. They all cast their votes and then they just report their numbers before everyone else because there's literally 0 other people who are able to vote.
That's fun. I mean, the Yukon in their last provincial election, there was one riding that had I think fewer than 70 people voting in it. That was
Yukon.
Yeah, and I mean that was the election, I think, if I remember correctly, where the Yukon NDP said as one of their slogans, the Yukon NDP will something environment. They said, okay, well, we're going to fill this in later, and then somebody forgot to fill it in later, and they published that online.
No way. I love that. I love that.
Clyde, we got trying to track down live results. As every new guest has come into the show, I've been asking them, basically, from a BC perspective, like, what's been sticking out to you about whether it's the election, the NDPs, the Conservatives, heck, we talked a little bit of Green Party at one point. What's been sticking out to you with, the lead up to and now the day?
Well, what's been sticking out is just the consensus on the ground, what people are talking about, your average everyday people. Like in the trades, I know it used to be, a lot of people would him and hawing. I don't know. I like the NDP. I like what the Conservatives weren't even a contender years ago, so they weren't even on the block. But it was Liberals and NDP. Nobody really voted for the Greens, even though like people would say that like the Greens, I don't know, they're commies in my books. Yep. But that's besides the point. What we see is British Columbia is largely a lefty place. It's a lefty province, lots of lefties. You get out into the rural areas, you get people that have no patience for that stuff. But for the most part, it's a lefty voting place. In recent years, this has changed a lot. It's changed a lot, and this is the reason why the Liberals had to do a big name change because of consensus. What's been happening in the last several years is it's just unacceptable for so many people. What the NDP did with the pandemic, with COVID, the egregious overreach from the provincial government, it was massive, and people are done with it. They don't forget. They don't forget, and they know that this is just going to be more of the same. They're watching the crime rise as drugs keep coming into their neighborhoods. The junkies just keep getting closer to rural people. It's not normal. This isn't what people were always hoping for. So yeah, people want change. This is a change election. This is where it's going to go. This is the direction it's going to go. There's a bunch of the lefties that are holding on for dear life that are trying to preserve that and keep the NDP in power, but they don't have really a leg to stand on with normies. Normies are going to be the ones to decide this election. Absolutely. And normies are who? Normies are the people that don't pay attention to politics on a daily basis. They just go, they do their job. They pay their taxes begrudgingly, but they do it, and they just hope that they get good governance and peace in the streets. Well, they haven't been getting either of those things, so this is why the election is going to change in the direction, in my guesstimate, for the Conservatives.
And we already know that the turnout is much better than it was back in 2020. And 2020 wasn't terrible turnout because 2020 had been it was down, but it was only down a little bit from what was a higher turnout election back in 2013, because it was low turnout that got John Horgan through, or higher, I guess, whatever, doesn't really matter. But this one, it looks like we might be nearing around 61% turnout, which bodes well for the Conservatives. And Clyde's right. I think there is a silent Conservative voter that we might see turn out tonight. Again, I don't know. This is all subject to change, considering that we're just counting up ballots now. But it's like Donald Trump in the United States back in the 2016 election, and even in the 2020, based on how close that one was. There are certain people that are very difficult for pollsters to get a hold of, who aren't honest with who they're voting for. But when they do show up, they're going to vote Conservative, no matter how much media propaganda and social pressure there is that you can't vote for them. They're nasty, they're awful, they're conspiracy theorists or whatever. At some point, someone's like, I can't even afford groceries, and you guys are going to try and shame me for not voting for your party?
Well, not only that, all these normie people, they've all been accused of all the things that are being accused, that the conservatives are being accused of right now. During COVID, people are like, I don't know if it's so crazy. I don't know if we need to be having passports to go just to a restaurant, to go to a Denny's.
What if we got rid of
conspiracy theorists and the fingers are pointing at them and they're going, wait a second, if that's what they're saying John Rustad is, if that's what they're saying the conservatives are, count me in. Because they said the same thing about me. I'm done with this. It's over. I'm going to the polls.
The paper straws are gone.
Greening.
If the paper straws are gone, I'm going to go with that guy. I mean, that's been a big part of his. I would say it's been a big part of his platform, is just looking at things and saying, where are the stupid rules? Where's the stuff that doesn't make sense? Where's the government being an asshole? And let's do less of that.
Can I have to tell you guys a miniature story from when I was door knocking in a riding that the BC Conservatives, based on the projections, aren't even supposed to win. It was supposed to be likely NDP. It was Port Moody, Burquitlam. I was in this community called College Park. It's this little section of Port Moody where all the streets are named like Harvard, Oxford, McGill, whatnot. The polling district that place covers went like 75%, 73% NDP back in 2020. I had so many doors I went up to, and I was just door knocking by myself. So many people would open the door. They're like, okay, I voted NDP the last 3 elections. This time I'm voting conservative. They're just awful. Can't stand them anymore. They'd then point down the street. They'd be like, I'm not sure about all these other people. It's very NDP around here. I'm not sure if it's going to be a waste of your time being here. And then they'd point across the street and they'd be like, those people are very NDP. I wouldn't bother going there. They're nice, but I don't think it's going to be worth your while. I'm like, oh, okay, have a great day. Close the door. I'd walk across the street because that was the next house I was going to go to anyways. They'd open the door and they'd be like, okay, I voted NDP like the last 7 elections, but I'm voting conservative this time. Everyone else down the street are probably NDP. And it was like the same discussion. All these terrified people are voting conservative, but are like whispering to me at their doorstep.
Can you come to the back door to talk to us about this?
Right. I'm going to give you the signal and I'm going to start yelling at you like I hate your guts and then run away. And it's like that's where we're at.
I'm voting for you.
You bring up the paper straws and you have no idea how patient British Columbians are to put up with such BS. And they've done it for so many things. When it comes to the straws, it comes to all of this environmental stuff that's been pushed on them. We can't have we can't have plastic bags. We can't have bags. When you go to the stores, they don't even reprogram the machines. It's so condescending. It asks you at the end of your checkout when you're doing their job for them, and you're doing their checkout, it says, how many bags would you like? They're illegal here. This is the thing. In British Columbia, we put up with so much, and at some point, something's got to give. Something's got to give, and tonight is when that thing is going to give, and we're going to see a conservative government come
and if we don't, even let's just say this, even if the Conservatives do not win, it's been such a game-changing election. The NDP... that's the dangerous thing if the NDP wins. I think they know their days are numbered. They're only going to get another 4 years, and that's it. And I don't think David Eby and these people have the sense to say, let's go softer. Let's try and win people back. They'll just do whatever the heck they want, thinking they only have 4 years left. A dying regime is always the most radical. But the thing is that, and I think the paper plastic straws controversy was, I think, a microcosm of the problems, like Clyde saying. But it also was the funniest episode of the election because it caused one of my favorite own goals when you had the NDP do that stupid McRib fake press release, and they got absolutely dunked on it. Are you guys aware of this one?
No,
please. Yeah,
the McRib.
I like the McRib.
Yeah, and see, that's the normal voters' reaction. So the BC NDP on their social media, Facebook and X, they released this post saying because of the let's bring back plastic straws thing from the Conservatives, which is it's serious, but it's kind of a half joke thing to announce in the way that they did it, like it was a big platform point. The NDP then say, oh, the Conservatives, as a satire, they pledge to bring back the McRib all year long if they're elected. And everyone was quote tweeting it like, yes, please.
They the Conservatives, they're going to bring back the Moulin Szechuan sauce too.
The Conservatives are going to make you rich and fit.
I've been having. We're gonna add a fifth thing because I see Zoltan sitting there. I'm sure he's like, "Am I getting in on this place?" Am I, So let's bring on Alex Zoltan. We're having a.
Let's just fill the screen.
That's right. We're gonna be joined by Alex Zoltan. It's funny, Alex. This is what Grok said you are. You're the Andy Warhol of political dissidents. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but thanks for joining us tonight.
Oh, what a nice compliment. Thanks. Yeah, this is my 15 seconds of fame. I've always wanted to be on the Shaun Newman podcast.
Well, okay. We're going to start here, and then from there, the shenanigans can continue. But since you're the newest guy on, what we need to know is what your thoughts are on this election. BC, it's a pretty wide open market.
Absolutely. Cool. I mean, well, happy election day, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and provide the BC perspective. And I actually have a list of election issues, if you guys would be kind enough for.
I would love to hear a list.
Yeah,
we love lists.
Awesome. So as you can
we've been on a fair number of them.
well, if you're not on a government list these days, you're not doing it right, as they like to say. All right, issue number 1. I am dressed up, as you can see, for the weather. We have an atmospheric river going on. So the largest issue, it makes sense, in the BC election right now is the impending climate catastrophe is the first issue going on in BC. Atmospheric river today, global boiling tomorrow, world ends with a whimper, not a bang, yada, yada, yada. Number 2, tent cities, colloquially referred to as Trudeauvilles. They're everywhere. Number 3, I've got free crack program. Very polarizing.
Yep.
Number 4, stranger attacks. We actually have people getting stabbed while waiting in line to buy a lemon loaf at Starbucks.
So to be clear, you're suggesting that the attackers introduce themselves first?
No, yeah. That's right. I guess most attacks are stranger attacks unless, Well, another one, I got catch and release justice system. Pretty disturbing problem to have when you have a free crack program and stranger attacks. Way down the list, it's almost a footnote. Healthcare and education. Forcible injections are another issue that's come up repeatedly tonight. Plastic straws. Closed emergency rooms and conspiracy theories, and that's about it.
Oh, okay. As somebody who loves a good conspiracy theory, this whole atmospheric river shutting down the power in various places in the province and affecting the voting stations. Do we think that that's on purpose?
On CBC, they just said that there was a statement from the city of Vancouver that your drinking water may be brown, and they said just drink it anyway.
Just drink it down.
If it's brown, drink it down.
They said if it looks a little foggy, that's normal. It's fine. I'm serious. That's real. So these are the issues that we're dealing with here in BC. I tried to make the list as comprehensive as possible, but just thought I'd give your viewers some outside of BC some context on what's going on in the province.
So CBC said that this brown water is 100% safe and effective.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's my favorite color of water out of all the different colors that water can be. Yeah.
So one just to hop back to elections things here. I know people tuning in. We got a
map. It's just not quite populated.
It's not working right. What are you gonna do? That's life.
46. I got people texting me right now because I got my Snap-on guy, my tool guy, is texting me right now. He's going, "What the hell is our riding going to the Green Party?"
No, okay.
So the latest
it looked that way.
Now look.
It was it was all Green Party and no NDP or Liberal.
Oh my gosh.
Or NDP or Conservative. And I started watching it. It looks like it's flipping now. It's
Well, so the latest one I got sent
My
was
heart's
37 Conservatives, 27 NDP, 1 Green. Whether or not they're all closed is probably
Well, they're not going to be closed for a while. And the fun thing, to
Sorry.
Clyde's point about the early reporting, is that you're going to see some statistical wild fluctuations, because you're going to have one booth that reports early that just happens to be in a blue collar area or something like that.
Even
And then
the-
there's going to be, so you're going to see these wildly skewed. It's going to look like that time that the polls closed in Michigan and you get a jump.
% Green Party.
even in the most conservative or NDP ridings, there are polling districts that go the other way. It's just how it works. If you do enough door knocking, you'll notice that even a street can be like the liberal street, and it's like a super conservative riding, but everyone on that street's liberal. And then again, it's like if you turned your own riding into an election map, it would turn into that area, and that's this area and whatnot. It's just what's overwhelming. So right now, it basically shows, like, before the Conservatives are up 57% of the popular vote. Now it's tied, and then it's probably going to go back up. It depends on who's counting faster and what parts of the riding. Or the
and to your point, you're absolutely right. Like, you see some areas, if you go through any urban area in a big city, I'm going to use Calgary as an example because I live fairly close to it. You'll see some streets where it's all defend Alberta parks and hire more Alberta nurses and crazy flags that have every color of the rainbow. And you're like, this isn't the kind of street I want to live on. And then you go down a few blocks and you're like, okay, everybody here has nice lawns. I'd much prefer this area.
I ran street, and it's like a super conservative ride. Was that?
I'm not sure who's talking there.
I think
but
that
it
was
didn't quite
someone's
come up clear.
audio device or whatever. I was going to say, I ran for the federal conservative nomination in the riding of Calgary Signal Hill, which is, depending on the election, can be the bluest suburban riding in the country.
I used to live there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would have won it, but 2.5 weeks before the vote, they kicked me out because they tried to jam somebody else through. I made sure he didn't win anyway, so joke's on them. But they didn't want me to win. But I did tons of door knocking. I hit like 50,000 people worth of doors. And even though it's the bluest suburban riding, you will go down different streets where everyone's liberal, and it's just the type of houses sometimes that are in that area. Condos tend to be more liberal, different demographic groups, people who are people who just moved to the riding. A lot of it, you get down to the street where everyone's a public sector employee. Sometimes it just happens.
Anita, you hop back in. You said
Welcome back.
You said you had.
Well, oh yeah, go for it, Shaun.
Well, you just said you maybe had an update or two, so I thought I'd slide to you.
Well, yeah, like about 3 minutes ago, I was looking at, oh God, I hate looking at them. Global News' website. And you can see it. That's my screen share.
45, 45, and 2.
Look at that. But 3 minutes ago, it was 37 Conservative, 28 NDP, and 1 for the Green. So like in 3 minutes, now we're neck and neck. I said it would be tight. But I don't know how much you can believe.
What I'm hearing right now, which is good, and they've done a decent amount of substantial polls, like more than just a few polls in some of the Surrey ridings, and that the Conservatives are heavily overperforming in some of these Surrey ridings early on right now, where they're winning some ridings, or at least they're ahead of some really out of the pocket ridings.
Well, I certainly hope so. But okay, let's go. What's another thing that we should look at? Because I don't really trust this 45-45. I don't know.
Well, if our map was working, we'd be showing you the map.
We could show you that.
Map guy.
I'm on the BC election site right now.
Okay,
so
BC elections.
Yeah, so the BC election, it's 46-46-1.
46-46. Why is it so neck and neck? I just blame those stupid risky Rustad ads.
Anyways, I'm probably going to head off here. I might jump back on later. But
no, sounds great, Wyatt. Thanks for, even if you don't make it back, thanks for hopping on with us.
Absolutely, no, thank you. You've been absolutely wonderful. And yeah, if you feel like coming on, we're going to be here for a while. I mean, if for no other reason than just that's how long it's
and there's
going to take to get the map figured out.
There's tons of other stuff going on in the prairies this next month or two when it comes to big election things. Saskatchewan,
it certainly is. We're going to be here for the Saskatchewan one next week, doing the exact same thing.
So thanks again, Wyatt.
Better do New Brunswick. Anyways, have a good one.
We better
All right,
do New
thanks.
Brunswick. When's
Yeah,
New
New Brunswick's coming up right away. It's not really on
days.
anybody's radar.
2
It's not even.
days?
Yeah.
It's not even on the Atlantic Canada pollsters' radar. But
It's
I
only
don't.
yeah.
I don't have enough time.
Us two jackwagons talking about New Brunswick. It's like
Kind of. I think with everything going on in my life right now, Mrs. Twos might murder me if I do another one of these.
To be fair, I'm half joking. It is a province of like 60% of the population of Calgary.
Well,
It's small.
It's a profoundly stupid place.
Yeah.
If you've been there, you'll know.
It's a silly place.
Blaine Higgs is easily
You're
the best
right.
green
Silly.
country.
Silly. Stupid is a strong word.
Thanks for hopping on, Wyatt. If
Wyatt.
you make it back later, great. And if not, it's been a treat to have you on this side.
Yes, thank you, Wyatt.
Thank you,
Okay, well,
David Bird, for that comment that I'm reading. I love the comments. But
You know,
yeah.
we hyped
Yeah.
up the map, and I know Brett's like working like a madman with his computer right
Yep.
now, and he's very angry. But hopefully,
Why
here
is
in the next little bit, we get that. You know, at the start of this entire thing, Jericho and me were dancing back and forth because we had some issues with the computer. And welcome to live streaming and live
Right.
stream and trying to be cutting edge with the map. You know, that's life.
It's all good. I mean, it's basically just something sexy to draw people in.
You know-
it's
you
the
know-
it's the
okay.
honeypot of election coverage.
When
Now
I
we
go
just have
on-
the demolitions experts.
When I go on Elections BC, it says a website not available. And then when it loads for 2020. That is very suspicious. Like you
Well,
really can't.
there is an atmospheric river going on.
I was just gonna say it's all coming together, folks. This is
because
what's happening.
You're in the
you
midst
can't-
of the
everybody
impending
knows you
climate
can't-
catastrophe. Are you
Yes,
surprised?
it's
They
affecting
told us that these would affect
the net
democracy and
broadband or
elections
whatever.
and-
Yeah.
49 conservative. 49 conservative.
Or 49. What's the
that
result?
right? That's
Oh, okay, now
Election
it's
BC just
49-42. Okay, so here we go. 49-42. I don't know if I can share my screen again here. God, I hate
Liam's celebrating early, He's saying 49 conservatives.
Yeah.
I mean, it can change. It's going to change. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'll pop up in a sec where you can see it's there you
I-
go. 49-42-2.
I wonder if it's maybe all the traffic that because this is like it's a nail biter.
Yeah.
Everybody's known it's been a nail biter for weeks leading up to this, and
Yeah.
I feel like they probably vastly underestimated how many people would be interested in seeing what's going on.
Yes, you're saying we're breaking the internet. Maybe we're breaking
Well,
it a
we're
little bit.
we are breaking the
We're
internet. but
totally breaking the internet.
It's literally just us here that's doing it.
I should. But here's a plug to all the 6,000 plus people watching in live right now. You guys are awesome. First off, but two, share the crap out of this. Let's get it over 10K tonight.
Absolutely.
You know, looking at that image, I'll be honest with you. I voted for the Marxist-Leninist Party today, and I'm having a bit of bias.
Because, well, I mean, it's understandable in BC because you look and you're like, you know what? I think the NDP are a little bit too extreme. I need somebody a little bit more middle of the road.
Yeah, I think it was a branding mistake for them to call themselves the Conservative Party. They should have just called themselves the Anti-Communist Party because that's basically what they are at this point.
Yeah. So right now, just to bring a little bit of an update, this is on obviously what Liam was alluding to. It shows 49-42-2, and it shows that what would that be? Total votes, Conservatives at 471, and then the NDP at 487. Obviously, different ridings being heavier. But
are we able to drill down into any specific ridings of interest?
Yeah. What do you guys want to know? I got it all in front of me.
So
Well,
Surrey
load it up, yeah.
Serpentine. Surrey
Surrey
Serpentine.
Serpentine.
Surrey.
This is an interesting little story. So we have the very controversial and very white old mayor of Surrey.
Linda Hepner's up by 300 votes.
Sorry, what's the result there?
Linda Hepner is up by 300 votes.
So that would be the old Surrey mayor. She is running, interestingly enough, against the first RCMP officer in BC to wear a turban as a part of his uniform.
Well,
Oh.
technically, that wouldn't be part of his uniform. That would just be additional. But
I
yeah,
don't know. That's how CTV reported on it today. Yeah. But interesting little culture war you got going on there in Surrey.
So
Serpentine.
Linda Hepner is up in that riding, the Surrey,
Yep.
whatever it was. And what I know her name, but what riding is she a part of? Like, what party is she a part of?
Surrey Serpentine. I believe she's running for the
Conservative.
Conservatives.
She's conservative. Okay,
Yeah.
that's again good news. That is good news because there's a huge population in Surrey.
Okay, I need you find BC folk to help Jericho, our producer on this thing. Okay, he can get to the riding you're talking
There we
about,
go.
and it
We
can
have
show
the map.
updated. Yes, the map is finally working. There you go, BC.
Well, wait,
there,
leave
there
it
it
right
is.
there. Go back. There you go. So this is the Chaco Lakes, and it is John Rustad's riding, and believe it or not, he's got almost a 3-to-1 ratio above the NDP challenger, and about a 15-to-1 over the Green Party. Now
He just went to 48-43.
it's interesting though. There's a Green Party leading inland, and so that's West Vancouver.
That
Sea to
is
Sky.
my riding. That is my riding, and this is
Oh,
what
look
I'm.
at your writing, Clyde. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
it's
please
the
ask a question
watermelon
about the
riding.
map.
Sure. Yeah, fire
What-
away, Alex.
What happened to the Georgia Strait?
So that's
Was-
not. This isn't
Was
a
there like
land
an
map.
earthquake that occurred?
I know. So that's Chris Sankey's riding there on the far left hand side, and the electoral map kind of goes out into international waters a little bit.
I noticed,
Right?
I noticed
Like,
that the Wanda Puka plate has fully submerged.
You've got like the Aleutian Islands. So they've got a map that covers every little island that goes out in that area, not looking at it exactly.
The
So
big one is
Ferries
that
just
there's
went
been-
out of business.
That there's been a colossal earthquake, but we're all so excited about
This is what happens when you
election, we
get two
haven't even noticed.
Albertans doing live election coverage from the border.
This is the problem with inflation in BC right here in this map.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Okay, so
Lily
regardless-
Lily Valley says, "Stop trying to change Canada."
Yeah.
I know you said this
Oh.
map is the honeypot. This is what attracts the viewers in.
This is constantly updating every 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So every 3 minutes, this map right here that we have in front of us, gents, and actually, lady, will update every 3 minutes now. So we'll see it constantly change as we get going later on into the night. Obviously,
But
you can start to scroll each of the ridings, and you can see where the votes are at.
Well, we're seeing a lot of blue, which is good. I'm just fascinated by the green pocket in Clyde's writing.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
if you-
fascinated by that
Like,
entirely.
yeah, like what's up with who are these people? It's like when you click back on Clyde's writing, which is West Vancouver Sea to Sky, you have Green Party. Your guy is Jeremy something. 7,196 votes he got, and then
Go back
how
up,
far-
Jericho.
Go back up.
Yeah,
just-
right there. Yeah,
and then
7196.
Okay, and conservatives are
6,429.
That's a strong showing of conservatives, but it doesn't really matter. And I can't read the NDP one.
Yeah, they're 500. They're 500 votes behind right now on that.
Okay, so
Yep.
okay. Well, it's still a very strong turnout there for everybody, but the Greens are
Yeah.
winning there. Okay, and what's this big orange part here? If we click on this one here, that is that's the Haida
That's
Gwaii.
Haida Gwaii. That's where
That's
Chris
Sankey.
Sankey is running.
Right,
And
right.
that was in the 2020 election. That was the riding that the NDP won the strongest majority in, with I think 72%.
Okay, but look how strong they still are there. This is Chris Sankey's riding, North Coast Haida Gwaii. And
He's
for
not
people
very
who
behind. He's
Yeah,
only
but
he's only 600 votes behind. He's at 30%.
And look at how few people have voted so
Yep.
far in that riding as well.
yeah,
only a
very few
4-hour
people
drive
voted,
from
but are
Prince
you
George
not
based
like
on this
this?
map.
Doesn't this say a lot that people in that party didn't turn out to really vote for him? They kind of leaned toward the NDP in that writing. I'm really surprised. Is it because all the criticism he got? For anyone that doesn't know, Chris Sankey was criticized in the media for saying that the jab
Causes
might
AIDS.
contain HIV, right?
Which is not what
Which, so then I guess that really made everybody perceive of him as some sort of lunatic or something like that. But Luc Montagnier, who's a Nobel Prize winning scientist, said that he thought it also contained that. If this is on YouTube, I'll just say it's safe and effective. But anyway, yeah.
Well, I
You know what I'm
wouldn't say that
saying?
they said that it contains that. I think they were saying that it was it acquired immune.
What you said, AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome.
Yeah. So it's
Who's
acquired
saying that?
from some other thing.
I don't know.
If I could, I just want to drill down on another writing. Clyde's writing. Again, if we
I
could.
know
because that's
Clyde's
the only
writing is
one-
fascinating.
So, Clyde, you're probably the most well-known and outspoken political figure in the riding. This is really kind of a communal, vote against you. I'm just wondering if you take this personally.
And I'm very outspoken about the watermelon.
It's a condemnation of you specifically, Clyde. How will you look these people in the eyes tomorrow?
It'd be very difficult.
You should look at them like this, like, what were you thinking?
They'll be carrying me off as I'm saying, Soylent Green is people.
Maybe they were mad you didn't run, for the Conservatives. And I would have voted for Clyde if he had run.
So I want to say Surrey South right now, Brent Chapman, he's been on the channel before. He's come out. He was actually under attack this past week. They came out trying to, they had an old candidate, an old MLA from the Liberal Party. And that revolving door between global news and MLAs and people in government. They lose their job and then they become a reporter to slander all of their political opponents. Well, they did that with him, and they were going after old tweets of his where he was just commenting on average things. There's some noise in the background.
Yeah.
So he's just commenting on average things, but they were pulling out little tidbits here and there. And they're like,
yeah,
he's a this denier and he's a that, and it was fully out of context. But they were using the entire media apparatus to try and go after this guy. Looks like he's winning by, I'm looking at about
3,000 votes.
Over 3,000 votes.
So this is Brent
that's
Chapman.
good news. That's
Brent
right.
Chapman, his writing is which one? This one here, Surrey South?
Surrey South, that's correct.
Surrey
Yeah.
South. So he's got 10,145 votes, and then the other guy is 7,000 something NDP. And they were going after his tweet from like 2015. That's nearly 10 years ago. You're 10 years ago. Why are you picking on comments from that long ago? I mean,
it was so long ago. It was so long ago that Trudeau did blackface. We can't hold him to that standard.
Oh yeah,
but we'll hold these people to that standard.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
So,
they're just scratching for any information that could smear someone or whatever, right?
They're grasping at straws.
Tweets. Yeah.
They're grasping at straws.
And they had the entire media apparatus on their side, and I'm glad that it didn't turn into votes in the other direction. It shows that people are like, yeah, forget it. I've heard this before. I know what you guys are doing. It's 10 minutes to 12, and you're desperate. You're desperate, and you're trying to pull out anything.
I'm really happy that didn't work. Because when you have that much money, you have more to pour into the media. For them to be your press agent, it really shapes the minds of people in British Columbia, unfortunately,
So West Vancouver Sea to Sky is getting a little bit closer as the votes start rolling in. We got 7,910 with the BC Conservative Party, and the Greens are sitting at 8,317. So this could be a close race. This could be pull it away from the watermelons. Go have your lunch. Go enjoy your communism over in your little corner over there. Well, the big boys step up to the plate. We're hoping that that's the way it goes, but we don't know.
The disturbing thing is not only has Vancouver Island remained communist, but now we have no body of water separating us from them anymore.
Yeah, it's become a land bridge.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to touch on this. We were talking about them trying to paint them as conspiracy theorists and crazy people and everything like that. This is from BC NDP. In the last 28 days, we've learned a lot about John Roustad and the views he accepts on his team. The masses have bought into a lie about climate science, that wildfire is intentionally ignited by climate change activists to further their climate agenda. They literally arrested a woman on Vancouver Island for trying to burn it down. Okay, climate change may be a hoax. We just covered an article on Friday about how the science is actually not settled. And it came from a bunch of leftists saying that they're discovering new climate change science, and sometimes things happen sporadically and they can't predict them. elites are using climate change as a guise for depopulating the planet. I don't know. That may or may not be true. The climate change is a global conspiracy to make kids eat bugs. We literally in Ontario gave like $8 million to a plant to build a cricket factory.
Yeah.
You can go on to CTV and read the article if you don't believe us.
It's open. It's functioning. You can check out the Google reviews. They're interesting.
And they literally, when they put it in food and they don't tell you that it's crickets, they give it like some other name.
Yeah, it's like alternative protein or something.
Yeah, but come on, lobsters are insect guys. You know, I like lobster.
Yeah. That Joe Biden and the U.S. Democrats cheated in the 2020 election and that Donald Trump really won. Does anybody really think that out of 375 million people, not a single one cheated in that election?
I'm tired. Okay, so this is a trope that I'm just tired of. The whole idea of questioning an election is a bad thing. But then what about the 2016 election when every Democrat came out and said that Trump stole the election? Get out of here. It was you can't have your cake and eat it too.
That's right.
Pick one, pick a lane, stick with it.
I got a question.
Hillary Clinton didn't shut up about 2016, and
she wrote
everybody's
a damn
all over.
book about it.
That's right. That's
Well,
right.
I don't know. She might have. Did anybody actually read it? She wrote a book. I don't know if anybody actually read it to find out if it said that or not.
These politicians just ghostwrite books all the time.
Well, yes, that is true.
Liam, you were gonna chime in with a question.
I got a question for all you guys. As my vision of Donald Trump, the guy's losing it because he's 78, and that's what normally happens. If you watch his debate in 2016 with Hillary Clinton, he trounced her. The debate performance was pretty sad, I thought, but his numbers are going up. And my thoughts are the weaker he gets, the better votes he gets because his team is really good. And that's my theory. Like the worse he talks, the slower he is, the less exciting he is, the more people want to vote for him because they like his team. So that's my conspiracy theory.
So everybody loves his team. I think he's got a great team. I think the
amazing
team, Tulsi
Gabbard, RFK Jr.
Absolutely. So this whole team is great, but I think buying into the idea that Trump is tired and all that stuff is buying into CNN's propaganda. If you watch, like I watch him online and I watch all of his rallies and the things that he's been doing, tons of energy. Absolutely.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the more that CNN pushes that narrative, the more people are comfortable with voting for the Republicans. Because a lot of people, I'm included in them, I don't really like Trump's personal life. It doesn't vibe with me. The guy's had 3 divorces. He got out of the Vietnam draft. We can go on and on. But point is that the harder they push that narrative, the more people are willing to vote for him because, like, well, he'll only be in there for a few months. He'll pardon himself, and then like JD Vance did such a good job in the vice presidential debate that I think a lot of people opened their eyes and they had their expectations pushed down so low, kind of like the Rust had expectations. He showed up to the debate and he didn't talk about, like aliens turning us into lizards, that, he probably got a lot of votes out of that. Right. So,
I like
I heard
JD
a rumor. It's just
I like
a rumor.
JD
I
Vance.
can't confirm it, but I did hear a rumor that even Jimmy Carter is thinking of changing his vote to Donald Trump.
To Donald Trump. Jimmy Carter is 100 years old. He looks like a corpse. We get
it, Bernie's.
Apparently he mumbled something over breakfast, and some people think he might be thinking of changing his vote at the 11th hour here.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
He mumbled something through his feeding tube. And
regardless, so whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump getting in is a significant thing, especially in this election. I like how Elon Musk articulates it. If you don't vote for Trump, there won't be elections moving forward. It'll just be who wins the Democratic primary in the way they've been setting things up. So whether you like Trump or not is irregardless. It's the team that he's bringing in that's going to be the real powerhouse. And afterwards, he's going to have a legacy of people like JD Vance, Elon Musk.
That's right.
And this is a bipartisan thing. Like you're watching people leave the Democrat Party to go towards Trump and his team. I like it. I think it's the establishment versus people, and I don't know what else happened in their studio. There was an explosion or something, but yeah, we'll get back to the Canadian elections here, the British Columbia election.
I got a question. Is Nathan Cullen losing there? Pull that map up again.
We don't have the map up just yet. Give us just a minute.
The last time you had it, Nathan Cullen was losing. Now he's the candidate running in the Smithers area, and that's
NDP, right?
Yeah, and that's groundbreaking because he's a well-liked guy. He's a positive and hardworking guy, and Smithers is very politically different than the rest of the interior British Columbia. So if they lose that riding, that is a nail in the coffin of an NDP.
That is a nail in the coffin, because that just shows that no matter how likable a candidate is or how popular, if people don't like your party and the leader and what they think the party is about, they're not going to vote for you. And there is an anchor that used to work for Global who is lovely, who is NDP, and nobody's going to vote for her. She's getting, I don't know if I should name her, but whatever. I mean,
where we're looking for Smithers? Is that
Northwest, just look at Northwest BC, the biggest, it's the second or the biggest riding there. All of that Northwest area up like on the Alaska Panhandle, that's Nathan Cullen's riding. And every single projection that I saw showed that going orange. And if that's still blue, that's going to be the riding that pollster Charista, I don't know how to say it, but you know, the Charista guy, he was saying if that one goes blue, it's a very, very strong sign that it's not going to be good.
Yeah, so you've got currently about almost 1,600 votes for the Conservative candidate, and Nathan Cullen has just shy of 1,200.
Yeah. So that's not a big. There's probably, there's probably another 10,000 votes to come in there. So that might just be like Houston is showing, and they haven't voted Smithers yet. So I'm going to switch back.
There are 14 to 30 polls reporting in Smithers.
But like that's one of those areas that is, a very, very strong NDP and, a good local candidate. So I'm surprised to see that.
Some people in the comments don't like
they don't like him.
So there you go.
But like he's well liked by his people, right? He's one of those like long term. People.
I agree. Question that came in on my chat here. The Maple Leaf Forever asks thoughts on if PBC set up provincially. Being in Ontario, I'm not happy with Ford. He's a liberal in the closet. I wish there was a good alternative.
That's a pretty big closet.
That's a big closet. So my opinion on this one is you're better off getting involved in primaries in the party politics to oust Doug Ford than you would be to get the PPC to bring a party in and actually win an election. I think you'd be so much better off to just get involved with Conservative Party and get that guy out of there. This is how you get these people out the door. You get new people in.
Yeah, you get a bus full of Chinese charter students. A tactic as old as time. It's just how Canadian politics works.
I have zero faith in the PPC winning any elections.
They never will. They're a bunch of goofs.
Yeah, it's not happening.
We got to take a quick pause and thank our sponsors again for this here. We'll be back to the regular programming in a second. But the Dairy Cartel, who we have nothing bad to say about.
That's correct.
And thank you very much.
Cheers to the Dairy Cartel.
They're drinking milk.
Wow.
That's adorable.
Yep.
That's adorable.
I also want to go on record as saying I also have no problems with the Dairy Cartel. Friends of ours as well here in BC.
Is it raw milk, right? Is it pasteurized?
No, it was actually just up to my neck.
What? Are we on the air still?
Pasteurized?
Are we still on the air? Yes, Anita. This is exactly what we do for a living. Yes.
This is still a show. Okay, I'm joking. No, it's awesome. It's funny. Yeah. Okay.
Celebrating creamy communism in Canada. Yeah.
Communism. Teresa Tam wants you to pasteurize everything. She doesn't want anything pasteurized.
The reason we're Anita, the reason we're drinking the reason we're drinking milk is because the sponsor of today's show is Six Rock Dairy out of Armstrong, BC. They're wonderful people. They're wonderful people. They may be part of the Dairy Cartel in BC. We're not sure, but well, they certainly are.
You don't have a choice. You
don't have a choice. Henceforth, nobody forced us to drink milk on
You can have milk any way you like it. It's all good with me.
But Six Rock, because that's illegal.
Six Rock Dairy, they're Armstrong, BC. They're lovely people. They got daughters that are awesome.
Yeah, no, good. Okay, that's awesome. I think that's great. Yeah, I enjoy milk from a carton also. But I think you should be able to have it any way you want it. You want raw, have raw, right? I don't need Teresa Tam telling me what to drink. For God's sake, look at her.
Yeah,
You
yeah. You
health
have to
advice from
drink your
her?
milk through a glory hole with a paper straw.
I ain't
We're back,
drinking that
we're
kind
back
of
to
milk.
the glory hole thing again.
You
Wow,
love the
that's
glory
great.
hole.
I
I
remember
tell you
that
what.
article. I reported on that article. It's absurd.
I thought it was
Holy
a joke.
hell!
I couldn't even
No,
believe
it's
it was
that
real.
it was Health BC under Bonnie Henry as the authority of Health BC.
Did you guys read the fine print there? It says that 40 people get back injuries every month from glory holes in British Columbia.
40 people.
Like WCB claim back in
Back injuries?
Seriously, I read the fine print.
I feel like
That's a lot.
accidentally over circumcising yourself with the sharp edges would be a far greater risk. But maybe I'm. Why
Well,
back
take a moment. I
injuries?
also wanted to just
They
give
go
a
to the
quick shout out
kosher
to my
hole for
sponsor.
that one.
My sponsor is the Bread Price Fixers.
Oh, Loblaws.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. All right. But we actually did have 6 Rock sponsoring us, and we do appreciate it.
We do appreciate it. We do.
Of course.
They're awesome. They're wonderful people.
Yeah.
Holy
Now-
hell, my riding is so close. We're at 8,406 to 8,956, and it's still the greens. Yeah, the green one. It's not the only green one. There's another green
That's
one over
gotta
there
sting,
on Coney
Clyde.
Island.
No, actually, it looks like that's the only green one right now, unless there's one that's so small in the middle of Vancouver that we can't even pick it out.
It's time.
No, it looks like the Gulf Islands are green too in that map. If you zoom in.
Yeah.
But this stupid
Well,
global
They're
thing
no
is
longer islands.
saying 48 NDP, 43 conservative now. The global one. They're saying 48 NDP, 43 conservative. That's
Okay.
that better change.
Seriously, how
in
did,
the
how
next
did you
15
guys
minutes.
make this map? I have to ask. It's just killing me. I'm dying over
Oh, the
here.
map, I know. Like they can never draw anything with a likeness, right? It's always going to be totally inaccurate. Like
So
this
we
is
didn't
like-
we didn't
yeah.
make this ourselves. This isn't.
Yeah.
This is
No,
pretty-
no.
They
Dudes didn't draw this in the
Oh,
back.
oh,
This
Guys,
map
quick.
coming from the guy who helped
quick.
get all the data. Wait
It's
one
quick, Dave.
second. Wait
Yeah.
1 second, Liam. Let me finish. The map that's up here. This is the best part of this, okay? Because Zoltan's been all over our map. Okay, here's the funny part about the map. The worst part. This is Brett, the guy who put all the data together. Everything goes. The worst part is this directly was converted from the special map data off the BC Elections website. So
This is their official map.
So
if
I
John Rustad was here, you go, everything in BC is broken, even the elections map.
no, sorry.
I'm looking at the BC election site. They're showing 48 NDP, 43 conservative at this point.
So
and
ours
that's
is
updated.
up to date. Like this is literally a live feed off of the BC election server.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's good. That's
And
so it's
so
up to this
we've got
minute. Yeah.
49 conservative, 42 and 2.
Yeah,
Well,
I've got 48,
regardless-
43 and 2 at this point. So
Yeah, so 48, 49, somewhere in that range. I mean, we're splitting hairs at this point, 49 or 48. If you're wanting the conservatives, if you're going through predictions,
The
oh,
NDP
wait,
are
we
up.
did that. I didn't get
the
Zoltan on the
NDP are up
predictions,
on
did I?
the website now. The NDP are at 48 and the conservatives are at 43.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm not happy about that. I want to see that change in the next before the night is done.
Well,
You guys know who I voted for, and I don't like.
It's very close.
An independent. No.
25,000 votes between the NDP and the conservatives right now in total out of 740 and 715. So, but it's
Okay.
changing.
Okay, it's changing,
pretty
right?
tight.
Yeah. It's
It's very
tight. I
tight,
don't
yeah.
understand
It's
why
very
it's so
tight.
tight. Who are
Well,
these
it's probably
NDP
because
voters?
you have a conservative party
These
that
Green
came out of
Party
nowhere.
voters. What is that?
Clyde, you're just gonna be traumatized for life.
I'm just gonna be giving people the hairy eyeball every day as I'm walking
Look
around
at
town.
you. That's
What?
you. That's you right there.
Oh man, I'm
Do they not
I'm-
know who you are?
I imagine everybody does. Like,
Like,
how often
shouldn't
do you
they be
get
like-
how often do you get recognized on the street, Clyde?
often.
Okay, well, they should be like, hey, man, he's our dude. He fights for Canada. We gotta listen to this guy. But there's dum-dums in your writing. How
There's a
come
bunch of dum-dums. Yeah,
Tell
there's a
me.
bunch of dum-dums. It goes, well, my riding goes to from North Van all the way to Lillooet, and then it's also the Sunshine Coast. So
the people, kind of have a little bit of what jingle in their jeans, like
There's
they.
a lot of trees there too, right?
Their jeans.
Well, I mean, do they have money? They have money, obviously. That's
Like a little pot in their pocket, a little.
jingle in their jeans. Like, are they rich and like kind of oblivious, like upper middle class? Yeah, they are, right? In that writing, no.
Well, that's you're talking about North Vancouver,
Van and
West Vancouver. Sorry, North
West
Vancouver,
Van.
another riding.
You
Yeah,
guys
North
wanna-
Van's
you
like
guys want a BC
that's
elections
rich,
fun
rich
fact?
town.
A
Whistler
BC elections.
hippies. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
This is an
Zoltan, what's a fun fact?
BC elections fun fact. This is the first BC election without the marijuana party on the ticket.
Oh, that marijuana guy. Yeah, we used to have a marijuana party guy. I forgot his
They
name.
went up in smoke, did they?
That's right.
They teach
Yeah,
and
they
train
dissolved
them.
the party in
Supports
2019.
vaporized, right?
Yeah, they just
Said they weren't motivated anymore.
they actually filed they filled out the election paper and then they accidentally used it as rollers.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. Yes. Well, what else have we got? Let's bring the map back.
Well, the map seems to be stuck in limbo right now. So we got to a certain point, and it's like, what are you gonna do? It's yeah, Brett, I wish you guys could see on this side. Brett is frustrated with the map, so we're working on it.
Yeah.
No, it's switched now. 47 NDP, 44 Conservative.
47 NDP. This is a tight little ball game tonight.
Yeah, let's just call it and go to bed.
Oh my god. I know. In my writing, the NDP woman is leading. Oh God.
By lots or
But
what?
51.4 versus 40.3.
That's quite a bit.
Oh God. How? Oh well. I don't know. I don't
We're
know.
talking
Maybe I shouldn't have bought that
500
shampoo.
votes in the West Van Sea to Sky Sunshine Coast.
Yeah.
It's very close.
Let's
And it's
read
the
some-
Green Party. Like, it's not even against the NDP. The NDP is losing in that
Mhm.
riding.
Should we look? What's another writing? Let's go to Burnaby South Metrotown and see who's leading there. NDP.
Paul Choi,
Paul Choi.
48.5.
Okay, I don't know how we get the mouse over to the.
That's actually
500 votes
Jagmeet
difference.
Singh's riding federally, which is
God, what about I've just got the website up here, so let's just look at Delta North. Ravi Kalan, he's kind of, people know him. NDP is leading there, 52.6 over 40.4 for the Conservative. I mean, at least they're tight, but why is NDP winning? What are they looking at on their feeds, in their social media, that is driving them to do
Ooh,
this?
Look at North Island.
North
55-28 NDP versus 52-66 Conservatives. That's a tight race.
That's that's well, as somebody named Drizzle Jizzle says, my sphincter whistles softly.
Is it weeping? No, I don't know.
No, that's the guitar.
My guitar.
Yeah, it's a take on Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Wow, my guitar. Okay, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, let's go. Okay, Langley, Abbotsford, Conservatives are winning there. Harmon Bangu is winning he's got 10,420 votes over the NDP guy who's got 6,200 something.
I bet you that marijuana party wanted to get 10,420 votes.
420.
Hey, 69. Yeah.
Oh God.
Nice.
This is
nice. Giggity, giggity.
John, earlier when you were asking us our predictions, I
Yes.
was very hesitant because they are so tight. Not hesitant, but I didn't have the confidence to call it because I know people are whacked in BC. We're lefty, we're whacked, and we have so many high hopes that we need change.
well. Actually,
And
that brings up, Anita. I forgot one of my top issues in the BC election:
Mhm.
library radicalization.
Yes, go on.
Curious if you guys are dealing with that in Saskatchewan. as well.
What do you mean by
No,
that?
well,
Library radicalization. Well, I have here written public libraries are being occupied by sex pests, drag queens, transsexuals, and all other kinds of eccentric characters.
Can you define sex pest for a second?
I got that. Gord McGill's watching. I got that phrase from Gord. I actually don't know what that means.
Sex pest? That's a funny one. It's like creepy dudes, creepy people that hang out, and that's what they do. You'll often find them going to like third world countries for vacations.
They do the what do they call it? The sex vacation. It's got a fancy term.
The guys
You're looking at me like I know what that is.
Sex tourism.
What the heck would I know that is?
John, what is it?
Sean, I defer to the resident expert over here.
What was that thing you did in Thailand with the ping pong balls?
Remember that?
Oh my God! You know, and I'm
playing ping pong and ding dang.
I'll tell you what they do have in the library, in my local library. They have needle drop boxes in the bathroom. You can you can drop your used needles in the bathroom.
I wasn't aware of how big of an issue this was. I went to the library recently. I took my niece there, and the kids section. Wow, what a cesspool that is!
What did you see?
Oh my God! Oh, just all kinds of crazy stuff. I don't even want to dignify it by describing it. Just all kinds of books about gross sexual stuff. Well, I was there to get a copy of Alexander Solzhenitsyn's The Gulag Archipelago, so I took her to the genocide section of the library, which seemed way more age appropriate.
We should probably learn more. I got that book out once, but I just couldn't get it started because I kept falling, it's hard to, but I kept falling. I fall asleep when I read, but yeah, geez, I'll have to check out I have 2 kids, but they're older, so I'm not reading them little books in the library anymore. They can read, Yes.
Well, Saskatchewan, to your point about asking about the sexualization of libraries, one of the NDP MLAs in Saskatchewan has 2, I think 7 and 9-year-old kids, boys that they're raising as girls, and then getting them to go into the change room at the school in Balgonie is the town. And that's kind of a big thing going on there. They've got the backing of the school board to do it. And I think that I love the fact that this is blowing up a week before the election. I hope it gets all kinds of coverage.
So
what are the chances that you have 2 transgender kids?
What are the chances? Exactly.
So at a high school here, what they did is they created a 3rd bathroom for kids that were, transgender or gender questioning or whatever. And I was told that was the bathroom everyone used to poop in. Just because it was a single stall bathroom, right? So
yeah.
46-45.
Oh God, 46-45 for who now?
NDP. Yeah. Yeah, but we're now down into the Greens hold the balance of power as the current status.
It's crazy. It's like 600 votes in the Sea to Sky riding.
Yep.
Sorry,
and
400 votes. It's
we have
400. Oh, it's
50% voter turnout now at this point. So
what was the voter turnout? Say that again, Liam?
We're at 50 now with 85% of ballot boxes reporting. So we're probably going to be pushing 60-65% voter turnout,
which is a 20% increase from the last election.
Yeah,
roughly for population. Yeah.
She's super tight, super tight.
I
think the answer to your question is why are they not further ahead? How do you build a party a year and a half without having some hiccups, right? Like this is a movement. It's hard, right?
No, it's insane to think that right now they could be the government, right? Like, I mean, they're that close. They're like, it's razor thin right now.
5,000 votes guaranteed.
Right.
It's just over.
Right. One more thing about these bathrooms, by the way. I hate the fact that these idiots call them unisex bathrooms. Unisex bathrooms, una meaning one. A boy's bathroom is a unisex bathroom. A girl's bathroom is a unisex bathroom. These bathrooms for both genders are omnisex bathrooms. But they can't even
I'm
get
just
their
glad
own
they used the word
nomenclature right.
sex and not gender. I'm tired of the confusion between the terms sex and gender. Genders, there are 4 genders in the English language. It is a grammatical construct. It's not a social construct. There's indeterminate, neuter, masculine, and feminine. There are 2 sexes that any biological being can be, and you're either male or female. And the way people describe you,
Any
is either-
multicellular.
Yeah.
46 conservatives are up 1.
What?
Nice.
1. We got 46, 45, 42, which still means a green, and that would be a green, minority would have to support one of those 2. So, but still, it's switching around here.
Well, the Greens gonna always go with the communists.
You know what? I to be fair, I think that the Greens, the Sonia Furstenau is a very competent person, and it's tricky for them because their voting base is tough to get. But there's actually a lot of I lean green, but I'm like a blue green guy, right? I got like blue green tie dyed. But we got to have that economy. It's just like Chace Barber said earlier in the show. You got to have that economy going good to actually look after the environment, right? And if you slaughter the economy, like if you look at communism, Alexander Solzhenitsyn is a good example there. If you go to Russia, you got the most dirty sites in the world in Russia. You got a city, Norilsk. Norilsk is a nickel mining district of northern Russia. You weren't allowed to go there before. It was even more difficult to go to Russia. You can mine the top layer of the soil there for like gold and platinum and make money. The average life expectancy is 42. So communism does not vibe with environmentalism. Those are diametrically opposed ideas. So I like the Green Party, but it's complicated. You have to
The
get rid of
track
some of the
record on
ideas.
communism and climate change is not good.
No, it's terrible. Look at China.
It's very terrible. See, the problem is like Canadians in general, and maybe this isn't a problem. I think it's a PR problem for the Conservatives, is actually getting people to realize that the Conservative Party is federally or provincially here in British Columbia is the better bet for conservation of the environment. When you're talking about real environmental issues, not this carbon dioxide is the only issue we concentrate on. No, I'm talking about clean water, drinking water, preserving, making sure industry is not polluting with actual chemicals into the soils and into the air and into the waterways. Yeah, the Conservatives are the ones who are going to actually fight for that. And whether it's the NDP or the Green Party, they're too fixated on this global climate thing. And the thing is, well, you go over to China. Why aren't they concerned about climate change? Because they already have a communist government, and that's really what it comes down to.
Well, because the communist government is scared of being taken down by unhappy people, and so they've kept the economy going. But I will say this about China: like they don't have a lot of their own oil; they're net importers of oil, and they are destroying the use of internal combustion engines with this massive rollout of super cheap electric vehicles and an incredibly drop in the cost of solar energy. And at the end of the day, like if I want to be a redneck out on my farm and I have a Cybertruck and I got an array of super cheap solar panels that I put up, I can charge my Cybertruck for almost for free. I don't have to pay any road tax. I don't have to get anything. It's direct freedom. And so like things aren't black and white. Like the communists, like they've let the capitalism work because that's the only way that they can actually stay in power is by allowing people to grow. And if you take people's wealth away from us, like we've done in Canada with this GDP per capita that's been declining for years, we got crime up. None of these ideas are working. Everybody's fed up with it, but there's still people that think we'll just try a little harder and it'll work. And that's a testament to Canadians being nice and being honest and being willing to try in the long run. But I think within a couple of years, like if the Conservatives don't win tonight, unless EB really wakes up and or there's a revolt inside of the NDP party, there's zero chance that they will win the next election. And like you said, that might be really bad because they'll try to skewer things. But if we have a minority government, you can see that the Greens will be jumping in there at an opportunity to form the official opposition in the event that it keeps going the way it is.
NDP wins, Liam. Does anybody think Ebby's gonna all of a sudden wake up? Not a chance.
No, not a chance.
Not a chance.
No, he'll keep doing more of the same. He's got his beliefs and his policies that he believes in. He'll never change. And if he wins tonight, it just is going to reinforce that for him. It'll just reinforce his confidence. And it's funny what you were talking about China. It's like China is the most capitalist society. They create everything, yet they're
Yes.
communists. And
Wow.
and China doesn't have a carbon tax. Neither does Russia. Neither does
No.
India. Neither does the U.S. But we
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trudeau.
Yeah, I'm actually a supporter of the carbon tax, but not the way that
Oh
it's been
God, you're
done.
the one. Well, how come you say that?
You want to know?
Well, I
you wanna
mean,
know something,
okay,
though?
Milton,
Me and Elon Musk support.
We
the
found
carbon
one.
tax.
Milton
Yeah.
You found
Friedman
one.
talked
like a
about
unicorn.
this as a concept. There needs to be a cost for damages you do to other people, and so presumably when you're doing things that are harming the environment, there needs to be a price that you pay for that. And
Yeah,
part
we're
of
not
a
doing
go-
that. Not us
well,
in Canada. but
that's
don't- yeah.
so. Here's the thing. I'm not saying what's happening in Canada is good. I'm saying as a concept, the idea of having some type of fines imposed or levies put on companies that damage the environment is a good thing, because otherwise they don't bear any costs for it and they're incentivized to just keep doing it.
Then get rid of
Yeah,
the eminent
I
domain
can
laws.
get behind that.
That is
to an
completely
extent,
different. That's
yeah, I
completely
can-
different than what's happening here.
So you're band-aiding an issue that came a long time ago. So when the robber barons were going across the whole continent with their trains and terrorizing everybody, they got their way because of eminent domain laws. They didn't have to pay for the people that they caused damages to. When they would roll by with their trains and they would put soot everywhere, farmers would sue them. They would take them to court and they would file for injunctions. They would sue them for damages and they would win. It wasn't until the governments of Canada and the United States came in with this new idea. Why don't we just create an eminent domain because it's a public good? They should just be able to get away with it. That's what caused a lot of these issues. At the time, these train companies, they were actually making rudimentary emissions devices on their trains to stop lawsuits from coming in. This is what should be happening. If you're polluting the environment and you're getting out there, you shouldn't be getting fines from the government. You should be getting sued by people who are downstream from you. And and the government should allow for that instead of squashing people and not allowing for these lawsuits.
I don't want to be a cynic, and I know that this probably isn't the right venue to make this comment, but my attitude towards polluting is that it's like voting. You're only one person. You can't make a difference.
My grandfather is shaking his fist at you.
Yeah.
But so many industries pollute so much. Even when you go to the hospital, like you wear a gown, you barely worn it, you take it off, put it in the laundry. They have rubber gloves, and putting that in the garbage. Where I work in a health clinic right now, and everybody has a mask. Like some people have masks. We throw so many masks in the garbage. We
Okay.
throw needles in the garbage because we do dry needling for acupuncture and stuff like that.
Well, I wonder
But they've done a lot to
much waste.
reduce. They've done a lot to reduce that waste. For example, there's no asses on any of the gowns.
Yeah, yes, that would have been more detergent if they were. Yes, they are assless gowns. Yes. So yeah.
Speaking of needles, if David Eby wins, I wonder if he's going to bring back his ever popular policy of letting people do drugs at the park. Because
Well, that policy hasn't gone away, has it yet? The drugs in the park or whatever.
No,
Right.
you're not allowed to do it in
I mean, years ago,
playgrounds
you
anymore.
you
Well,
couldn't
that
have
got defeated, I think, at the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken.
We established some boundaries in BC, so you can have the hate rallies and intravenous drug use, just not at a playground, a synagogue, or a hospital. Anywhere else is fair game.
I feel like there's probably a few really, really cynical people out there, to use Zoltan's word, who at some point you'd think would just become addicted to drugs and do them on steps of the legislature just to prove a point.
Yeah, you'd think.
I mean,
There
years
was
ago,
a couple of
women
city
drank a
officials.
glass of white wine on the beach. Think about that.
Well, that
You
was the
know?
thing. So there was a while ago, there was a couple of city officials that went and they were drinking on the street to try to get arrested next to a bunch of like people doing illicit substances. And yeah, the cops came over and stopped them. They're like, you're not allowed to do that. Oh, really? I'm not allowed to have a beer. next to these guys
can't
doing
have
their
a beer
fentanyl
or whatever. You
and
can't
heroin
have a
and
little
all.
drinky poo on the street, but you can openly
Here's-
shoot up heroin.
You know, okay, I'm going to change the subject just for a quick
Okay.
second and get us all. I disagree with Zoltan. I think one person can enact a lot of change. That's my own belief. I'm going to throw that in on you, Zoltan, just to
Oh,
throw
I
that
was
in.
just kidding, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Look at
all right.
Fallon.
Fair enough.
It's hard to
This
tell
is-
through his
See, this is on-
Randy
this is-
Savage glasses.
This is on Twitter. CTV just disabled their live chat on YouTube on their election coverage. That doesn't sound like
What?
a mainstream
Oh,
thing to
really?
do, does it?
Really? Why would they do that?
Come-
That seems
Come
out of
to
the
ours.
ordinary.
You can comment whatever you want.
That's exactly what they put underneath it. They said
That's
they
exactly what.
come over
on
here
over to
because
the-
you can call us all. We would love
Well,
nothing more
actually,
than
we
to,
had
to read some
Right.
comments that call us a bunch of idiots. I think
Sean,
specifically
we had-
twos.
Get in there.
What
Well-
did it say? It said they disabled the live comments on their stream right now.
Yes, it
CTV?
said CTV just disabled their live chat on YouTube on the election coverage.
Aw,
Do they have old comments listed there that you can read?
That's a good question.
And were those comments very pro-conservative, and that's why they had to disable it? Because
CTV.
think about it. We're a broadcaster like CTV Global, CBC, but the public isn't allowed to comment. Like, think of how awful that is, and how many times they've done this before. Because Global's been doing this ever since COVID, disabling comments. We don't want to hear from the viewer. I mean, F
Okay.
you.
For example,
F you, the network.
look at the comment we have right up now. You are idiots. We're happy to put that up.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
Thank you,
matter.
Scott Jet.
Yes. Well,
Thanks for the great
Hey.
comment. Thanks for watching. At
Scott,
least
can
we
you
know-
explain why we're idiots? You know, like
Let's
why
get
are
him
we?
on the
Why are
show.
we? Yeah.
Let's
And
get him
that's
on
a lot
the
of people. There's a lot of different varying opinions in this group here, but we don't have to get mad at each other. We can just say it.
Maybe
And
it works for
move along.
CTV or something.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
how cowardly that these guys cannot have live comments.
well, I'm seeing if I can pull it up here, Anita. Give me while you guys
Yeah,
carry on. I'll see if I can grab a couple of the comments that were
Of
on
the
there.
comments and
Thanks,
and
Jehovah's thickness. Really appreciate that right now.
Joe, I didn't even see the name. I didn't even see the name.
Love
that is
it.
the best username I have ever
That's
seen.
so good.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh,
That's funny.
why didn't I think of that before I started doing internet
know-
things? Oh,
I
I'm
know.
so mad at myself right
I'm
now.
so mad at myself for calling myself
It was
Anita.
right
Anita
there.
K.
It was right there
Um,
all along.
Somebody
this.
said that.
Yeah.
Somebody said that CBC has done the same thing as well.
Yeah, I can't see any. I can't, as far as I can tell, I can't see any comments.
Old comments. You can't see the old comments. But think about that for a second. CBC, CTV, Global, they don't want to hear from you. You are not, your comment means nothing to them. So they've disabled the comments off as a public broadcaster.
I don't blame them for turning it off. Can you imagine what it would be like monitoring the comments for CBC? Like, that's got to be the worst job in the world. Just
Yeah.
all day looking at you suck.
Well,
Oh my God. Like at that point, I'd rather work
Then
at
don't take
Microsoft Edge.
then don't take our tax money if you don't want to hear from us. Then I don't want to pay you. Then not a
Like
penny
we're
of
your
my
boss,
taxes.
and we're telling you suck.
And we're telling
should've
you
just-
you suck and you turn me off. You don't want to hear from me. Well, don't take my money. You
know,
need
go
my
to hell
consent.
spelt 100 different ways.
Yeah, honestly, this is so pathetic. So pathetic for the broadcasters. Anyway, the conservatives are 46 and NDP 45 according to Global.
And
Yeah,
and according to the map,
us,
the
we
map
have the
is
map.
updating. Anita, come
Why do
on,
you
Read
guys
it up.
keep looking
Don't
at
bring
other
the global
people's?
on here.
Good. I'm happy to hear it. But see how tight it is? It's tighter than a glory hole, isn't it?
The glory hole. Anita's going.
Glory
She's
hole
going like,
tight.
See, and I keep getting in hell for bringing up the glory holes.
Wow.
We should call up
40
Teresa
people
Tam.
a day.
Tell us more about
40
that.
people a day. Is that the stat I heard? There's no way that's true.
No,
And
that's 40 people
specifically
get
back
a day?
injuries.
Sorry,
40 people a day get back injuries using glory holes was what he said. Which is because you're like, okay, well,
No,
what
not
other
a
injuries
day,
do they
that
have?
can't be.
Is that the largest group of injuries, or is it the smallest group of injuries? I mean, there's like this is what I
It
want
gives you an
Stats
idea-
Canada
it
to
gives you a
devote their
better
time
idea
to.
The demographics that you're dealing with in
I've
that
never
type of
seen
venue,
a
right? It's
glory
probably a
hole.
lot of it's kind of gross, but you know, if
Well,
there's
I
that
would
many
say-
back injuries, you have to assume it's probably a lot of older folks.
Yeah, and I would say as far as demographics go with glory holes, at least 50% of them are men.
Yeah.
At least.
Oh, yeah, because yeah.
At least 50%.
Well, of course, not 50%. It's probably all
This Candace.
100% men. Anyway.
Oh, man. that's
Okay.
awful.
What? Okay. I don't know why we keep going back there, but well, there's
You-
a little-
you're the one who got
Oh,
there.
yeah, I did. Yeah, I made the joke.
Oh man. You know when you've been live streaming for over 3 straight hours, your brain's
Hours
gonna
and
go a
just
little
start-
bit.
Yeah,
turn
you,
to
you
goo.
get the rigors
Oh,
dementia.
man.
Yeah. You know?
We've turned to goo.
I just want to bring some civility back to this commentary. Can we go away from
Get out.
vehicles and talk
Okay.
about bathrooms again?
Oh no, not the
So I
toilet.
don't
We're
know.
back.
I don't know
Are
if
we
you
back
guys
to the
heard-
toilet?
Oh, I love this
Yeah.
analogy from the comments. Rob from Canada says this race is tighter than Teresa Tam's Adam's apple.
That's
Oh man.
brutal. So I don't know if you guys heard the story about the men's tampons in the military bathrooms.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
they
Oh,
ran
sir.
out. They were completely out. So they thought initially that it was due to over demand, but then they found out that they were being thrown in the garbage, and now it's being investigated as a hate crime.
Oh,
Oh,
hey, nice, right? Hate crime.
Wow. Yeah.
These are
Well,
the
Which
big
yeah.
it's funny, like out of all the places you should have tampons, it should be in the military. They were originally designed to staunch the wounds, staunch bullet wounds, right?
That's
It's
not
the
true.
one place
That's
that makes
not
the
true.
most sense.
Is that true?
Yeah. I don't
Is that
know.
really true?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
'cause there
well, it
there
was-
one guy. Jordan Peterson writes about the guy who invented women's products.
No, it's a guy.
And-
It's a guy in India. So he invented a way to make them cheap enough for women in India. So it's an incredible
Incredible.
story.
Yeah, and like he went through a ton of hardship because everybody thought he was a weirdo. Like, why you want to
Well,
do
he
that?
was- you
Probably
know,
like
he
the
was-
first guy who milked a cow.
No, he was testing it out, Clyde. So he made a bladder for himself that he filled. I'm not kidding. This is real. He made a bladder that he filled himself with like ketchup and yogurt or something, and he was like trying it out and testing it. So, I mean, if you had to interact with this person, if this person was in your neighborhood, like, would you think they're a weirdo?
Like, just imagine,
Like
you know,
batter a
you're
bear suit, right?
you're
It's
mowing
like-
your lawn in your backyard, and you look over the fence, and you're like, "Oh, hey, Bill, what are you up to?" And he just got this bladder full of ketchup and yogurt.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
gross.
because he was trying to like.
So
study the
yeah, no
attention and
wonder
everything.
everybody thought he was crazy.
If you're
No,
just if
it's-
you're
Tuning in.
It's a
we're
real
gonna
story.
start
You guys gotta
vomiting.
look it up. It's a love story too, because his wife. It is. I'm serious. So his wife divorced him over this because he became kind of a pariah in the community for obvious reasons. But then he became rich as a result of making these tampons, and she fell back in love with him, and they're back
Fell
together.
back in love with him.
It's true.
Once you got rich.
Yeah,
That's funny.
it's a real
Okay.
story.
okay,
yeah,
so
they
going
should make it into a movie starring Matthew McConaughey and Jennifer
going
Garner.
back to the BC election, man, that was a wild tangent. It all started. I blame this on Anita and the glory holes because we took a hard turn. Okay, here's where it sits as far as we can see. As far as any updates, is 46 conservative, 45 NDP, and I believe that says 2. My eyes miss 2 to the
you're
green.
right.
That's
Yeah, no,
right.
you're right. The new land bridge connecting Tawasin to Vancouver Island has shifted to green.
So I don't know. There you go. That's where we're sitting.
Okay, go back to green sky just a sec, or see
Yeah,
the
yeah,
sky
yeah.
rather.
See the sky.
So that's 66 to 9,000 and 9,600. So it's
It
pretty
looks
tight.
like it's gonna go green, doesn't it?
Under
Yeah, but it's still pretty. Like you're within a few hundred votes.
Yeah, there's not very many seats right now that are under 500 votes differential. So the leading seats are mostly pushing over 1,000 votes, and you're starting to see like 13, 14, 15,000 votes on each one. So I'm thinking that the results that we're going to see aren't going to shift too much from here. We're only going to have a 1 or 2 seat move in the next, because we have 54% voter turnout now. Eh?
A 1 or 2 seat movement right now is literally
Is
going
huge.
to decide the election.
Yeah.
Totally. But we should figure out which those seats are. One seat that I find spectacularly surprising is Kootenay Central. And I just looked at their so the Kootenays are like, if you look at the Kootenays from Idaho, the East Kootenays are rednecked and the West Kootenays are like more liberal or more NDP, but the center usually goes conservative. So I'm surprised that, and that's the difference between a majority and the Conservatives right now. It looks like there's an independent that ran there, which may have taken votes away from.
I don't want to be an alarmist, but
Corinne Morey.
Sorry, who's going to be an alarmist?
I don't mean to be an alarmist, but when I look at this map, the thing that concerns me the most is probably the complete disappearance of the Queen Charlotte Islands.
Where did they go?
Yeah, there you go.
Did Yellowstone erupt and nobody told us?
Yeah.
Let's keep it on board here, you gentlemen here.
Okay,
let's share my screen for a second, if you
Sure.
want to.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'll bring it up, Anita. Yep.
Okay, so just so that we can have a rational perspective, because this map was terrible. Okay, so here's a real map of BC, right? So, that's so.
Even that map has Vancouver Island connected.
Yeah, it does have it connected. That's not good. That's not good.
Yeah,
But it's at
that's
least
a Mercator projection. It's very
Interesting, eh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is
Get
a
your
very
shit together, BC.
Well,
Yeah,
no, it's a very realistic.
No, get your
map
shit less
of what
together.
It will look like after the big
And
one. If you know
then-
anything about the Juan de Fuca tectonic plate,
The big one.
and the big one
Coming.
that we're all waiting for, this is exactly what the province will look like.
Yeah,
with
and
a
then
30%
one of the
chance anytime
headlines-
between today and the next 100 years.
So we're back to
Yeah,
back to
but that-
45 on the Conservatives and 46 on the NDP. Something just switched a second ago.
Oh shit! Did it?
Yeah.
Did it?
And it is Kelowna Lake Country.
Okay, Kelowna. Kelowna is a big freedom fighting town. So I hope that
Harwinder Sandhu. You know who that is?
no.
He's the incumbent NDP there, isn't he?
Vernon Lumby. I'm sorry, it's Vernon Lumby. Which I was
Right
kind
there.
of expecting.
Vernon Lumby, NDP at 11,000, and the Conservatives at 10,600. So they're
Vernon
600.
Lumby, what kind of
400.
name is that? No,
They're 600 behind now. Conservatives are 600 behind there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Gumby.
Now here,
So here's another story there. Kevin Acton was a United guy, or he was the guy that got kicked out. So Dennis Giesbrecht dropped in. So it looks like Kevin Acton is going to cost the Conservatives a loss here, by the looks of it. So he's
great.
one of the independents. So
Yeah. One
okay.
of the
What about?
headlines.
Yeah,
Yes?
go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. And I'll just finish. One of the headlines that they're just saying on the news, global news, is nail-biting finish anticipated for BC election as atmospheric river impacts polling numbers. Adding to the uncertainty, the most populated parts of the province have been swamped by torrential rainstorm, with some residents being warned not to travel. The atmospheric river has triggered numerous flooding alerts and power outages across the southern parts of the province, including the Vancouver area. And this reporter has more on the wet and dangerous conditions affecting this election day.
Yeah, they're probably saying that Conservatives should not travel.
But it's going to be the Conservatives that'll get in their trucks and
Well,
go.
that was what Wyatt was saying.
Yeah,
Come
and
hell,
I think
come hell or high water.
I think he's
but-
totally right.
because-
Can
yeah.
one of you
Anyway.
guys tell me where Maple Ridge East is? I kind of want to check in on them. They have this unique thing where
Yeah.
since the riding was formed in 2001, whichever direction that riding went has also been the winning party.
Okay. Maple Ridge is like a growing suburb east of myself. So I would
Yeah,
say
you
it's
have to
about
zoom in a little bit.
45 minutes
Is it
away
is
from
it in the lower
Vancouver.
mainland part?
Maple Ridge.
Yeah, it's the big one. It's right beside below the green area. If you zoom on that green area, it's just to the south of it, and it cuts right into that big green one. It kind of sticks into that green one there in the middle of it.
Maple
It's a
Ridge.
big
a
family
little below
place.
that,
A lot of families are moving there because they kind of had affordable houses
Go to
in
the
that
lower mainland section.
region.
Lisa Bear leads by 2,400 votes, so it's unlikely that that'll switch. Although we've
who
seen some switching.
Sorry, let me
Lisa
see.
Bear, NDP,
Maple Ridge East.
Maple
Yes.
Ridge Pit Meadows. Sorry,
Yeah,
Maple Ridge East is Lawrence Locke. No, he's leading by
Here you
300.
go.
The Conservatives
Yeah,
by
right there.
329 votes.
Okay, so Maple Ridge Pit Meadows is conservative. Conservative.
No, it shows
isn't.
NDP.
It's NDP. Maple Ridge East is showing conservative by
shit.
329 votes.
Oh
Um,
shit! Yes, it is. Yeah. Oh shitty. Ugh. What does the big map say though? Now let's see. Let's go back to that.
I think Vernon
on?
Lumby.
Maple Ridge East, right there.
Conservative Party 11,500 and
23
and
against
NDP is
11,184.
Yeah.
Oh, 523. Yeah.
So
Jesus.
is that the one that predicts
That's the one that has
historically
predicted since it became a riding 23 years ago. It has, whichever way that one has gone, has been the way
the prevailing government has been.
So it's like the Ohio of BC kind of thing.
Oh no, it's like oh dear.
That's if you're hoping for the conservatives, Anita, they're
up by
winning.
300
So it
votes.
actually would be a good. What Tooze is pointing out is if that is the trend, this would point to the conservatives becoming the government now.
If you
obviously.
wanted them to win.
Yes,
you know,
if you wanted them to win. Yes.
Yeah. She's a big NDP
remain
supporter.
unbiased here.
Coquitlam
Okay,
Burke
good. Well,
Mountain is
we'll keep
very
our
close
eye on
at the
that
moment.
then.
It's
Just trying
within 300 votes.
Just trying to keep it professional.
Yeah.
Rigor mortis says real men can drill their own glory hole.
It looks like Sonia Firstenow didn't win her seat, which is too bad.
Isn't that funny? Oh my god.
Oh,
and
the
here we
Green
have
Party
a-
lady?
Yeah, she didn't win her seat. Grace Lohr, who has a famous picture of herself on Twitter. If you would recognize the picture immediately if you saw a picture of Grace Lohr.
So
Sorry,
first now switch. She used to be in Cowichan Valley, and now she's in Victoria Beacon Hill. And unless I'm mistaken, the Greens are losing in both those ridings.
It's ironic that the Green Party lady would lose, on a day when the election is taking place, but also coincidentally, there was a climate catastrophe. So even if she doesn't win, she can wake up tomorrow with the smug self-satisfaction that she was right about the impending climate catastrophe.
When do Green Party people not wake up with smug self-satisfaction, though?
Yeah. Well, that's actually the story of this election, because everybody had the Green Party around 11%, and we've actually got Green Party around 8.5%. And if you think about that 8.5% versus 11%, 2.5% would have come off of the NDP, and that would have dropped their polling down to 42, and you'd see a massive conservative majority at this point. So it looks like strategic voting has swayed some of the final votes, and that's going to be able to allow the Green Party to hold the sledgehammer for a while here. So we'll have probably an unstable government unless something changes in the next little while here. So
Regardless of what happens, if the NDP win, you will have an unstable government.
Yeah, but we'll have an unstable government that could end at any time versus one that will end in 4 years, right? So it's a fact that when you have a minority government, it rarely works out. Because as soon as the NDP feels that they had a Green Party, they are going to go ahead. And as soon as the Green Party feels like the NDP's falling apart, then they can call an election. So they're just waiting for it's like two dogs fighting over a bone, right?
Yeah, basically the only time we've had any substantial, in terms of longevity, minority government in Canada is the federal one that we're going through right now.
Yeah. It's funny how that works, eh? And kudos to Justin. Like, he knows how to stay in power. It doesn't matter what he does to the country. That guy is really good at creating a road to keep himself in power. I mean, he's
definitely
amazing.
not a quitter.
Yeah, he doesn't give up.
Not much of a self-starter
called
either.
the
But
pandemic election, and then Gay was giving everybody money, and people I think they feel like they had to elect him or whatever. And a lot of people at the time were like, "Oh, he's doing such a good job. He's handling COVID so well. Everybody's getting the CERB and yada yada." And then he sort of bought himself more years.
handling COVID so well, he spent 6 months in his basement sitting on a beanbag chair, hitting the bong and eating Cheetos.
Yeah.
He would come out his front door, do a press conference, and then run back in. The guy didn't even shave for 9 months.
That's probably why Sophie left the Mesa.
I know,
Could
but
you
the public,
imagine?
but the way he was being portrayed in the news was like, look at him, he's saving the day, saving the day. That's
Could
how.
you
he was
imagine
being
if your
portrayed.
HR people told you you are the most hated person ever in the history of this workplace? I'd quit.
I would just leave. I'd be
that's
like, I
never
gotta go.
bothered me
Yeah.
at work, to be honest.
I'm not surprised. Okay. Well, what should we do? When do we think these things will? I'm getting
Tomorrow. tomorrow.
live stream fatigue. Actually, I was
Well,
literally-
you get into this goofy land of like you've been here for 3.5, almost 4 hours. Not that everybody's been a part of it for 4 hours, but certainly sitting on this side, it's you stare at it and we're neck and neck. I don't know, 46-45 right now for the NDP. And I mean, all it takes is a polling station to come in, and all of a sudden it can flip the other way. But it looks, who had, I go back to the predictions. Here were the predictions we had. Anita said Conservatives. Carson Binda from the Taxpayers Federation, who said whoever wins Surrey will win British Columbia. So Surrey was his
the decider or something.
Yes, that's what he had.
Yeah.
And then Kat Canada said Conservatives razor thin. Well, I tell you what, we're about as razor thin as you're going to get.
Yeah.
And right now they're trailing. You had Liam in at 48 for the Conservatives. Well, I don't know if we're going to hold out that that's going to turn around here
Probably not.
this late in the game. You had Wyatt Claypool say 75%. He was on board for 75%. He thought that the Conservatives would win. He didn't give just to win a majority. And then Clyde and Alex came in so late, I didn't even get their predictions. So that was the predictions there.
Yeah, I imagine if we asked them now, they'd say it's going to be a toss-up. So, and for those of you wondering about the CTF prediction, Surrey is fairly evenly split by the looks of things, without knowing exactly how many ridings there are offhand. It's this blue and orange part of the Lower Mainland, and so he's pretty right.
He's pretty right, isn't he? Like it's. I mean, at this point, it's tight.
Yeah. The big question right now is who's calling Sonia first, and who is she going to choose? Because if those results don't change, it's not guaranteed she's going to work with the NDP, because you got to remember John Rustad is the kind of guy that can make changes to things because his party is brand new. And he's also, having met with the guy, he listens and he changes his mind. He's very humble. I don't know if anybody else you met him, but he's a very humble. He's kind of like a sweet, he's a sweet kind of a grandpa. It's kind of how I see him. He may just be able to.
Age will do that to you.
Well, just a certain type of personality. Like if you break the personality types into 4 types, he's a dove. Like, there's eagles and roosters and owls and doves. He's the kind of guy that
Trudeau's a rooster.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's an old saying that life is one long lesson in humility, right?
Well, you got to remember, Justin Trudeau was born to do what he's doing. Right?
You know
he was
who I
born
think,
to do that.
just because of his height, I think that one of those back injuries at the Glory Hole may have been David Eby.
It's possible.
It's a long way for him to bend over. That's for sure.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, so tomorrow when I get asked, what how was the live stream? They're like,
Glory hole live stream.
Lots of glory holes. I mean,
we're never covering another BC election
ever again. Yeah, ever again. I mean, Gordon McGill had chimed in saying you ought to do another stream for the U.S. presidential election.
We are doing a stream
with
for the
extra glory holes. It's going to be an even longer night. So
we should do it live on location at a glory hole.
Do you think that border wall that they built has any glory holes in it?
It's got glory slots, I guess.
Yeah. I can't imagine why Anita is feeling fatigued.
Mommy's tired
leaving now, she says.
Mommy's tired. Anyway, let's see what's going on. 46, 45. This is getting depressing for me to pop my bottles of champagne. But I was watching a little bit of something yesterday, and that
we could have a scotch.
I
don't know about what you folks are doing. We on this side, unless something crazy happens, we probably got about 20 minutes left. We're probably going to go until 11 o'clock on this side. If everybody wants to stick around with us for the last 19 minutes, have at her. And if something explodes, no worries, we're not going to shut it down. But regardless, me and Twos had this plan that we were going to have, a celebratory scotch here before we end it off. So that's what we're going to do right now. If you want to join in, folks, you just join in.
Cartons of milk as your sponsor, and then switch to scotch.
Correct.
I can't possibly see anything going wrong with that.
Correct. I had to line the gut first.
Milk was a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a wobbly pop for sure.
Do it. All right, here we go.
So we're going with the obey. That's
Nice.
that's what we're gonna roll with tonight.
Little orangey and smoky. Good stuff.
Brett, would you care for?
Personally, more of a Ballantines guy myself.
Okay. Do you ever wish that sometimes we were like how it is in the States, where you could just on the ballot, you would just see either EB, Rustad, First Now, and then you choose who you want? Because like in the States, you can just choose the governor, right? But for us, we have all the little people that are in our ridings that we have to vote for people, but we generally don't know who those people are. We're voting for the party, right? We're not, do you ever wish it was like that? I guess it doesn't matter because it's not like
I
that.
wish people engaged more in their politics. That's what I wish. I don't want to make. I wish. I don't want to have to simplify it so much that they just don't even have to think even more about it. It's like,
yeah,
you should know who's representing you. So
Yeah,
then
I-
you can be like, what the heck are you doing? You suck. I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody else.
And
That's
I
my
don't
thought.
know the person representing my riding because I don't know who he is, but I like the leader of the party, Yeah.
See,
I
that's tricky.
Hey,
'cause-
we're gonna cheers on this side. Hey, now I hope the
everybody.
conservatives.
Here's to the map.
To all the people tuning in, the 7,400 plus,
Wow.
wherever you're at, if you're popping drinking something, you can comment that too. Either
Yeah.
way, thanks for tuning in.
welcome.
I mean, we
Thanks,
still got
everybody, for
time here,
coming
but
on. We haven't left yet, but we really do appreciate the fact that you guys have decided to spend your evening with us.
well, the thing that me and Two's just on this side for 1 second, then we can go back to this comment or question. Sorry, not comment about if you just had it simplified. When we started this a year ago, this election live coverage, it was a lot of fun, and then we absolutely put a nuke bomb into like all the tech we had lined up for that day. That was a horrific day. Twos can talk, can tell you stories about how upset I was and frustrated I was. So this has been a lot of fun. I was in a very good mood tonight. I'm like nothing's messing this up. And so for all of you fine folks watching, and then of course here sitting tonight, Clyde and Liam and Anita and Zoltan, all you guys coming in, and then everybody else who joined in. That's what makes a good show. Like, I mean, as all of us get punted from different groups, we just, on this side, we just like pick you up. We're like, oh yeah, come on, come into this
running
group.
This stream on a generator as we contend with an atmospheric river. So thanks for rubbing it in that you guys are having such a fair weather day over there.
We're having a fair weather
You
day.
know
It's
what?
pretty good
We're
over
about
here.
to get hit by a bastard of a blizzard in no more than a couple weeks, because that's how it goes. We're gonna get, you guys have an atmospheric river. We're gonna get a climate razor's edge right away here.
We actually used to call it the Pineapple Express. It's like it's a normal thing.
Is that why Seth Rogen called the movie Pineapple Express?
It's also the name of a strain of marijuana.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, it's the El Nino year. So the El Nino years, they come in. It's lots and lots of moisture, warmer temperatures. That's the way it is.
La Nina. You got it reversed, man. It's La Nina that brings
La
the rain.
Nina. Yeah, I always
La Nina.
confuse the two. But then, so Whistler, I'm sure, will get lots and lots of snow. All the resorts will get tons of precipitation. But they always run the risk in Whistler of the freezing level being too high. That's happened before, or they get rained out, stuff like that. But yeah, it's an event that happens on a cyclical sort of scale. You can watch it happen.
We thought we could stave it off with more carbon taxes, but
Obviously, we're not paying enough. Here's something interesting. While we're looking at the map, though, you've got this fairly notable urban-rural divide where you've got a giant map that's almost entirely blue, except for a couple outliers and the densely urban areas. It's the same thing in the Alberta election, same thing in the last Saskatchewan election, mostly the same thing in basically the same thing in what's that little place that nobody likes? Manitoba. And and so it's just it's interesting when you look at this, because I don't see this changing anytime soon. And in fact, I probably see the lines getting
Worse.
further
Yeah.
or more
Yeah.
firm on it as time goes on. Where does this take us?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I spent a lot of time thinking about that. I think what's going to happen is like you have a very high level of bias at universities right now. Like a lot of people just learn about one thing, and then they end up in the cities and they end up with these certain jobs. And those jobs, typically government jobs, are concentrated in those areas. And so they're all good with this, right? We've seen a 70% increase in employment of public servants in British Columbia in the last 7 years. So they're voting in an intelligent way for them because they got their pension on the line, they got their paycheck on the line, right? But at some point, you can't keep printing that money. You can't keep hiring those people. The 50% of healthcare that's being pushed away to non-healthcare things, that's not sustainable in the long run. So it collapses. But when it collapses, the trick is that the people in the rural areas can't like be punitive to the people in the city areas, because then they get mad and they go back to doing this thing, right? So I think we're at stage 2 of a 3-stage switch in BC here. The next election will probably go strong to Conservatives, but also the Conservatives now have a chance to get rid of all of their weaker candidates, organize themselves. They should have a leadership rally. John Rathad's a good guy, but he said there wasn't really anybody to run against for the Conservatives because nobody thought it could happen, right? And I don't think in his heart of hearts that he's really keen on the power. He just wants to do a good job. He's a good man, but he's also older and he has a vaccine injury, right? So his health isn't ideal. So whatever happens, we're going to win next time, but you don't want to just do that, right? So we don't want to push back on those city people too hard because they just push back on us when they get in, right?
Well, and it's funny. I met actually it was the same night I met Clyde, met John Rostad, and I remember thinking at the time, he was like, "Oh yeah, we're this new Conservative Party in BC, and we're totally gonna win." And I was just thinking, like, "Oh yeah, that's nice. I've heard about upstart Conservative parties before. That's wonderful. You're gonna do great." And I was polite about it. I wasn't a dick, or at least I don't think I was. But good on him for proving my thoughts wrong. And I just I'm glad I was wrong anyway.
It's amazing. We should all say, you know what, John Rasta, good job, man. Like,
absolutely,
nobody could have predicted this 6 months ago, right?
I mean, he revolutionized this party for sure. I mean, you cannot deny the work he did, the impact he made. I don't think he looked tired. He kept going to do all these speeches and campaigning. He ran on a lot of great things and a lot of changes he wanted to make. And, we're all behind it because it all made sense. So I think he had a high energy and he was very measured and reasonable, and he deserves to be the leader of this province. It's what we need. If you're going to give any politician a shot, give that guy a shot. But these friggin' voters in BC are completely disappointing me with their stupid decisions. What's it going to take for people in BC to get a brain and bloody vote right?
I think you know what you sound like right now. You sound like Hillary Clinton saying that all of Donald Trump supporters are deplorables. We just need to work on those people. They're people too. It doesn't work to
too, but
like
they're
that.
so apathetic and they drive me crazy. They're my friends and they still piss me off.
Yeah, but
maybe you should be more apathetic towards their apathy.
Let's bring them on board. Let's build this coalition. This big.
They don't want to come on board.
It's a Canada-wide.
You can kill them and poison them, and they don't give a shit. So that's what's going on. That's what I'm seeing here, and it is.
Yeah, I don't feel like that. I see. This is good news. Democracy is a contact sport. Everybody's way more engaged in democracy than we were 10 years ago. And we're going to have to get more engaged to get the results we want. But that's how it works. When you get lazy and you get 40% voter turnout, you get bad results, right? When you let the communists take over, they throw you in the gulag and they're telling you lies and you know that they're lying and they know that you know that you're lying and they just keep lying and nobody cares, right? So this is good. This is a positive step in the right direction. And honestly,
that's spin if I ever heard spin. But I mean, I guess you have to have a positive outlook on this. I'm just saying, I'm looking at this, I'm disappointed.
Democracy
is a fighting
sport. Democracy is a contact sport. That's why I wear my helmet to the voting booth.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't want to.
I feel like a lot of people in BC wear helmets to the voting booth.
That's
Yep.
right.
I don't want to
Hardly
take away from
That's just
John
because they wear them
Rustad.
everywhere.
So I don't want to take away from John Rustad in saying this, but I don't think this was an election of people clamoring to vote for John Rustad because they're so enamored with everything that he's been doing.
Rustad mania.
Yeah, it's not a thing. It's really a condemnation of what the NDP have done in British Columbia. Is why a lot of people got up and said, no, I'm gonna vote now. I'm gonna get out there. I'm gonna say, engage with this political apparatus. And I think if John Rustad was more of a charismatic character, would that have changed things? Possibly it could have been, but it's more about the sentiment of what was happening in British Columbia. And this is the reason why the Liberals with the rebrand, it didn't work. They're the ones that kicked John Rustad out of the party for his opinions. And people were like, they took notice to that. And when he started and brought that, stuck to his guns the whole time and brought that to the Conservatives, they saw it more as like the Conservatives are people that are stick to their guns no matter what. Okay, I can get on board with that. It's not particularly John Rustad in particular, but he is that kind of character, and he is that kind of person that brought that forward as like what the Conservatives stand for. We all know that the Liberals who turned into the United Party, they were just fly by the polls. Just like the Liberal Party in the federal government, fly by the polls. What do the polls say? We're going to go with the popular vote. NDP, well, they're going to go with what they want, and then also with the popular vote, as we saw when it started looking bad for them in polling leading up to this election. So, yeah, I agree with you over there talking about how. Sorry, I didn't catch your name,
William.
but. William, so I agree with you in the sense that this is probably a multiple stage type election ordeal. People are getting involved. People are going to be upset about this outcome, and they're going to say, I need to get more involved. I need to talk to more people because this isn't the turnout that I want to see moving forward. Even though it's a step in the right direction, it's definitely not a do all end all this election.
I would also say one thing that the Main Street poll, the last Main Street poll, showed that the mail-in ballots were heavily favoring the Conservatives. And somebody just put in the comments here that we haven't talked about the mail-in ballots yet. The mail-in ballots. This is a razor thin. I was on another thing with Yukon Strong here earlier today. It's like every vote matters, and this is an exact election where every vote matters. One person's vote makes a difference here, so it's not over yet. But I do think, and I want to say one more thing. David Eby is a smart man. He's many things, but he's smart. He's going to change his tack to try to win. I don't think he's going to walk away from trying to. He's not going to throw himself away. He's going to try to turn this around because he's already gone back on the carbon tax and involuntary care, on legalization of crack. He's going to be, whoa, wait a second here. We better fix some of our bad ideas. If he can, remains to be seen. But my hope is that this is a wake up call if you're in the NDP, because they were walking into this election with a super majority 6 months ago, right? The right wing vote was split. They could do whatever they wanted, and they did, and they're paying for it now.
Is it too late to submit my prediction?
I want to hear your prediction.
Actually, I told Clyde my prediction. Do you remember what my prediction was, Clyde, before we came on air?
You said the NDP were going to win it.
I said minority. Yeah, NDP Green minority.
Yeah.
For real? Yeah, well, you're probably not wrong. Yeah, and Clyde, you made very good points that people are so sick of what was that people just wanted change, and it did get people involved. Although I do think that this guy is the right guy. I don't know if being more charismatic would help or not or whatever, but I think he's got the right experience and the right know-how. He is the guy.
Okay.
You cannot change everything in a year, and he came so far in a year. And to Liam's point about maybe the NDP and David Eby will eat a little crow on their stupid policies, maybe not, but this is a very arrogant bunch, these guys, the NDP, and they're going to walk away going, hey, haha, see, we won, back to what we were doing. That's what
Sonia Personnel is not going to let that happen.
It's looking like an early night. The crack pipe fans are going to be celebrating tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they're going to be celebrating. Yeah.
And for you guys in Alberta and Saskatchewan, you don't know. You're not in BC. That's a major voting block in BC.
The crack pipe voting block.
I think I am.
Well, I mean, you've got to be high to vote NDP.
Yeah.
It's too tight. It's too close for comfort for me. It's like, as you can see,
Classic
I'm getting
vote bank
crazy.
politics. Appealing
But
to
they're
the crack
calling me
pipe
Hillary
fans.
Clinton. That you better take that back.
Or what? You're going to do something Hillary Clinton to him?
Baby eating Hillary.
Anyway.
Anita, we love you on this side. Well,
That's fine. Oh, you sound like Hillary. Oh, what? Anyway,
Oh,
I'm just disappointed.
Talk a nerve, though.
Oh, but
I
we
mean,
want to
in
win those
fairness-
people over. Win them over. Let's figure out how to win them over. Let's figure out how to win that next 5% over. And part of that is understanding.
In 4 more years,
why-
let's figure out how to win them over in 4 more years.
It's a minority government. It's a minority government. I can't see that changing. That was predicted. by a
Liam's
lot of
going to
people.
commit suicide with 2 shots to the back of the head right away here, I think.
We're gonna with him.
If anybody wants to buy login equipment, I got lots of it for sale. So,
Any
Oh,
updates on if CBC has reopened the comments?
Um,
yeah, right.
No, this is the problem: is that since they got defunded, they don't have enough money for it.
Well, why
and
don't-
also, so David Edwards, we've had this up for a little while.
Oh,
Super
God,
chat, and that's awesome. Thanks for that.
46,
But
I
he
think
said
I'm
we're
pressing
talking
him.
like it's over. It isn't over yet. Mail-in still needs to be counted. It ain't done. Keep in mind that in Canada, we use Canada Post.
Well, you know
So-
what? If CBC is going to close down their comments, why don't we open up our channel? Have all the people watching at home right now tell us, how do you feel about the CBC? What would you say if the comments were open?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Jump in the
Imagine
chat,
for a
jump in the
second that
chat,
we're the
say what you would-
CBC and the comments are open, which they are. So you don't have to imagine that part. But the comments are open, and imagine we're the CBC. Go.
I'll be Chantal Hebert.
we got so many channels open right now. with comments.
Okay, I'll be Althea Raj.
Okay, sweet.
So you got
I can be,
CBC. You got Dan Proctor saying CBC sucks.
He hates the CBC. Fuck the CBC.
Oh, how dare
defund the
you.
CBC. The
Nice.
CBC is communist.
I can't even
Canada
keep up with them
Post
here.
won't
They're
be
just they're
confirmed
flying
for weeks.
in. This is why the CBC turns
CBC
it
is
off.
gay.
It's a communist Trudeau engine.
CBC.
I miss the old CBC. I miss the CBC was great when I was a kid.
When we were kids, sure.
The CBC was
outrageous.
great for
Yeah,
like
but-
10 minutes in 1937.
You had Peter Mansbridge 1 minute, and then like Kenny versus Benny teabagging each other like the next.
Yeah.
It was amazing for a little
It
while.
was a
And then
spectacular
Coronation
thing.
Street.
I think that was actually the same show.
But once again, those university educated urban types took over CBC. They took over the institution. They've taken over the BC NDP party from the blue collar, hardworking guys and women that have to work hard too. And so like this is something that we're going to have to figure out in society. Like those people need to be sort of they need to realize their ideas are bankrupt, and we need to move forward with a better plan, right? And casting dispersions on them isn't necessarily the solution. I think it's being honest and saying, hey, like actually. Increasing the supply of drugs will not support our drug problem. Well, it will support our drug problem. It'll make it worse.
credit than they are. I just don't think they're that self-reflective. These people.
I don't think so either. But at the same time, they're voters. The only way we're going to change this is to change how they vote and reaching out to them in a genuine.
You know,
and,
we said at the end of this
agree
to end this off 4 hours in. We said to end this off, we were going to talk revolution.
Oh, yeah,
And-
we're going to drink scotch and talk revolution.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
right.
and Anita's got her bubbly. She's all fired up. Right?
Oh, she is sparking.
Yeah, she's sparking.
She's like
we're
a
enjoying
train
it.
putting on the
Fire me
brakes.
up, right?
It was great.
I
It's great.
believe in
So I
them.
like
They
this
just do
because-
so much to fire me up. I'm very disappointed in what I'm seeing come down, but I guess
Yeah.
I expected it. But anyway, yeah, go on.
And Anita, thank you so much for leaving global and showing the entire world that mainstream media is now legacy media, and legacy media is increasingly less important. But you know what this is? This is direct democracy in work, right? I don't agree with everything that everybody said on this thing, but this is direct democracy, and I can respect each other's opinions and move towards a place where we can solve those problems. And I think it's awesome that Shaun's doing this podcast. It's awesome that you got Twitter and all these other spaces. We can have these real conversations, because for too long, conversation was controlled, and the people that were controlling the conversation had no clue what the rest of the world was experiencing, and that's
Yep.
changing. And this is good. right?
And this is good that there's other platforms to get a message out rather than just 3 broadcasters or whatever. But the 3 broadcasters are still incredibly biased and misinforming the people, which is a huge disappointment. And it does shape the minds of people.
But
and I know
a
that
few
they do
people.
that on purpose. And,
Yeah.
and the good thing is that a lot more people know that now.
It
Yeah.
must
And,
be
and honestly,
refreshing for
the
people to come here
CBC's
and get
market
such
share
an
is in the
unbiased
toilet.
take on the BC
And
election.
same with Chorus, same with Global. All their shares are in the toilet, and there's
Yeah,
such a
they're backed
backlash
up.
about it. But you can't help a lot of this with the normal people that they still see these headlines and see these things and
Mhm.
hear stuff on the radio when they're driving kids to school that it gets in their mind. So when they go
Yeah.
voting, they just kind of they're not
Yeah, but
informed enough to make a good
I
decision.
heard there's a new prime minister in waiting that's going to eliminate funding for these companies, and then they'll probably disappear, and then it'll be replaced with 1,000 podcasts. Right? It's the future is this. There's
Mhm.
10,000
We should
people
use
listening.
grants
I
for
just
that,
wanted to
for
say,
podcasting. Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly with everyone. This is by far the most unbiased, objective, and professional BC elections coverage going on right now.
I think so. It's authentic.
It's
Yes.
authentic. But we all are very like-minded.
It is
Well, I wanna add to this. I wanna
definitely
add to this. So,
unscripted.
I want to
Yeah.
add to this because I agree with what you're saying, William, about the
It's Liam.
sorry, Liam. My bad. Apologies for that.
Liam and William are the same.
I agree with what you're saying. How the legacy media they were the ones, and they discovered that all of these people weren't paying attention, or were paying attention before. Now they are not paying attention. What I'd like to add to that, though, is now what they've discovered is they no longer have a grasp on the narrative anymore. What they figured out is that they were the ones that were
the narrative.
They were the narrative, and it wasn't a case that they were trying to create a conversation piece. They were trying to propagandize people, and they pushed further and further and harder in that effort as this new media has been coming in to do it. And the harder they try, the more transparent it gets, and it's great.
Yeah.
I applaud them for doing that because it's helping us so much more to draw more and more audience to what it is that we're doing. So I totally agree. This is the direction that we should be going. And as they push harder, it just becomes more and more apparent. So kudos to them for letting the cat out of the bag. So awesome.
We
Thanks
have
a
to
lot.
fight for democracy.
Yes.
We have to fight for democracy, and that's what this is. And everybody, all of our ancestors have fought overlords that were over top of us and stole our corn and stole our potatoes and sent us off to horrible wars. We have to fight back against those groups. And honestly, like the legacy media is done. Like they're not going to be around in 5 years. This is what's going to be around, and hopefully that leads to a new era of direct democracy. And you know what? All the ideas at the table here tonight, they're not all right. We need to work and
Mine
always
were.
be improving. Yeah, right. Like all my ideas are perfect, but like we need to work towards something all the time, right? We didn't win, so why didn't we win? Let's fix it and let's win next time, right?
Yeah, and the good news is that most of the people who stole our ancestors' potatoes and sent us to war are dead.
Yes, that's good.
But they're mentally lived
I do
on.
like that. And their
And we killed
descendants
some of
are a bunch of inbred monarchs.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. David Edwards brings up a good point. In reality, we may not know for days. There could be recounts. I imagine there's going to be a few recounts, and it doesn't take much for one or two of them to change.
Yep.
And then Trish Pruill says, if the people who voted independent had voted conservative, the conservatives would have more votes. I've got to respectfully disagree. Well, technically that's correct. I got to respectfully disagree and say that nobody is entitled to votes at all. If you haven't earned that vote and you don't get that vote, that's not on the voter for not voting on you. That's on you for not doing a good enough job of presenting your ideas or presenting ideas that accurately reflect their priorities.
Yep.
I know Corrine is going to get a lot of hate though. And like, I know Corrine, and I'm going to have her on the show probably about this because that right now the NDP is winning in her riding.
Yeah. Was she a conservative leaning independent?
No, she was an independent completely. Yeah, she ran on, independence for medical workers. She was one of the fired nurses, and she's been standing up for them for so long. And she ran independent. And the conservatives were saying, "Don't do it. That you'll vote split."
What is everybody? I just saw this one come in from Bighorn 99. By the time we have another election, we will all be completely censored. What is everybody's thoughts on that?
No, the reverse.
It's gone too far right now. You would have to go so far overboard to shut all of this and all of us and everybody else who's doing this, but not quite as prettily as us, down, that it would just be you couldn't do it, aside from basically just saying like, oh, the internet gave out and the only thing still working is CBC, and hoping everybody bought it.
Do you know what? Keir Starmer, the new prime minister of the UK there, like he got a landslide election, right? And his popularity is about 55% approval rating when he got elected. After 100 days, he's at 17% because he's put people in Facebook jail, right?
Yeah.
Like people.
He literally just jailed somebody for thought crime.
For praying.
But his popularity now, if they had the election today, his party would lose after 100 days. That's how fast it happened.
He's another guy I couldn't believe got in either. It's like,
I
who
couldn't
voted for him? How
It's
another
how
way.
is this even happening? It just boggles my mind. That just goes to show what people know and what people don't know and how people think. It's crazy.
The good
And it's
news.
Mhm.
So the good news about the way government functions and the way the government works, when they try to do something, there's always the laws of unintended consequences that occur. Every step along the way, as Justin Trudeau's government has been pushing bill after bill to try to censor free speech, lock down the news, make sure that only his message has gone forward. Bill C-18, perfect example. It backfired massively on them, and now their propaganda outfits, they can't even be on Google. You can't find them on anywhere on Meta products. It just won't be out there. Instagram, Facebook, all of that stuff. The only people there are independent media like us.
You're absolutely right. And if you look at
is actually going to work out in our benefit. So yeah, they can try, and we'll find ways around it. And this is the way it's going to go.
Well, the thing about it is that government sucks at everything they do. And this is a perfect example. And when you look at the federal polling trends, so that got enacted in roughly July last year, if I remember my timeline correctly. And if you look, it's all pretty even for the Liberals. And then at the end of July, things just started tanking downwards, and they haven't stopped yet. And isn't it interesting that you can look at a graph of the Liberals' support, and you could point to the day that they enacted that exact bill that Clyde's talking about?
Yeah,
exactly.
Bill C-18 was the Communications Act.
The one that really concerns me is the National Food Program.
Yes.
Because how
The one
long
with
is it
no
going to be
food.
until these kids start diverting the toxic food supply? Selling it to the homeless, trading it for drugs.
Trading it for better food.
Yeah, better food. I need some carrots because this sugary slop that they're feeding me just doesn't go.
These sugar-coated crickets.
I'm actually terrified of Bill
I gotta
C.
set the record straight. Lobsters are insects. Lobsters are insects, just so you guys know. I'm not. You
Well,
can't be
they're
totally
arachnids, and
Yeah.
arachnids are not insects.
Okay, all right. Well, close, right?
Well,
like
what do you
lobsters.
guys think? Are we
lobsters-
going to get a
lobsters
result
are poor
tonight
people
or
food
what?
for
Or
the-
do you
the
think we're going to have to go to
Yeah,
mail
they
in?
absolutely.
Next week.
Next
Week.
week. You think next week it'll come
Monday,
in?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then there's going to be a lot of phone calls between EB, Firstenau, and Rustad. And Rustad might just win that because he's
Are we gonna be able to call this tonight?
Nope.
I don't think
No,
so.
we're gonna go
not?
24 hours straight until this is done. Anita.
Yeah.
Nobody
We're not
goes to
stopping.
the
Buckle up,
bathroom
folks.
until the recounts are completed.
Get your crack pipes ready, everyone. This is going to be an all-nighter.
Wait, I just got to go down to the vending machine and grab one here. So
Yeah,
no, they're free at the
exactly.
vending machine.
We appreciate you guys all hopping on and giving us time tonight. I'm talking to the 7,600 people tuning in right now, to all you fine
700.
folks for hopping on. We are. I mean, that's the thing, Anita. Here's the thing. We could sit and do this till 2 a.m.
Okay.
And twos would do it. But at the end of the day, we're not going to. There's going to be a high chance that we.
I'm all jacked up on Red Bull and Lagavulin.
Yeah, I know. Twos doesn't have to coach my U7 hockey practice first thing tomorrow morning. He gets
You
to sleep
do?
in.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, you
Yeah,
have to get
yes.
up? Yeah.
Oh yes. 8 a.m. hockey practice with a bunch of 5 and 6 year olds. I tell you what, that'll be herding cats, and they'll be grumpy and probably crying and a whole bunch of
Yeah,
other things. So
yeah,
it'll be a
yeah,
fun
yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
But I deal with
Yeah, but enough
twos
about
on
the
a daily
coaches.
basis, so I'll be all right.
Yeah, yeah.
Eh?
Okay. So
I didn't
well,
get
herding cats.
called Hillary Clinton tonight. I got called. What did you call me at the start?
I didn't
That
call
was
you
What did you?
anything.
What did I get called tonight?
Jericho said that you were my nagging wife.
I was the nagging wife. That's what I got called
Yeah.
tonight, Anita. So
So I guess-
I feel your pain. All right, I feel your pain.
I know that was I know you feel my pain. You're very sensitive. I can tell. Like not sensitive. You're very intuitive.
Please don't
You're
cancel
an
me. Please
empath.
don't
I
cancel me.
can tell.
Well, there
No,
was a
you are.
very
I can just tell by your
enthusiastic
personality.
chat over on my side, Anita, for you. Burger Bob jumped in with a big super chat saying, Anita, 100% with you, and we'll get the right vote in 2025. And you are forever my love of glory. LOL, love you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dude. You've made my night. There you go. Unlike Liam, who's in my bad books.
Burger Bob's in your good books.
Hey, it's about freedom of speech, right? It's about freedom of speech, and we should be
Well,
nice.
you
right?
don't get to call me Hillary Clinton.
I said you
You're gonna have to
sounded like
retract
her.
that statement.
Okay, well, I'll retract that. But we shouldn't
Yeah.
cast dispersion on the people that we want their votes next time. So let's figure out how to get them.
Cast dispersion. They need to take responsibility and start stepping up and learning things,
You're right.
right? That's the whole
Well,
problem. It's their responsibility. If you know by now that the media is lying to you, it is on you not to come home from work and watch Netflix and then do online shopping. That's
Yeah.
what my girlfriends do, but they don't know shit. And it's like,
I'm glad
that's
I
what
live in a
pisses me off.
democracy. I'm glad I live in a democracy, and we
You
can have
barely
different
live in
ideas.
a democracy. We're
Hey,
barely a democracy.
once again, as the guy kind of half quarterbacking tonight, although when you got an idea, and then we get down. I'm not going to say it again because it'll be like the 18th asker. It'll be the 18th time I say glory holes tonight. The amount of times that came up, Chace Barber dropping. What did he say about Bonnie Henry?
Oh, I don't even do.
Sucking dick.
I've been sitting
she
here
doesn't
for
even-
4.5 hours drinking Red Bulls and scotch. It's all blurring together. I'm gonna have to listen to this again and be like, "Oh wow, that was a really funny thing." I
When
said."
Chace Barber said that I was like, "Oh my god, where have
Yeah.
we?" We were heading here and went over there. So
said
this has
that.
been a wild ride. This is live. There's no holds barred on this side.
Yeah.
This is life. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Thank you all
Yeah.
for hopping
Absolutely,
on
everyone.
here. Enjoy the conversation. I enjoy all the different opinions. Honestly, it's refreshing. It's great to have
This is fun.
people sit and chat about some things. It's great.
It's
So
good to have a little argument too once in a while.
Oh,
It makes it all
100%.
fun. Yeah. Okay, but here we are. We're gonna probably wrap it up because I think I'm gonna go because Mummy's getting cranky. But then I think here 46
No.
46 no 46 NDP, 45 conservative. If that's where I got it, I better
two
open
greens.
another bottle. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, that's a shame. I'm a little disappointed, but hey, it's not over yet.
It's not
it's
over
not
yet.
over yet.
My riding is leaning green. I'm upset.
Hey, Anita.
Hey,
if
hey.
anything, T-shirt says you
Thank
win.
you,
You win the rant. Okay.
It's
There you
not
go.
over till
Sorry.
Sarah Hoffman sings.
That Sarah Hoffman. Who's that? The Bangles woman? No,
Yes,
I
but
don't know
not
that.
what you're thinking.
Susanna Hoffs. Oh, that was Susanna Hoffs. I'm thinking of. Never mind. Okay.
It's all good. Oh, now we
Anyway.
figure out how to put the names up.
No, I'm like I've been trying
4
to get it
hours
to work.
later.
I've been trying to get it to work the entire time, and it wouldn't work.
Wrong like 5
Sean, you
times
had
this
one
item.
job. One job. You gotta get it to work. Yeah, I finally got it. Finally got it in the ticking seconds here. All right, I'm gonna slowly exit some people out. Liam,
I think
Clyde, Alex, Anita, thanks for hopping on and doing this. Appreciate it.
You are
And
so welcome.
Thank you so much,
But it
everybody.
was
Thank
so
you.
lovely to
guys.
spend time with you guys, and thanks to all the people who watched and I hope you enjoyed it. And
Yes.
stay strong, dudes.
I
Thank
I
you
would
so much.
definitely say this is live election coverage that did not suck.
Yes.
Did not
Yes.
suck. We don't suck.
We don't suck.
And you know what, guys? If
Okay.
you're ever in the mood, come down to BC, come give us a visit, grab yourself a crack pipe, sit down in the park.
Yeah.
You know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. We'd love to have you. So
That's
Okay.
right.
I-
Chin chin.
you know what happened to the Romans, hey?
Yeah, they ruled for 1,000 years.
And then the
Night,
barbarians
everybody.
took over.
I'm
then
packing
society-
it in. Love you
many-
guys.
too many
Bye.
glory
Thanks,
holes.
Anita.
An entire
Okay.
civilization collapsed.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Clyde. Thanks, Liam. And that just brings us back to us two yahoos. What did you
Oh.
think of that?
That was an absolute riot. That's probably more fun than we have on the Festivus specials.
Yeah. So from this side, if you enjoyed tonight, we're going to be coming back on October 28th. We got Saskatchewan live election coverage. So that's our next.
We should have been plugging this hours
Yeah,
ago.
what
Yes.
are you going to do? You're going to wait till the end. We got 7,400 people still watching.
Okay,
Still
all
hanging
right.
out. So we got live election coverage on October 28th. That's going to be
That's
Saskatchewan. It's going to be a
Saskatchewan.
whole new cast of characters. We're going to be picking on Saskatchewan folk this time. And then November 5th, we're going to, why not talk about the U.S. election?
Well,
so,
I mean, the Saskatchewan, it's going to be hard to pick on Saskatchewan people because when it comes to Saskatchewan jokes, you can always see them coming from a long ways off.
that was a dad joke right there, but I still enjoy it.
So Saskatchewan and then U.S. I
If
don't
you're
think we're going to
Albert-
cover. I don't think we're going to cover Nova Scotia. I can't put that
No,
together
no,
in 2 days.
If you're from Alberta, we're going to be at the UCP AGM November 1st, 2nd. So that should be
Yep.
interesting. And that's interesting. Look at this. Okay. Says Sass Party has it in the bag. NDP is dead in the province. That's not what the polling shows.
That's not what the polling shows.
polling
and that's
shows
actually
some-
not what Polymarket says either.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. And here's one we'll see you on the 28th. Awesome, Tamo.
Yeah.
Whatever I said.
Honestly, I hope every single one of you guys comes along.
Yes. And I'm spacing on the name. I'm going to look it up before I forget it.
Oh, you're going to say it wrong anyway, whatever the hell we're talking about.
Candace and John, thanks for being, our sponsors of
We
tonight.
appreciate that.
6 Rock Dairy, Armstrong, BC. If you're ever in need of ice cream sandwich, go see their daughters. They're 2 young girls that make probably the best ice cream cookies under the sun. They were fantastic. So they're well worth the drive there. So if you're in BC, that's where I would head to. Either way, that's going to spell the end of tonight. Certainly, we're all going to wait and see what happens as we shut it down right now. We can pull up the map one more time. Brett, it still says 40, still the same thing. 46 for the NDP, 45 for the Conservatives, and 2 for the Green. Am I correct on that?
That's what it says.
So,
yep.
I mean, in one essence, twos, the Green is going to hold a lot of power. So if you go back to Chace Barber's comments and them being common sense and having, hey, who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll be great. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Either way.
It's interesting. I could, without being somebody who knows really anybody involved, I could see them making a decent argument for wanting to say, okay, well, you know what? We'll let Ebby be premier, but we're not really going to let them pass any bills that we don't like, and they would probably side more with the Conservatives. This is the same thing that essentially happened in the 2017 election, where you had the Liberals deciding the majority.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they were literally the tipping point and the deciding factor in making Horgan the premier over, not Christy Clark, was it? But or was it Christy Clark? Anyway, it's going to be an interesting thing to keep track of in the next few days.
Well, I tell you what. Regardless, October 28th. That's the next time we're going to do this right away. I'll say this. When I started this, I'm sure Twos maybe had similar thoughts, but when I started this podcast, I didn't realize there was like an election season. It didn't even dawn on me. And then when we're like, well, because we talked about this a year ago, we're going to do BC, Saskatchewan, the U.S. election. I'm like, oh my God, look at my calendar. This is going to be messed. Like, this is going to be a ton of work and whatever. And the nice thing is we ironed out a ton of problems tonight.
Yep.
And hopefully come October 28th, once again, we're gonna have a crazy guest list. It's gonna be a fun, like Saskatchewan's gonna be straight balling, right? Like I think it's gonna be straight fire. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
We're gonna pull a page from Deadpool's book and get Toothless Timmy from Saskatoon on the show.
Regardless, thanks for tuning in. Twos and I's are gonna sign off. I said I was gonna do this all night, and then I kind of forgot about it. That's
what were you gonna? Oh yeah, dude. I'm
It's
not doing
gonna
it as
spell the end.
obnoxiously as you, but I've been,
It's going to
sipping
spell the
papers.
end. Thank you to Jericho. He was in producing at the start. Now we got Brett in. So the two boys making
Well
sure
done,
that
gents.
things smooth, a lot of chaos. As Anita said right off the hop, she was right. Right? We were talking about having issues. She was right. We got stuff goes wrong. You're live streaming. What are you going to do? To Six Rock Dairy for sponsoring this. If you're a Saskatchewan company and want to sponsor the upcoming Sask election, reach out because we'd love to have you. And to everyone else, just mark it in your calendar. Look forward to talking the Sask election. That's what we're going to do on this side. And look forward to having a ton of fun.
And
This was
Jerry
a ton of fun
Case
tonight.
is like, share, and subscribe. We don't ask that nearly enough. If you enjoyed this, we talk about the news every Friday.
That's true. The Mashup, Friday, 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. You can see us a heck of a lot more if you want.
Yeah.
That'll do it, folks. Okay, and tell you what do we want?
Well, we do that thing at the end where we point silently at the pieces of paper we had while they play the credit. Jeez, it's like it's your first newscast.
Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, folks? It's always a blast here on the Mashup, and we're glad you enjoyed and came out to our Mashup election coverage. Until the 28th, we'll see you.